in the last 24 hours, there have been attacks on the energy infrastructure of Ukraine, which is, well, all of these attacks from end to end are war crimes, no matter what they attack, because this is an illegal war by Russia. But these particular ones, of course, indiscriminately attack the entire population of Ukraine. And in amongst those are people who are dependent upon life support in hospitals, undergoing operations, giving birth, who need continuous power. And indeed, we have already shipped several units from this appeal, and we will be shipping more with your assistance. So please do, there it is. Please give generously to the appeal, not beyond your means. Perhaps don't if you do not have the means so to do. But even the forbearance of a fancy coffee that you might have had is meaningful and will indeed save lives. Will it not, Joanna? Lovely to be co-hosting with you, by the way.
Yes, me too. I really love it. So indeed, I just posted the tweet in the nest. The first three generators have been delivered and put into use successfully this week. And we are continuing the fundraiser until today midnight Eastern time in US, I believe. We raised the initial 25,000, but according to the needs of the recipients, we will continuing the fundraiser in order to cover even more. So, and also we have 4 generous donors that offered to match your donations. So every dollar that you are donating will be at least $5, because 4 others will be donating too. So it's the time. It's the best time to do it if you can. It's a nice Saturday. Well, depending on where you are, morning, afternoon, evening. Um, and let's remember that also in Ukraine they are celebrating the International Children's Day. So think of the children. That's all.
Joanna, your audio is being attenuated. There we are. That's better.
Sorry, my earbuds are behaving. So yeah, I was trying to think about reasons to donate. Not that we need reasons, because we know what is happening in Ukraine. We know about the attacks on the infrastructure, on the energy facilities. We know that Kharkiv was really targeted by the Russians in the last several months. So yes, the doctors in Kharkiv need your help, and you can help them. And I believe we will have the doctors from Kharkiv today in the space in about 2 hours, 2 hours and something, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't it so?
That's my understanding as well, yes. And so it would be magnificent to hear from them directly about the effect these continuous power units are having, which are, of course, not dependent upon the grid. That is the entire point. They are not also producing greenhouse gases. They are not generator fed, which also means that they are low thermal signature. They depend upon simply sunlight into a battery, which is then a continuous power source for whoever needs it. And as a result, are modular, easily moved, easily retasked, to different applications, whether it be an operating theater, life support unit, or any other similar critical task. So they are enormously important, as unfortunately rolling blackouts are necessary to maintain the supply of energy in general across Ukraine, given these brutal, sadistic, disgusting attacks on what would otherwise have been an entirely peaceful nation striving towards, well, solving the kinds of problems that you and I face on a day-to-day basis, rather than trying to solve the problems of an evil, fascistic, genocidal empire simply attempting to add territory to its already planetary-sized territorial assets. Would you not agree, Joanna?
Of course, I agree. So yes, if you can help, help, because this is what we can do. We can not do much. We can talk to our representatives and stress upon the importance that this war is having to the lives of all of us, because Ukraine is fighting for all of us. And also we can help. We can help the children. We can help the military of Ukraine that will be treated in those hospitals. Those hospitals are treating also civilians and military. And energy is required for conserving the blood, for ventilation, for just procedures.
For just every, frankly, everyday things. Now, imagine. Of course, I remember a time back in the 1970s when industrial actions, things like that, led to rolling blackouts in Britain. But that was pretty luxurious even back then. It was almost exciting as a child, where the power would go out, everything would be plunged into darkness, and then your parents would scramble for candles and you'd light them, and it was sort of fun. This is not fun, and times have changed. Think, dear listeners, of your own. What device are you listening on? Is it a phone? Is it a computer? How much you depend for your everyday needs on these devices now, how things have changed since a few decades ago. So yes, these power devices are necessary. These generators that we are supplying to Kharkiv are necessary for critical functions, and we do like to highlight them because that is exactly where they're going, in hospitals in Kharkiv. And we will hear from the doctors, from the medical professionals of those very institutions where they have landed up as a result of your generosity, dear listeners, very soon. But just think of all the ordinary basic functions of life that depend upon the supply of power at all. And then think of the missiles coming in from that imperialistic, genocidal, fascist dictatorship, destroying the very means of being able to do basic things, to call your mum, to listen to MriyaReport if you happen to like that, to maintain your business, to act as any normal person does on their daily round, because they are normal people. They're just ordinary people there, trying to live in their own country and being denied that right by the evil, pointless will of a fascist, genocidal aggressor. Yes, there it is. But yes, so shall we move on, Joanna? Do you have news for us today, or shall we return to the discussion we were having earlier about the technicalities of glide bombs?
We will in a moment, but I will ask our listeners to please reshare the space, because we just have a crash. This happens. So we need to rebuild our listenership. And also, I just checked, and indeed, today we will be joined by a team of resilient medical professionals who are saving lives in Kharkiv healthcare facilities. We will be talking about their daily work, what keeps them motivated, why they choose to stay in Kharkiv despite all the tragedies, the daily bombardments, and the risks, and how the solar power generators will assist in the hospital's critical needs, as we will be sending more to Kharkiv. So this segment will be taken place at 4:30 Kiev, 5:30 Central Europe, Berlin, 2:30 p.m. in London, and 9:30 Eastern Time, 6:30 Pacific Times. And also, afterwards, we will be joined by another special guest, Leda. She is working with donors and end users to equip Ukrainians to save and preserve lives. And there will be also Princess Kanoli, the co-founder of DOCO. They collaborate with the armed forces of Ukraine to identify their urgent needs. So this segment will be at 5 p.m. in Kiev, 4 p.m. in Europe, 3 p.m. in London, and 10 a.m. in Eastern Coast. So please come and talk with the people that you are helping, actually, because this is a very special thing for our space. You can donate, but then you can listen to the beneficiaries of your donations and even talk to them. So I just wanted to stress this out. So this will be in a little bit more than 2 hours from now.
Wonderful. I also see that Ron Roth has joined us as speaker. Do raise your hand or just jump in after me. I see you're unmuted. Lovely to have you up with us, Ron.
It's good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? How are things over there in wherever it is you are? I won't out you as to your location, but Ron is a friend of mine. He's a good man. How are you, Ron, this morning?
I'm good. Good. I'm had a late night, so I'm just getting around this morning. Fascinating discussion about trying to put a dumb bomb on target. I followed that very closely. And I don't really mean to change the subject, but I had a question. I believe it was a Will, and I don't see him on here now, but he spoke about restrictions that Ukraine has to operate under when it comes to bombing planes on the at the airport on the tarmac. And he said he spoke about how due to this restriction, they're unable to do that. So they're forced to try to take these planes out in the air with expensive missiles. And I probably know the answer, but could somebody refresh my memory on what restriction there is and who placed the restriction on Ukraine that they can't bomb airports of Russian airports?
Yes. Well, please, actually, Joanna, please jump in because I know the very high level on that, but I don't have the granular details. So, Joanna, please.
Yeah, I was searching for the bullet points because there was a list with bullet points. So basically, the summary is that Ukraine can hit concentration of troops and military equipment in the region near the Kharkiv Oblast, so on Russian territory, but limited to the region that is close to the Kharkiv Oblast. But they cannot use long-range weapons against military targets deep inside Russia. Of course, not against civilian targets, but that was out of the question anyway. And also, they cannot strike planes on the ground. So I will be searching for the bullet point for the shorter list, but basically this would be the summary.
That's great. If you could possibly do that research in the background. While I address, I guess, what would be the thinking. I mean, this is a policy of carefulness, Ron, relating to what we call, what has been called escalation management. So the idea is that you know, you poke the bear, but not so much that it gets really angry. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
it seems plenty angry already. Wouldn't you agree, Ron?
Oh, I would definitely agree. And I just, it must be so terribly frustrating to not be able to do that. And as Will pointed out, he said with 3 or 4 bombs, he could take out 20 or 30 planes, and that would go a long ways towards bringing this tragedy to an end sooner. I just, it's got to be terribly frustrating. And I also took note of, what you were saying about the Ukrainian people just trying to live a life and having to fight this awful war. I wish more people could be somehow exposed to what's happening over there, and maybe they would put more pressure on the powers that be to lift these restrictions. And I just I've watched the clips. I follow as best I can, but as you noted, I've been very involved in our own political situation here in the States. A major thing happening yesterday with a conviction, but that's just a step in a long process. But I've been following that closely as well. But I wish more people over here could be exposed to what is happening in the Ukraine, and perhaps they would put more pressure on the powers that be.
Yes, indeed. But I would gently remind you. I know, like me, you're knocking on in years a little bit, and we were used to calling Ukraine the Ukraine. But just to point out to and also to all the other listeners, the Ukraine as a phrase is a way of referring to Ukraine as a territory of the Soviet Union or of Russia. So we must not do that, because simply, and I sometimes have fallen into that as well, because it was always referred to, wasn't it, Ron, when we were younger men. The Ukraine was just the epithet, but of course, that is a diminutive reference to a territory. But of course, it is Ukraine. Just simply a country filled with ordinary, decent, wonderful, pleasant people, like most countries are. I've voyaged a lot around this planet, sailed to every continent and visited many countries. I was born in Africa. I grew up across 3 continents, and I visited all of them, aside from Antarctica so far. And there aren't many people in Antarctica, so it's not germane. But the point is that people, reminds me of that old song from the 80s, people are the same wherever you go. And actually, in many ways, that's true. Not wholly, but definitely, if any of the United States listeners, or those from any other country at all, were to visit Ukraine. And I would encourage all of the listeners to click on the pinned tweet in my own Twitter channel and listen to the song by Vishy Baba, who is a warrior poet of Ukraine. And he talks about not talking about the war while talking about the war. And he invites the people of the world to come, at the very least in spirit and in mind, to visit Ukraine, just to see what it is like, not as a country under attack, but just as a place. And what you will find is a country full of good, honest, decent people who are just trying to live their lives, not, as the idiotic propaganda says, a country of Nazis. I mean, this is beyond ridiculous. And I visited Ukraine for the first time in 2011, and have been there multiple times since, including during this last 2 years, and we'll be returning again soon. And it is a country full of decent, ordinary, normal people just trying to live their lives. who are under a constant daily attack, who are seeing their friends and neighbors and their family members, their fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, daughters, sons, uncles, grandfathers, grandsons die, granddaughters, children, but even just those in the military. Most of the ones that I know were farmers before this war. Were not, combatants. They weren't military people at all. They just found that they were in a situation where their land was overtaken and there was an invader who killed their neighbors, who threatened or indeed killed their sons, their mothers, their daughters, their granddaughters, and were forced to take up arms, to stop being farmers and shopkeepers and people who were just going about their daily round, to fight the invader, because those are invaders. Ukraine is Ukraine, and Russia is the largest country on earth by far, whose territory extends to the size of the entire surface of the erstwhile planet Pluto. It is a planetary-sized nation with a population before this war of 144 million people, far less than half of the population of the United States, was far greater than is it double the territory? Perhaps even more. Yeah, an absolutely enormous extent. And yet somehow they want to add territory by blighting the lives and destroying the lives of ordinary people in their own country. Yeah, thank you for coming up, Ron. It's so nice to hear your voice.
Oh, I'm grateful to be received, and thank you for a good catch. I knew I was making a mistake when I said it, and in fact, I think you corrected me on this once before. But and so good catch, and thank you for explaining that for everybody else to be aware of that.
Oh, no worries at all. You shouldn't feel ashamed. I know you well, and I know your heart is very much in the right place.
Oh, yeah.
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because this shows the way in which we have been indoctrinated by the propaganda of Russia, even when we were, you and I, young men decades ago, growing up in the Cold War. We were taught to refer to these countries as merely territories of the empire of the Soviet Union. Indeed, Joanna has direct experience of that there in Romania. What's your comment about that, Joanna?
Can you repeat the question, please? Because I was searching for the political.
Oh yes, I do apologize. I didn't mean to drop you in it. We were talking about the way in which we refer to former territories of the Soviet Union, former vassal states. So the way in which older men such as Ron and I, having grown up in the Cold War era, kind of naturally refer to Ukraine as the Ukraine, and how that demonstrates the way the programming that we had then, which still persists in our minds and persists in the minds of so very many, about many aspects of not only Ukraine but also the former Soviet states, including. Although Romania was communist, not Soviet, part of the USSR, exactly my understanding, but certainly a client state of that empire. What's your thinking?
Yes, of course. After World War II, after the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, Romania was left to be used in a hospital environment that will help them to continue their work because it's very, very important. So that will be the Doctors of Kharkiv segment will be to be used in a hospital environment that will help them to continue their work because it's very, very important. So that will be the Doctors of Kharkiv segment will be, so that will be the Doctors of Kharkiv segment will be in Paris and so on, 3 p.m. London, and 10 a.m. in Eastern Coast, 7 a.m. in Pacific Coast. So do not leave us, stay with us until then, share the space, tell others about us, because this is one of the small things we can do. And just let me bring Stephen up because he was requesting and I didn't see it. Just a moment, Stephen, please bear with me. Yeah,
Am I on the panel? I'm up as am I up as co-host?
no, not co-host yet, but you are up as a speaker, so you can just behave as co-host. Hello, everybody, and thanks to all that stayed with us. Yeah, it's a difficult day. We had the third crash in like 30 minutes. Well, let's hope that the third time is with a charm, and that will be going on. So, I think you are already used to the timestamps, so I'll do another timestamp. We are Saturday, 1st of June, which is, by the way, International Children's Day in this part of the world. And it's 3:14 p.m. in Kiev, 2:14 p.m. in Europe, 1:14 p.m. in UK, and about 8:14 in Eastern Coast United States. So thank you to all that stayed here. Please re-share the space. Do this because we kind of have difficulties right now, and we need to rebuild our listenership. And yeah, we can do this. We can stick together. We can do whatever it takes to help Ukraine, to show our support to Ukraine, and continue the discussion, because Ukraine must be in the news all the time. So we are here 24/7. Yes, we do crash sometimes, sometimes 3 times in 30 minutes, but we are back on our feet again, and that's what it matters. So I see Stephen is up as the co-host. Hello, Stephen.
Yeah,
How are you?
hello again, Johanna. Oh, you don't apologize to me. Was it the sharks chewing on the ocean cables? Was it cosmic rays, solar activity? Was it the Baltic jammer? We jamming, we jamming, we jamming. Anyway,
It's the
yeah,
Russians.
here we
It's
are.
the Russians.
It's the
Or the
fucking
Russian
Russians.
influence, or whatever it is. Anyway, we are here. That's what is important. We are here, and we are
We
here
are
to
back.
stay.
Unstoppable today and every day. Yes, indeed. Thank you, indeed, dear listeners, for rejoining, returning. Of course, these technical issues do occur. We don't know whether they are attacks, but they certainly may be. However, we will never be off air for more than a few seconds, perhaps up to a minute or two, while things are rearranged in the back areas. While in the wide-ranging, highly technical submarine of MriyaReport, we regain the air. But though we may disappear from the surface, we always reappear very shortly. Joanna, I didn't. I didn't. I want to. I'm not sure whether you did the re-up. Shall we do that again, or in terms of the fundraiser? What do you think, or shall we just carry on? Carry on. What do you think?
Yeah, please, let's do a recap of the fundraiser, because it's important. And yeah, we are upset about those crashes, but if you are upset too, you can do that. You can donate. You can donate and help us help Ukraine. So, Stephen, please.
Yes, indeed. So we are raising money for the provision of solar generators to Kharkiv, which of course is under direct, daily, and constant attack in its civilian areas throughout the city. The evil wind that comes across the border, as you know, destroyed a what would you call it? A tool warehouse, a place where ordinary a shopping center, but yes, but it was sort of more of a technical kind of place. Anyway, people were there, and if you watch the videos, just going about their business, just like as if it was Costco or a work warehouse or anywhere that you might go on a weekend to get your DIY supplies. B&Q if you are in Britain. People just walking with their wives, their girlfriends walking, or people walking alone, woman walking alone on one of the video clips. just among the aisles, browsing, looking for things to improve their homes, to fix small things, perhaps. And it was hit by two several hundred kilogram glide bombs, which murdered various of them and destroyed that area. And of course, these attacks are indiscriminate, although I think that was very discriminate because it was not one, but two. But there are very specific attacks daily upon the energy infrastructure of Ukraine, which have unfortunately been quite effective in severely damaging Ukrenegro and other national power grid suppliers' capacity to supply ordinary citizens with their energy needs, and also to supply extraordinary citizens, those who work, for example, in hospitals and save the lives of others, who perform routine operations, who deliver babies into this world, which we are trying to make better, make a happy world again. And those people require power, continuous power, especially those who are on life support machines, ventilators, who are in operating theaters, or who are mothers bringing innocence into this world. And we are supplying them with continuous, assured, off-grid certainty of power with our appeal here today and every day, so long as this appeal lasts. And I believe, Joanna, so by supplying these continuous power generators, they're solar generators with extremely efficient, long-lasting battery banks that can power by inverter from DC to AC, mains powered devices such as ventilators, of course, lights, other life support devices that are necessary in hospitals to maintain life and to bring lives into this world. So please do give generously. The tweet is back up. It's I would say the first tweet in the nest, but because we've crashed so many times recently, it's the only tweet in the nest at present. But just go to that tweet and think about foregoing that coffee, or be more generous if you can. Of course, do not financially harm yourselves. And if you are unable to because you don't have the money, then just simply retweet the space, like, tell your friends, post on your own social media, and that will be more than enough. Every little helps, as they say. And I believe, Joanna, there is a match funding offer at present from some very generous people. Is that not right?
Yes, that's right. Until midnight today, midnight Eastern time, so US time, there is a match by.
Oh, Joanna, sorry, your audio is a little weak at the present time.
Sorry. Now it's better.
Only slightly.
Yeah. Sorry, I will change my my earbuds. But anyway, what I wanted to say is that we have a match by 4 generous donors until midnight Eastern time today. So all those money will be going to the generators that we provide for medical facilities in Kharkiv. As you said, Kharkiv is targeted day and night by the Russians for the last several weeks, and it's absolutely important to provide them with this facility, with this power in order to be able to function. So just let me pause for a moment to try to get some other earbuds. And
of course, no problem.
Because I have something to add to what you said.
Yes, while Joanna does that, I will simply fill in with yes. So do not financially stretch yourselves, but think about, as I said, foregoing that next, cafe latte at the nice cafe, on your way to work or back from it or whatever, or just some small thing that you can do, because it will be doubled, up to five donations of $500, I believe. At the present time, it will be matched, and so it will not be one luxury coffee; it will be two. And if you have the capacity, please give more generously within your means. And if you do not, yes, please retweet, because indeed this particular appeal directly saves lives. And we will shortly be hearing from volunteer medics, I believe, from Brazil, who are working in these very facilities, that your donations directly affect. And several of these generators have already arrived and are indeed right now saving lives, maintaining lives, and bringing new innocent lives into the world. Do we have you back, Yuan?
Yes, I think I am. Is my sound okay?
5 by 5.
Excellent. So indeed, there will be a segment at 5 p.m. Kiev, so it's 4 p.m. Europe, 3 p.m. London. We will be talking with the resilient medical professionals who are saving lives in Kharkiv. This segment will be during the Coffee with Cannoli segment that will start at 4:30 p.m. Kiev. First, will be here 5 p.m. Kiev, as I said, and we will be talking with them what they are doing, their daily work, what keeps them motivated, why are they still in Kharkiv despite all the tragedies and the daily bombardments and all the risks, and how the solar power generators will help them to perform their work, to continue to perform their work. And also we will be having Leda here. She is working with donors and end users to equip Ukrainians, and that would be a very interesting talk. So please stay with us. This will be in about 1 hour and a half from now. So that's what I wanted to mention, and you can check all the information in the second tweet in the nest. We have a second tweet, Stephen. That's good.
Yay!
And because you mentioned the epicenter, the shopping center that hit by the Russians, actually, the Russians targeted that supermarket or store or whatever you want to call it. They claim that it's an ammunition storage facility or something like this. At least that's what they said in their press. But there is a lot of evidence. There are a lot of videos from outside, from inside the supermarket, that shopping center when it was hit. We can see families there, and with all what is happening in Ukraine, especially in the region of Kharkiv, a lot of families went to this construction store in order to buy whatever they needed in order to repair their homes. Imagine how it is to live in a war zone. There were families there just shopping in a Saturday afternoon, and the Russians targeted it, claiming it's a military target. It was intentional. It was not a military target, as it was proven by journalists being there on the ground and by video footage from the interior of the shop. So that's what the Russians are doing. They are targeting civilian buildings, civilian stores, whatever, hospitals. They targeted the printing shop and things like this in the recent days, and then they are claiming that it's a military target. It's not. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add. It was intentional, and it's part of the war crimes and the genocidal invasion that they are continuing to do. And also, we know that children died in that strike. I know at least about a girl who was there with her mother, and it's International Children Day today in Ukraine, in Romania too. We even if it's kind of Soviet flavored holiday, we are still doing it because it's about children. Think about the children in Ukraine. Think about how they lived for this last 2 years. And if you need even more motivation to help Ukraine, think about this. I was looking today, looking forward to talk about this at children's rights, by UN. And one of the rights is the right to live, the right to be alive. Every child has the right to be alive, and that's what Russians are taking from them: the right to be alive, the right to be healthy, the right to grow happy, the right to have families, the right to have their own identity as Ukrainian children, the right to be with their family when the Russians are just kidnapping them or killing their parents. All these rights for the children in Ukraine are not respected right now. So I just wanted to add that because of the crashes, I'm not very, prepared now to talk about all this. And also, it's an emotional subject because we are seeing children dying almost every day. There was a strike today in Kharkiv region, in one of the suburbs, and 12 people were injured, and among them, 8 children. So this is happening every day. Russians are killing and injuring civilians every day since the beginning of the war, and even before that, because actually the war started in 2014 with the invasion of Crimea and Donbass. Back to you, Stephen.
Yes, well, look, don't worry about the lack of preparedness. You actually are always fabulously prepared, and of course, yes, we always get slightly knocked off our perches by these crashes. But I do see that Ron is back up with us, and what we were discussing, Joanna, before. Well, actually, it was what, 2 crashes ago, was the way in which Kremlin propaganda has affected our thinking about many of the nations that are free, independent nations in now Eastern Europe. Those of whom have been able and fortunate enough to voluntarily and for their own defense join the NATO alliance, and indeed Europe, become part of the European Union. But how Soviet era and also just Kremlin continuous propaganda has affected our thinking about, particularly in Western Europe, in North America, in the wider world, has even though we are of goodwill, we still have these strange bugs in our head that lead us to make reference sometimes accidentally to Ukraine as the Ukraine or whatever. But I would like your comment, Joanna, about your impression of how, for example, Romania has come to be seen or is still seen through this semi-prejudiced lens, even by people of goodwill, in the aftermath of the fall of the Soviet Union, and now with the rise of modern fascist Russia affecting Ukraine in a direct way, but also Georgia, Chechnya, Syria, and indeed many other countries of the world, all the Baltics, all of their former vassal states, and Romania. How does it feel for you there when you think about these things and the way in which people in the rest of the free world, who may not know very well the situations, who may not have visited and may not have had the opportunity, the means to visit Eastern Europe, let alone Ukraine. What is your impression of the detritus of these old Soviet and now Kremlin fascist propaganda elements that are left over in our heads, Joanna?
Yeah, so there are so many things to tell you about this. So Romania was not in the Soviet Union, but it was under the Russia's sphere of influence because of the agreement between the parties following the World War II, Ribbentrop-Molotov, and so on and so forth. So unfortunately, we stayed under the Russian influence, and we became like socialist or whatever it is, which was actually very bad for Romania. Romania was a nice place to live before the war. It was Bucharest was the small Paris, called the small Paris. People were, very open to other cultures. They were embracing the French culture quite a lot. It was a place of innovation, a place of thriving economy, and so on. Well, after the war and after the socialist regime started, Romania faced number of years of sheer poverty, and then, during the socialist times, it was not a very nice place to live. I can share a lot of things about my childhood in the communist times. Some of them are quite strange for people that never lived in such a country. But I will just try to stick to the essential. The Russians are claiming, that the West is composed of colonialistic, imperialistic powers. It was in history centuries ago. Right now, I think of just one country on earth that is actually having imperialistic ambitions, and it's a colonialistic power, and it's Russia. Russia, when the Soviet Union was formed, those countries entered even deeper under the Russian influence, and Russia tried to assimilate them, tried to transform them, in Russia. It's happening right now with Belarus, for example, state union and so on and so forth. Practically, Russia has a hand over Belarus and is controlling Belarus, and wanted to do the same thing in Ukraine. Actually, I do believe that the invasion was motivated by this fact that Russia felt that Ukraine is slipping out from their influence and trying to find Ukraine is trying to find its way to Europe, to be a European country, to be in European Union, and eventually in NATO, even if the claim was not done at that time. So for them, it was clear that Ukraine will no longer be under Russian influence, and they decided to invade. That was following, 2014 protests, and the Russians were not happy with the turnout of those protests and decided to invade Crimea and Donbass. Yes, they claim that it wasn't them, it was them, the little green man, it was them, and we know about the provocations, about the creating this narrative of separatists that actually they used before in the war with Finland, the same narrative.
May I'm going to interject just very briefly
Yeah,
there.
please.
Please continue, Joanna, but I would like people to have access to the stone cold proof that what is the Russian narrative is that the Donbass situation was an insurrection by oppressed Russian speakers, which it was not. There are two different proofs. Firstly, of course, and now I'm having a complete blank on his name. Help me out, Joanna. The man who was also convicted in The Hague of shooting down MH17. Thank you, Igor Girkin. That's it. In his own words, he admitted straight up that this was not an organic insurrection of the people, that in fact it was Russian imperialism. He is unapologetic about that. He is a Russian imperialist. He feels that Ukraine should not exist as an independent state because it is a vassal of Russia. And he has stated this in his own words. And he was the chief architect in those early days, in military sense, of that non-organic event. But if you want stone cold proof, you just need to type into Google forensic architecture Battle of Ilovaisk. Okay, this is an independent open source intelligence group that used satellite imagery, but also on the ground footage from dash cams, from mobile phones, imagery that was captured during those events in 2014. And they geolocated, identified each individual vehicle. They showed satellite imagery of armored columns originating in Russia, coming into the Donbass area at that time. It is all there. It is in video form. You can just sit and watch it. Forensic architecture, Battle of Ilovaisk. If you have any doubts, Google that, click on the video, and watch, and you will understand. Back to you, Joanna, and I see also we have a hand up, but please continue, Joanna, first.
Yeah, so I had multiple points here, but we will be going to For Every Child in a short moment. I just wanted to stress upon something. You know, the way in which the Russians are rewriting history, the way in which they are presenting their narrative, the way in which they are trying to erase the identity of ethnic groups that is happening all over Russia. Actually, there are um, languages that disappeared, ethnicity, culture that disappeared in Russia, in Siberia, and all the regions that they gathered together because the Russians are just trying to whitewash everything they are doing and brainwash all the people inside just to believe them that they are just only Russians. This in the same time with being quite racist on the other hand. So they tried to do this in Ukraine. They tried to do this in Moldova. They are trying to do this in Georgia and in other regions. And it's important for 2014. Why? Because they promoted this narrative not only inside Russia but also outside Russia, saying we are all the same. We are all Russians. Ukrainians are Russians. Actually, Ukraine is part of Russia. It's not. Ukraine has an identity. Ukraine was there actually before Russia, centuries before Russia. So it's not Russia. But when the conflict started in 2014, the West looked at that and said, well, this is like something, Soviet business, Slavic business. It's something that concerns only them. We won't interfere too much. Of course, they did not recognize Crimea as Russian. They did not recognize Donbass as Russian. They condemned, in speech the what happened, but they did nothing more or very very little actually in 2014. And Russia was empowered by this actually. They thought, yeah, that will be happening again. We will invade Ukraine. We will take all the eastern part or all the southern part. We will go up to Odessa and Transnistria and things like this. And the West will look and say, yeah, it's their business. We'll be quiet, not doing much. But well, this time their calculations didn't work like they hoped to. I hope so. This is very important. Do not regard all those countries in the former Soviet Union and even in the Russian Federation right now as being Russia because they aren't. That's just the story that Russia tells you in order to think that it's their business to do whatever they want with those countries and that people. I don't know if I was very clear on this. Please, Stephen, I would like your comments. And then
Oh no, I
we
think
go
you
to For
were.
Every
I think
Child.
you were very. I think you were very, very clear indeed. And no, that's all we need to say about that. Just before we go to For Every Child, I just want to encourage Ron to put his hand up if he wants. Lovely to have you, and so nice to be on co-hosting Maria Report with you here. But in the meantime, we'll go to For Every Child. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Stephen. I was afraid to put the earbuds on because it takes me forever to come up with that. So this is just winging it. Anytime we have stone cold proof here in the space, um, other people may be better at this than me, but Googling and getting spelling is is not precise enough for my records. I need to know that I've got exactly the right thing. I don't know if it can go into the nest or what, but I'm getting questions from outside of Twitter, and I really don't want to send wrong information to anyone.
Yes, that's entirely. In fact, when I was speaking or afterwards, when I was thinking about what I'd said, indeed, I realized that, for example, Ilovaisk, it's not a natural thing to say in English. So it is Ilovaisk. And what you want to search for is forensic architecture and then Battle of Ilovaisk, all in one in Google, and you'll come up with the forensic architecture site. They are perhaps a lesser known but extremely good open source intelligence group who do collated analysis of every possible source, every possible image, geolocate them, identify vehicles, identify people, identify the general situation from satellite imagery. And yes, I will indeed make sure that this is put up in the nest. It's actually a very good question. Thank you for that, because it is not necessarily easy to find. It's actually something that I don't think I've seen anybody else on Twitter, even amongst NAFO or all of the pro-Ukrainian accounts, reference this particular site. And I do find that when I am debating this with Vatniks or squashing propaganda accounts on these subjects, when I post that particular link, they usually go silent because they have nothing to say to it. So yeah, it is very important, and thank you very much for the for that request, because I'm going to make sure that that will be up in the nest very shortly. Joanna, could you possibly take over for a moment while I do that?
Yeah, so actually in the previous phase before the crash, you mentioned also the question of using the article the for Ukraine, the Ukraine. Why is it not proper to say the Ukraine? It's like saying Ukraine with the not capital letter but with small letter is like making Ukraine not a country but a region. Actually, before the independence, before the 1990s, the country was referred as the Ukraine. It was the standard before the Ukrainian independence. But actually, the Ukrainian government, after the Ukrainian independence in 1991, which, by the way, was done after a referendum in which all the regions, including Crimea, including Donbass, voted in majority for the country's independence. So all the regions, I repeat, including Crimea, including Donbass, Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast, voted for independence of Ukraine. So after this independence, Ukrainian government requested that the preposition, which actually is translated from Russia, from the na Ukraine, from Russia, should not be used because it's politically and grammatically incorrect to use this article with Ukraine. So now the only correct way to say is Ukraine. You cannot say the Ukraine because it's not correct. It's not a region, it's a country written with capital letter. And it's only normal to follow this. The is used to identify certain things, for example, the United States, which states, the United Ones, which kingdom, the United Kingdom, and things like this. So for some countries, it's natural to use the article because it's the identification but for Ukraine, it's not normal to use it. Back to you for every child.
Uh, Thank you, Ayana. You know, those are details that are absolutely vital for style books or style sheets. And if there's any link or reference to proper references of that type, I would boost it continually in my own stream. I just don't know where to find uh, that kind of information. It doesn't have to be a whole book, even if it's just an occasional sheet of references. Uh, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, so to be honest, the information that I just shared is from Wikipedia, which I'm using. I read about this previously, but right now I just checked on this use of the preposition to be sure that I'm not saying wrong things. If I will find another source, I will come back to you for every child. But yeah, I think it's only normal, it's only natural that in English we aren't using this this article with the name of a country that is Ukraine. So you don't need to identify it amongst other countries. It's sufficient to name it Ukraine for every child.
Yes, journalists refer to generally speaking, they refer to the Associated Press style book, uh, which is published annually. And for us to be able to be certain that those references make it into the style book that they're using, um, I, it would be really desirable. And it's something that I hadn't focused on before, but I will begin focusing on that now.
Also, since we are here, I will plead also to use the Ukrainian names of cities and rivers and settlements, whatever it is, not the Russian names. There is this transliteration from Ukrainian alphabet that we can use in English and in other languages. Russians are doing this. They are changing the names of settlements when they are coming, to power in one region. It's by the Russian book. It's how they pronounce things. It's how they write things. Ukraine is a very specific language with specific letters that are different from, well, no, it's Cyrillic alphabet, but they have unique letters in the Ukrainian alphabet, like the I, for example. So it's only normal to use the Ukrainian names. It's not, not empower the Russians, not use Kiev, use Kiev because that's how the Ukrainians are writing it and are pronouncing it. So since we talked about this, I thought it's useful to mention this. Let's go to Robin, and then I'll come back to you for every child. Welcome, Robin.
Good morning. I just tuned into the end of this, so forgive me if I'm repeating what you've already said, but I'm very glad that you brought this up. This I'm not sure. I mean, this I think is pretty well accepted in most of the civilized world anyway. That you don't put the before Ukraine, and I think as you alluded to that it's very important, particularly in this case, to use the spellings that Ukraine has asked us to use, and to use the names, the Ukrainian forms of the name that of cities that are in Ukraine, not only because it's respectful of their culture, of course, but because Russia has for centuries attempted in a really a colonialist kind of way to change the narrative, to change the words, to change the Ukraine is analogous to the words they use in Russian. There are two different words for in. One of them is in, which means in a country, and the other one is in, meaning part of a country. For example, like the Scottish Highlands is not an independent country. Well, you gave some examples, but anyway, so I think I'm very glad that Joanna, you've brought this up before too, and I really appreciate every time you do, because I think in this case, it's not just a matter of respecting how Ukrainians want it to be, but it's a very important part of not allowing the Russians to change the narrative to their terms, because this is part of that hybrid war. So anyway, that's not to belabor a point, but thank you so much for bringing it up, and keep up the good work, everyone. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Robin. Yes, you are.
Slava. Sorry. Please continue, Joanna. But yeah, no, I actually think this is a really useful, very good discussion, Robin, and Joanna, and Ron, all our listeners, because it is not necessarily clear in the minds of everyone why this is an issue. So I haven't really heard it discussed at length. It probably has been on this space. Of course, I'm not an immortal, omnipresent being, so I haven't heard of all of the discussions. But it bears repeating, I feel, and I think it's an important topic. So please continue, Joanna.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. I wanted also to thank Robin because she's so much more eloquent than me. So let's go back to Tori Retail.
Yes, one of the references for in the study of active measures is a Russian who was stationed in India and managed to defect and survive. Uh, and I have like an hour-long YouTube or longer where he's discussing active measures, and somewhere in that uh, uh, YouTube, he mentioned that he had been a journalist for 10 years. And I don't know if he had been a journalist for 10 years before or after he defected. But nevertheless, as a KGB officer, um, uh, if even one KGB officer was a journalist for 10 years, I would think more than one had been. Uh, get, that aside, within the last 2 to 3 weeks, a Russian commentator has been hired, I believe, by the New York Times. I cannot say for certain, but I believe it was the New York Times, specifically assigned to report on Ukraine.
Thank you for every child. Yeah, I don't know how to comment on this, Stephen.
I'm sorry, did you ask me a question?
No, I was just thanking you for this.
No. Sorry, Joanna. I was just creating a tweet about the Battle of Ilvaisk, that particular question, the resource that I referred to earlier. So if you could just give me about 30 seconds, I will create that and post it to the nest. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So I will be leaving you soon because there will be a co-host swap. In the meantime, I just found something that Schultz did yesterday. Yesterday we were quite happy that US lifted some of the restrictions for Ukraine, meaning that Ukraine can hit targets on Russian territory, but on the condition that it should be close to the Kharkiv Oblast, and they shouldn't use long-range weapons to target deep inside the Russian territory. And also a condition that seems really strange for me, not to target planes that are on the ground. So they are allowed to target the plane that have taken off in order to bomb Ukraine, of course, but they aren't allowed to target planes on the ground. And that's strange because they are vulnerable there. Ukraine could target those, but I guess drones must be used for something, isn't it? Well, there was a statement from Scholz, and again, it's the same narrative. It's the same, avoiding the escalation. We have to avoid the big war, the war between Russia and NATO. That's what Scholz said. So I'm quoting from what he said: while supporting Ukraine, we must at the time remain aware of how to prevent an escalation that might cause a war between Russia and NATO. I promise, no matter how big the pressure becomes, that I will always act prudently to resolve issues in such a dangerous situation. We have to avoid the big war, the war between Russia and NATO. We must at the same time ensure that Ukraine is able to defend its sovereignty and independence. So we must avoid the big war. I said it 2 times already. This is the third time. Are we thinking that Russia will be going at war with NATO? Are we really thinking that Russia will declare war to US, to Britain, to France, to Germany, and to the other countries? Are we really thinking that that's what Russia wants? I don't think so. They are claiming every day that they are already at war with NATO. That is like by non-official channels. By official channels, they aren't even at war with Ukraine, because of course this is not a war. This is a special military operation. So both narratives in the same time. We are strong, we are weak, we are fighting NATO, but we are not fighting NATO because we are just defending ourselves, and so on and so forth. So what I'm not seeing in this statement, he said that acting prudently. Well, prudence is a quality, but sometimes maybe it's not worth so much. Of course, Germany helped Ukraine a lot, so I won't. We cannot contest this. Germany helped Ukraine a lot. They delivered Patriots, they delivered the IRST, they delivered tanks. It's not like Germany is not helping Ukraine, but I'm not seeing that line that Ukraine must win. I'm not seeing that line that we will do whatever it takes. As long as it takes is not enough, because we don't want this war to take longer. We want this war to end quickly. We want the lives of Ukrainians not to be lost. So yeah, what can I say? I'm disappointed. So they finally conceded to Ukraine to strike on Russian territory, but of course this is a small prudent step. And at one moment, uh, it just feels that it's not enough. For every child, back to you.
Linguistically and for boosting, I would prefer to stop saying Ukraine must win or Ukraine will win, and just say victory for Ukraine, or victory, and lead with the word victory. Well, however it's used, but I would get rid of the word win altogether, because um, I think victory is a stronger word and unequivocal.
I
Oh, I
agree with
really
you.
like that. Yes, yes, absolutely. So, for every child and all of our dear listeners, I have now put a tweet in the nest with the link to the forensic architecture site. As I said, stone cold proof that the war on Ukraine was started by Russian regular forces back in 2014, not as an organic local movement. So yeah, the link is in that tweet, up in the nest now. And Joanna, shall I drop, or would you like to drop? I believe our relief cohorts are waiting and in standby. What would you prefer to do?
Okay, I'll be stepping down, but this is my thing, and we are 1st of June, so the month of May ended. I can do a brief, I promise, very brief update on the Black Sea corridor, how it's going on. Would you like me to do that?
Yes, please, and then we'll go to. So please do that first, and then we'll go to Ron before I depart, because I'd like to be hearing his point, what he wants to say while I am still. So please go ahead, Joanna.
Okay, so I have like just a few lines to say. The month of May was quite good for the Ukrainian shipping, maritime shipping. We are at around 250 ships inbound and outbound, to up to 7 million tons of exports, which is good. It's a little bit lower than the 2 previous months, but that may be because the crops from the last year are kind of finished right now, and we are waiting for this year's crops. And the total number, I shared it yesterday, the total quantity exported through the corridor um, since October 2023 is now 50 million tons, and it was confirmed just this morning. I've seen the official confirmation: 50 million tons of export, which makes about 2/3 of these are agricultural products, which makes about 34 million of agricultural products exported in this 8 months or so, which is more than the grain deal time. The grain deal was for a year from July 2022 to July 2023. Ukraine managed to export about 33 million tons of agricultural products. Then now we are over this, and in in just a few months, not an entire year. So it's going well. I'm looking forward for the month of June. I'm already seeing 7 in, 7 out for today. One of them is a big ship. So things are going well. And with that, I will say goodbye. Thank you, Stephen. It was amazing to be here with you, even if we had some technical difficulties. And I'm looking forward to see and hear more in the space.
Well, yes, indeed, Joanna. As you drop down, I'll just say it was an immense pleasure to co-host with you. You're when you say you are not as articulate as Robin, I respectfully disagree. You are speaking not in your first, perhaps not even in your second language, and you are astoundingly articulate and clever. And yes, with regard to the exports, just before we go to Ron, I would say that cast your mind back a year and a little over a year ago, since we are having this fundraiser for continuous power devices of Kharkiv, and in the aftermath and ongoing dark wind of attacks on the energy infrastructure of Ukraine. Remember that indeed they did this before, perhaps not as effective at that time, because they were operating in a less permissive environment, because Ukraine still had at that point very fully equipped air defense systems, which have been gradually denuded. And there was, of course, this hiatus of support while the free world dithered politically in its support of freedom and our world, because Ukraine is in fact fighting for us all. But yes, there was a similar attack in the winter of 2022 to 2023, attempting to denigrate, destroy, denude the power infrastructure of Ukraine, and it was somewhat effective. But by the early spring of 2023, speaking of exports, not of grain, but of power, Ukraine managed not only to repair all of the damage, but to resume exports of power to Europe, because do not forget that Ukraine is a net exporter of power to Europe and the wider world. Thereby, it is not capable of doing that at the present time, and is being helped and supplied by surrounding friendly nations because of these attacks. But that also in itself means that just like the embargo or the attacks on its food production infrastructure and grain exporting capability, this is not just an attack on Ukraine, it is an attack on us all, on the whole world. It is an attack on the breadbasket of Europe, but also not just Europe, the world, Africa, the Middle East. Many of the poorest countries in the world are supplied by Ukrainian grain, and Ukrainian power exports have helped to keep prices down and things cozy in Western and Eastern Europe, and thereby, because of the way economics works, the wider world. So these attacks on Ukraine are attacks. Even if you are a fascist, they remain attacks on all of humanity. Of course, the attack on Ukraine at all is an attack on all of humanity who are not fascists, who believe that we should live as self-determining free peoples and be able to say what we wish to say in any form or group like this one. But just even because of the interconnectedness of all of our economies, attacks on Ukraine in terms of their ability to produce, for example, food and supply all of the world, including the poorest parts of the world, and their ability to supply power to the world, which benefits us all. Those attacks are not just attacks on Ukraine, they are attacks on us all. Now, I'd like to go to Ron because he has his hand up, and I'm going to drop soon because Tracy has come up. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me, and thank you for such a wonderful, enlightening discussion. I've learned a lot. One question I had, which I think I may have already answered myself, was where to donate for the solar power generators that you spoke of. Is that the MriyaReport.org? Is that where we would donate?
If you scroll up in your screen, you will see three little dots. The central one, sorry, actually it's the third one on the right, contains a link to the appeal specifically for this. And now you can donate to MriyaReport in general, or you can donate. Actually, Tracy, I'm sure will correct me on this, but still, you can donate specifically to this appeal by clicking on that link. You will donate. Your money will go directly and only to that appeal. And we are a registered 501c3 charity, so there is full probity with regard to the donations. There is full accounting and overwatch, so you can be sure that your money will go exactly to where it is intended. Thank you, Ron, for the question. I'm going to welcome Tracy up now. How are you doing, Tracy?
Well, if I could just interject.
Oh yes, please, yes, please go ahead.
I have an appointment in a couple hours I must prepare for, so I'm sorry to say I'm going to be leaving you, but I just want to thank you so much, and to Ionia for all your hard work and for doing this morning. And victory to Ukraine is what I have to say. Unconditional victory, I think.
Unconditional victory to Ukraine, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Slava Ukraini, Hariam Slava, Shmelt Goran.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ron. It was a great pleasure to be on here with you. I will also be dropping very soon as my relief is inbound, I believe. Meanwhile, thank you again, Ron. And Tracy, welcome. Are you on the mic now?
Hello, Stephen, and good day, everybody. Can you hear me well?
5 by 5.
Excellent, thank you very much, and hello everybody. So we will be having our guests coming up very shortly, 20 minutes to go. I'm very excited. We are going to be hearing from doctors live on the ground in Kharkiv. What an absolute honour and a privilege. So retweet and share the space if you would not mind, everybody, because we have had a few technical issues, but let's not let that stop us. Let's beat that algorithm. Let's beat the technical issues. And tell as many people as possible, because, well, we all should really listen and witness these people's experiences from on the ground, from the people that are dealing with the situation on the ground in Kharkiv every day, and not just not having power, but not having power in hospitals. I mean, I just cannot imagine that. In the meantime, whilst you lovely people do lots of retweeting and let everybody know, I'm going to go across to Robin, unless you've got anything to add, Stephen.
Only that as Robin speaks, I'm going to quietly disappear. Thank you very much indeed for staying with us, dear listeners. Many apologies for the technical issues. Was it the sharks chewing on the submarine cables? Was it sunspots? Was it the Russians? Who knows? It doesn't matter. We will not be defeated. We will always be here. If we do crash, as unfortunately quite frequently happens, interestingly coincident with sometimes very particular topics, but nonetheless, we will always be back up. So stay tuned. Here we are. Slava Ukraine. Thank you.
Slava. Thank you so much, Stephen. Much appreciated. Go ahead, Robin.
Good morning, Tracy. Just a little note. You just came up. I guess we just had a crash. The tweet for the fundraiser is not up in the nest at this point. It probably didn't get put up after the after the crash. I assume it probably is in that tweet. We again are having 4 generous donors who have each pledged $500 in matching funds. So again, if you people who are interested in helping with the generators, and this will be and we'll be hearing from doctors who've actually benefited from them soon. This is a great time to really make your money go farther. So consider donating. Tracy will put the tweet up in the nest again, and we take it from there. 3 of our generators are already in use, which is just wonderful. I'm standing in the middle of I was standing in the middle of the grocery store and I read this and I started crying. People think I'm crazy, but it's just such a wonderful thing what all of you listeners are doing. This is making a fantastic difference to Ukraine, to Kharkiv, to soldiers on the front line who need treatment at hospitals with power. Hospitals are able to keep blood, which is in obviously great need for our for the soldiers who have been injured. And 2 other things. In terms of the donations, we, like every this is a sign of being visible, which I think is in some ways good. But we every once in a while get somebody who tries to spoof us and redirect donations to them. So if you happen to see, there was one recently we got rid of, so it's not a problem, but just be aware. If you want to give to MriyaReport and you want to make sure it's going to MriyaReport, the 2 ways to do it are: 1, to go to the link in the nest and use the link. The tweet in the nest has the link directly to our donation site. The other one is to go to MriyaReport.org, and there is right on the homepage is a donate button, and you can be 100% sure that your money is actually going to us and will be going directly to Ukraine for these generators at this point, and for whatever our fundraisers at the moment. Just that. And number 3, since I'm not often up this time of day, I see one person here who I hope to get together with when I'm in Lviv. I just wanted to say, anyone who's in Ukraine, any of our listeners, shoot me a DM. I'll be in Lviv for most of July. I will be in Kyiv for a few days. I would love to get together in real life. We have this virtual community, but there's something special about meeting people in person. So, if you will be in Ukraine, and as I said, I'll be in Lviv most of July. I'll be in Kyiv for a few days. I would absolutely love to get together. If there are a few of us, we can go to a funky downtown bar in Lviv and have a few drinks and have a good time, and support the Ukrainian economy while we're enjoying all that there is in Ukraine. Anyway, so thanks a lot. And for every child, I love what you said. I absolutely agree. For victory, do peremocha. We want victory, unconditional victory. All the other stuff can be put aside. That's what we need. Anyway, thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, I'm Slava, and thank you so much, Robin. Much appreciated for reminding me about that post in the nest, which you will all find is the first post in the nest now. And as Robin said, the post that's in the nest, of course, whilst you're live in the space, always has the correct link in it. And I always say to people as well, if you want to be sure, you can always go across to the website. As Robin said, it is the same payment link, of course, but you absolutely know that you are getting the right one on there. So yes, just be careful. We can never be too careful. Unfortunately, tragedy and crisis and all these things that happen in life, it brings out the good people, but it also brings out the bad people as well. So we do have to be careful. And that's why, of course, we always say, make sure you do your research. And as well, whilst we say we cannot advise you to donate to any other charity apart from the ones that MriyaReport is working with, and that is for that exact reason, so that everybody has had chance, each party, to do their due diligence, which of course is very important, even more so nowadays than it ever needed to be before. You know, every single bit of information you have to scrutinize nowadays. You cannot be too careful, and you also have to do that thing where you take a step back and have a little breath and just maybe not react as well. That's something that we have to do more and more often nowadays, especially with the information that we all engage with here in this community. So if you cannot donate, if you have not donated already, should I say, you can go ahead and donate now, because we do have that donor match going on. I mean, 4 generous people doing that's absolutely incredible. You know, what a way to be able to get a small donation doubled, tripled, quadrupled. What comes after that, Nancy? Yeah, it's not quintuplet. That's when you're talking about babies, isn't it? Is it quintuple? Something
Yeah,
like
it would
that?
be quintupled. Yep.
Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate that. Quintuple. So, when did you ever think in life you could get your money quintupled? Well, now you can. Thank you to those 4 generous people. So, go ahead and donate if you have not. And if you're not able to donate, you can still do that. Well, you could repost it 5 times. How about that? I think that's a good bargain. And that, of course, is a huge, huge help also, even once, because you never know who's going to see that post. But if you were just to do it 5 times throughout the day, for example, well, I think that would be a good idea also. So welcome, Nancy. Hello.
Thank you, Tracy. Good morning. I am getting ready for my second cup of coffee. So still a little bit of a slow start, but here, and I really appreciated the information that Stephen and Joanna shared. If it's all right, actually, before our guests arrive, just as Joanna was talking about life under Soviet oppression, effectively, a poem came across my feed, and it just so completely captured what she was describing. And it's by Volodymyr Svidzinski, who lived from 1885 to 1941. He's a Ukrainian poet who was killed by the NKVD, basically the Soviet secret police. The luster of surfaces dies into the shadow, and antique silence sleeps like water decanted into a bowl. Only my hands live, strange and separate. Their movements compel me to meditate, like the whisper of a leaf. I go to the window. A broken post stands by the veranda. Mold grows in the guttering, where snowflakes gather in winter, where birds alight in the morning. I press my forehead against the glass and gaze for a while. I don't love the advent of night. It seems guilty, a dark linen, the blurred green edges of vegetation. A huge pool of silence accumulates. Where have the birds gone? The lustrous surface of things dies. The curtains hang motionless, as if carved in stone. In my defined circle of silence, I become more insensitive and sad, as a forgotten Chinese lantern caught on a branch in some old orchard. That really captured the destitution that seems to exist wherever that oppressive fascist rule sinks in, and that's why I wanted to share that, because that is the fascist rule of Russia that Ukraine is beating back and fighting back against. And I don't think it's hyperbole, because when you look at any place in Ukraine where Russia is, or well, pretty much any place in Russia that Russia is, if you go off of any of the main streets of their big cities, that poem captures what I've seen in pictures on Google Maps Street View photographs and things like that. And if you're a Ukrainian, I know that that destitution is what they fear, the loss of agency and just the loss of hope that comes with loss of agency for a free people is what they're fighting for. And I just really appreciate MriyaReport being here since the beginning of the full-scale invasion to help us all understand that. And I just feel so blessed to have every one of you in my life as I go through this learning phase as well. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you so much, Nancy. I second that, and that was lovely. Thank you. Very, very poignant. You know, I love you reading these poems, Nancy. You do such a wonderful job when you read them out.
Thank you. I try. It's been many, many years since I've read poetry, and particularly aloud, and I appreciate that. I think that's a part of me that had been kept quiet until Ukraine woke it up. So I still would have loved to have heard that in the lilting and majestial tones that Stephen Horrobin provides, but I'm a good second choice or third choice or fifth choice. Or you can turn me off as I read through it if you don't care for my poetry readings, but I think they're important. Thanks.
You are a good equal choice, and like I say, you do a wonderful job, Nancy. Not everybody has the talent to read poetry so beautifully aloud.
We have to
now,
ask Robin anytime too. She's great.
Oh, I absolutely agree. Yes, yeah, and you do a wonderful. No, stop putting your thumbs down, Robin. You do a wonderful job also, and I very much enjoy you and Adam in our book club segment, which is every Sunday, right? What time is the book club segment at Robin? Is it 7 p.m. Eastern now or 8 p.m.?
It's 8 to 10 Eastern. I couldn't tell you any other place, but 8 to 10 Eastern. Thanks.
Yes, and I'll note, Tracy, probably one of the reasons you question is because Robin and Adam are both up at 7 p.m. Eastern, and that first hour between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern before the book club starts, they often spend or usually spend talking about Ukrainian culture, and that's just very wonderful to hear as well. So, you know, it's a wonderful ease into the deep reading of the book club. And I definitely encourage folks to pick up on that segment as well.
Thank you, Nancy. So I'm not completely wrong then, just a little bit. But yes, it is a very good segment, everybody. You should listen to it. And I think it's really important that we all, you know, listen to and learn about the culture as well. So that hour previously, that is probably why I got that. So yeah, but it's definitely a fantastic segment. So join at 7 p.m. Eastern, everybody, and listen to all sorts of interesting things, not just the book club, but of course all of it's very enjoyable, and there's lots of episodes on Spotify as well, just like all our segments and regular guests. You can find them on Spotify. There are some Spotify podcasts being posted to the MriyaReport account just recently that have been finished, and you can click on any one of those and it will take you to the list of all the podcasts on the Spotify channel. So you can just click play on whichever one you like to choose to listen to. So you don't play the podcast if you click the link on the post that we do. It just takes you to that list, which I think is important to tell people, Nancy, because, you know, I didn't actually realize that at first. I discovered that, well, just by going on there.
Got you. Yeah, I'm not particularly a Spotify guru myself either, but the nice thing about the Spotify links as well is that, you know, I know when I first heard about Spotify, I'm like, oh, great, you know, another account that I have to set up. You can listen to our Spotify without even having a Spotify account, at least from your browser. And And that was how I listened for quite some time. Finally set up an account, and it does allow you more management and more controls, but you don't have to have it, you know. So if you're like, oh, not one more password to remember, you can listen just as is, straight from the links that are sent in those posts, or just going on to Spotify, you know, not logged in and searching for Maria Report. You'll find us that way as well. And just before I forget, I know I will probably get asked in the background by somebody, Nancy, about that poem, can you send me a link to it? And I already have that in the purple pill. So go ahead and you can find it there. And also, I'm sure that we probably have wonderful pictures of our youngest listener, Olive from Forest, in there as well. And I think we have some younger listeners now, maybe, or maybe some getting ready to crop up into our audience. But right now, it's usually Olive and her beautiful pictures. But also drop a post or a comment in that chat as well. It makes you part of the community. It adds engagement, and there's always fun, interesting stuff down there in our comments as well. Thanks.
Absolutely. And if you would like to ask a question of our guests who will be joining us very shortly, then please consider coming up to the panel. You can press the microphone on the bottom left-hand corner if you're new around here, and that sends us a speaker request. We will then raise you up to the speaker panel, and we use the little emojis to put our hands up like this. If you're new around here, you find those on the heart in the middle of your screen at the bottom. And once you're a speaker, you get the extra emoji unlocked with the hand up. So I'll put that down now, you can see, and I think we will be joined very soon by the amazing Princess Cannoli. We are also looking forward to being joined by Lida, bringing with her two doctors live on the ground. They are in Kharkiv, and we are going to be talking to them about what it's like to not have these solar generators in a position in hospitals where we have not been able to place them. So we are bringing you the opposite side of the perspective, the experience, the sacrifices that they have to make every single day, the conditions that they have to live through, and just how difficult it can be when you don't have solar generators and you have to manage without them. So it's a completely different insights, but of course equally as important. And Nancy, we're extremely lucky really to be joined by all of these people. For one, it's a great honour and a privilege, but then to be able to see things from both sides, and bring that to listeners and help raise awareness, to the international community for everything that they're having to deal with on the ground. Especially, today, Russia has attacked the energy infrastructure again on a big scale. And there's lots more damage, as if you can even believe that there is any more. And they're not going to stop, are they? So, for us to be able to have this privilege to try and help raise awareness and raise funds for solar generators and all the things that we're trying to do as a community. Well, like I say, we're very, very lucky here at MriyaReport, and the team in the background have done a great deal of work, of course, with the administration on the ground in Kharkiv. There's a team on the ground from New Use Energy who provide those solar generators that you've all raised funds for here. And then, of course, Lida as well is liaising with the Kharkiv administration, the various hospitals, medical facilities, and places where these generators are going. But yes, we're going to be hearing from a little more difficult side of things today, Nancy, and how it is just to manage things when you don't have the opportunity to have one of those solar generators that we have already raised funds for. Well, not just in Kharkiv, but also in Kherson previously as well.
Yeah, exactly, Tracy. And I think that the importance and value of these solar generators can't be underestimated. And that really hit home with me with the first ones that we had provided to the Kherson region and the administration there very shortly after the horrific flood from Russia blowing up the Novakhovka Dam. And that was very, very moving to hear from the city administration at that time about the difference that things like that make. It was just absolutely amazing. And here to help the most important hospitals in the Kharkiv region is just so important. You know, one of the things that we know is that when Russia is attacking areas, things like hospitals, which in the normal rules of war are off limits, are key targets. You know, the energy infrastructure keeps, you know, keeps civilians from wanting to stay. So they're doing all of these things to try and ruin life to the point that the residents cannot live there. And, you know, that is, of course, absolutely war crimes and crimes against humanity, and likely will factor into the eventual bigger finding of genocide that Russia is perpetrating. And to be able to provide generators like this and make sure that the health and human services that a city needs to keep operating and keep its civilian population safe, to be able to help that is helping them basically toss up two middle fingers to Russia and say, blank you, we are still here and this is our city. And being part of that is, to me, a tremendous honor. And I'm so excited to hear from our guests. And I see Princess Cannoli has joined us on the panel. Welcome, Princess.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for welcoming me back to MriyaReport once again. It's always such a joy to make time for this on Saturday morning. What is my Saturday morning? When we are in a place where we actually can join. How's everyone doing this morning? I have coffee today, but it's not my usual, as is customary when we're on Saturday mornings for Coffee with Cannoli. The one of the running cultural themes that we weave through our conversations is the fact that Ukraine is very much a coffee and coffee cafe society, and in a very European way. It's actually influenced cafes and coffee making historically in Europe, as we've discussed before. But we do talk about what coffee we're drinking this morning, and my usual customary on Saturday mornings mimics what I drink when I am in Ukraine, which is typically a a cappuccino made with oat milk with an extra shot. However, we are currently gearing up to travel, and I am in travel mode, and we will be in and out of this space on Saturday mornings for the summer. We have a lot of deliveries to make. We're still fundraising like crazy and thing raising, and actually getting ready to fly out for a very important set of meetings and deliveries soon. So today there's no cappuccino. But I am drinking a French pressed organic medium roast with oat milk again, which seems to be my customary non-dairy coffee lightener. But it's not the same as I miss my cappuccino, and I can't wait to be back in Ukraine and have my favorite cappuccinos at my favorite places in Ukraine, including in the red zone. So that is a testament to how important coffee is to Ukrainians. And I used to marvel at my father, who lived for coffee and actually still does. He was born in Ukraine. Coffee is central to his life. It is to mine as well. And this is one of the ways that I understand that I'm, very, very Ukrainian in my DNA. So even with the New York accent, So thank you again for welcoming us. I'm going to encourage everyone to tell me what you're drinking. You know, what your coffee of choice is today. If you don't have a cup of coffee in front of you, go get one. And if you can't, then please tell us what you had earlier in the day and what your coffee preferences are. So that's where we're going to
Princess,
start this morning. Nancy,
I
what are you
so
drinking?
I so appreciate that. I've got a medium roast, basically a Cuban espresso blend that I'm drinking right now, and it is so true what you're saying about coffee, and it is recalling me back to one of my Instagram pen pals in Ukraine, who is in northeastern Ukraine in Sumy. We've exchanged photographs, but they're not of us. They're of our coffee and our coffee cups. And his is one of those of defiance of, yes, our coffee shop is still here. F you, Russia.
That's so exactly correct, right? And when you can stop in a cafe to get a cappuccino less than 5 kilometers from active fighting in the middle of the night, you know how important coffee is to Ukrainians. And yeah, it's just, yes, they are open. Yes, they are serving the most delicious coffee. And that's basically a big, can I say screw you on this? Well, I'm going to say it anyway. It's a big screw you, Russia, right? When 5 kilometers from active battling, you can get coffee in a cafe. I know Robin has her hand up, so why don't we switch to Robin here?
Good morning, Princess. Good to hear you, Mom. What you just said, I absolutely love. One of the things that people don't seem to get sometimes, and then I think it's particularly Americans because we don't have the experience of war being, in our backyard, is what an important act of resistance it is to continue having a normal life in Ukraine, and in Israel was the same thing. And I think it's just delightful what you're saying about the coffee. I just wanted to say my personal coffee, I get Costco size, I think it's 3.5 pound bags of whole bean Colombian. And I have a wonderful little Cuisinart coffee pot that grinds the beans right before it's brewed. And I'm drinking my second bathtub size. Being an American, I have to have a huge cup. And I'm just about finished with my second cup. Yeah, I try not to be too American with some things, but forget it. Coffee, if the cup is less than like 36 ounces, it's not for me. Anyway, so that's it. And I see, with your discussion of coffee, Princess, I see that I was destined to fall in love with Ukraine. So now I understand why it happened. Anyway, back to you guys. Slava Ukraini.
I'm Slava. Ooh, Dan's there too. Go ahead, Dan.
Good morning. I'm telling you what coffee I'm drinking as I'm feeding the fish, they're turning around in a circle. They've been waiting, swarming for the last half hour. There's the fish. They're done. It's fun watching them go around in circles. Can you hear me all right?
Sure can.
Yeah. My
Heck
coffee,
yeah.
let's see. I'm doing a medium blend and a espresso blend mixed together. I mix the beans together with a little bit of baking chocolate in there. Then I grind it all up. Mix it in. Actually, I mix in the chocolate after I grind it. And it's loaded with half and half because I'm kind of Frenchy. I like my coffee. I like to pour the cream in and then heat it up with the hot coffee if I'm drinking it hot. This will be my 1 cup of hot coffee, and then I switch to iced coffee, which is frozen coffee cubes with coffee and half. And I do put sugar in it.
That sounds
Sugar in the
yummy.
grounds. I put sugar in the grounds when I'm Perkins, just so I stay away from the sugar. But yeah, it's yummy. But that's
I
me
know
with
you
coffee.
burn the candle at both ends, so both the sugar and the caffeine, because I know you well enough to know how your days roll out. And say hi to the fishies for me, will you?
Oh, I will. And those butterflies, if you folks saw them, yellow butterflies on royal blue irises. If that was yesterday, and if that wasn't a sign from from the Ukrainian army angels that I talk about all the time. It was like they were telling me everything will be well with Ukraine. So anyways, yeah, I had a lovely day yesterday. I'm gonna just take it easy today.
Well, thank you for joining us, Dan. And it's always
morning.
such a pleasure to have you here.
Me
I
too.
just want to say my formal thank yous again to MriyaReport for hosting us and hosting our guests today consistently, and also to running this fundraiser. It's just like coffee is an act of defiance in Ukraine, and it's such an important part. People talk about different artifacts of culture that are uniquely Ukrainian, and one of the ones that's most overlooked is Ukraine's absolute centering of coffee culture. No matter where you go, it's consistent. It follows us into the diaspora. Like I said, my father, to this day, even though he's very elderly and suffers from debilitating Alzheimer's disease, when he sees me, the first thing he asks is, "Did you bring coffee?" Right? Because the facility that he's in has marginal, that I don't even consider that coffee. So my first order of business when I visit my very elderly dad, who was born outside of Ukraine, whose ancestors, Nancy, founded a village that still exists a little bit southwest of Sumy. And our roots are from all over Ukraine, though culturally, in the last 500 years, they're more from Western Ukraine than Eastern. However, we're everywhere, and our DNA is everywhere in Ukraine. So good luck stopping me from doing what I do. Anyway, I again thank you to MriyaReport, to all our participants. I see that there's an incredible cross section of folks that we have partnered with and that have donated to us, and some that just call every now and then to give us a little bit of moral support or hit my inbox. A reminder that my DMs are always wide open. If you have a question for me, please reach out. As long as I'm not traveling with a delivery or traveling into Eastern Ukraine or Ukraine at all, I'm 100% available. It might take me a little while to get back to you, but I always get back. And especially if you have, an idea for how to support the work in Ukraine, please reach out. Or if you just have a question, please reach out. We are a very collaborative, supportive model. DOCO embraces all of our partners, and we're very grateful for all of them. And that is how we differentiate ourselves from a lot of other teams. We are 100% the sort of US version of collaboration model. And it's, you are all why and how we exist. So many, many, many thanks to MriyaReport and everyone who's on here today from MriyaReport. So good to see all of you. But I do want to welcome Lita, because we have some amazing, amazing, amazing surprise guests. We are really working hard to complete this fundraiser, which is another just royal screw you to Russia act of defiance and resistance. And Lita, why don't you, if you're ready, please wait. Hold on. It looks like Brian wants to say something before you start. So give us a second to get Brian on here, and then Lita, let's get rocking and rolling. We have an amazing guest today, and of course that's one of those amazing guests. Of course, is Lita. So Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, good to see the New Jersey homie getting ready to do more good work over there in Ukraine with your partners there. Questions. So, so once you've delivered the items that you physically carried into country into Ukraine there, so do you then take other funds that you've raised and then purchase items while in country and then deliver before leaving? How does that work once you've made the initial delivery of the stuff you physically carried in?
So that's actually a really good question. One of the things that we are really known for is our logistics and purchasing abilities and capacities. And we consider ourselves really good stewards of everyone's donations and finances. So we very carefully decide where to purchase what. Some things are purchased in the United States and shipped, because we do ship every week into Ukraine. Some things are taken with us, especially if they're high value items and we need to do some dancing and singing at the border to bring them in. Even though we are officially paperworked from head to toe, we are cross your T's, dot your I's kind of an org. It's part of our strength as well. Being Ukrainian helps there. Or of Ukrainian ancestry, for sure. For anyone who doesn't know, I am fluent, even though I was born here in New York, if you can't tell by the way that I speak. So that's the one. But yes, to answer your question very directly, Brian, we not only purchase things in Europe, but if that is the better deal for the amount of funding that we have, or any funding that we have, we also make the decision to purchase things inside Ukraine when it's an equal or lesser financial proposition to purchasing it elsewhere. In terms of when that gets purchased, we don't double tap. That's a funny one. What we do is we actually purchase things as soon as we arrive and integrate them into our deliveries that we're making with things that we have brought. So when we spend time with a unit, we are often bringing things, and we do work, in case anyone doesn't know, as a repeat, with almost exclusively, not even special forces, but special operations groups in Ukraine, and deliver right to their rear operating bases, forward operating bases, and even sometimes rear operating positions, depending on what the need is at the moment and what the opportunity is and what the unit wants. So when we deliver those things, Brian, it's because we purchased them on our way as we traverse Ukraine at the optimal location, and deliver it all at once to the unit. We're super, super OPSEC savvy and sensitive. So when we come in, it's undercover and very quietly, and we don't return twice in one visit. So it all comes in at once with us. And yes, we do purchase in Ukraine. We do support the Ukrainian economy as much wherever it makes sense. Yeah. So I hope that answers the question. We do need to bring Leda on because we have some esteemed guests and I'm dying to hear from them. So Leda, welcome. You've got the floor. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
I hope that our guest has heard this, how amazingly this audience knows how to say our greetings and responses in this catastrophe of this war, and how it's all brought us together to even pronounce everything so well, as was predicted by many leaders of Ukrainian history. So are we talking coffee for a minute, hon?
You bet. It's always about the coffee first. So what are you drinking? I unfortunately don't have a cappuccino today. You missed that because we're preparing to travel. So I'm kind of in motion, and no cap for me today, but a French pressed medium organic roast with no oat milk foam, just oat milk today.
No oat milk. Well, I'm having an unusual day too. I had kind of like a gulp of iced coffee, which was French press, from yesterday from the fridge, with syrup and milk, like quick and go, because I needed to run and do something quickly in there. I bought myself a little cup of dark roast drip, which I don't normally, I mean, it's fine. I love dark roast. So, cream and sugar. So I wanted to mention something about coffee culture in Ukraine. A number of years ago, and I don't know if I could find this again, but I came across a map, which is the coffee and tea line. And maybe 10 years ago or so, it was the line that between where coffee prevails in the culture versus tea. And it went right smack down through Ukraine at that time, through Kyiv, as a matter of fact. Comments?
And which side was coffee, which side was tea? Come on.
the West, like Europe, and then halfway across Ukraine, coffee was prevalent. And then east of there, it was tea.
Well, that has changed. As Ukraine, well, I don't know. I don't know if I can definitively say that. I haven't done a controlled study, but to my experience recently, especially, what I have found is that the best cappuccino that I had when I was in Ukraine, hands down, was in Mykolaiv, which is far east in Ukraine. And there are coffee cafes everywhere, including in Kherson. And as I mentioned, even in the hostel zone, there are cafes serving coffee, even in the middle of the night. So it's an extraordinary, I think, unifying, or evidence to the unification of Ukraine. The creep of coffee culture into far, far eastern Ukraine, I think, is in part evidence of that, as is the arrival of tea culture in Western Ukraine. So if anyone needs to know how unified Ukraine has become, especially maybe as a result of things that began in 2014, the coffee and tea perhaps are, I'd love to see a new map, right? That, that's research based, like a controlled study, random survey that speaks to this today. I think it's really changing, and it's an interesting, artifact of war and politics and unification in Ukraine. So I love that you brought this up, because it's really important.
And I'm
Shelley,
sure there's
welcome.
been a big shift, right? Because as Ukraine rejects Russia, let's face it, bye-bye, we're going with the West, right? And embracing all the wonderful things of life in free countries, and those choices, of course, as well. I'm sure lots of people still prefer tea.
Yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful way to look at it. It's an interesting lens through which to view what's happening in Ukraine. It's part of the reason why we speak about these things here, right? And just so that everyone knows, our frontline fighters are really, really grateful. One of the things that we do ship regularly from here are individually packaged, really high quality instant coffee that they are able to, even, when they're going out on an op, slip into their pockets and use, with the amazing fire maples that are also distinguish our team from others. We send fire maples for making coffee in frontline and trench positions that they have found are extremely useful and extremely durable. Jet boils used to be the rage. Fire maples are creeping into the market. It's one of our signature things that we send. And we do have listeners today that have donated some of these things to our Amazon Thing Raisers, which are always a hoot and a lot of fun, and have done wonderful things to provide what is needed to our frontline warriors. So that's through the lens of coffee, of course. And we don't want to hold up Lida from achieving her mission and being able to welcome our very, very important super VIP guest today. And Lida, I can't wait to hear this dialogue as well. So let's welcome someone from Kharkiv to this platform. And just know, Kirilo, that we are very, very happy. Vitaємо вас.
I'd love to introduce Dr. Kirilo. He is with us here today from downtown Kharkiv, and is a surgeon in one of the largest hospitals, one of the busiest hospitals in the city of Kharkiv. They treat the wounded from this war and have many specialties on staff in the hospital, offering the whole wide range of services. And Dr. Kirill himself is a neurosurgeon for both pediatric and adult patients. And I'd love to welcome him now. Добрий день. Welcome, Dr. Kirilo.
Добрий день, слава Україні.
Героям слава.
Героям слава.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for inviting me to your live broadcast. Probably I will start from the what kind of coffee I drink today morning. So maybe every time probably make a flat white that is coming of one sort of a doppio and a little bit of milk. Probably this is like maybe Robusta, so like that. I work in a first aid hospital, as Lida already said. We provide the whole spectrum of urgent procedures. This is a city hospital. It is located in the eastern part of our city. The hospital has many departments. It has about 1,000 beds. The hospital has surgical departments like abdominal, thoracic, the burn, trauma, and many others. Pediatric. As for me, I work in a pediatric neurosurgical department. The department is multidisciplinary for the neurosurgical pathology. We treat small patients with various pathologies of the brain and spinal cord. It has, as a part of department, neurosurgical, 30 beds and 5 beds for the rehabilitation profile for children.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. We're so happy to have you here with us and that you could take the time today to be with us. So when we first spoke earlier, you indicated there's a lot of patients who come in as well from the front. Can you talk a little bit about that, what you're seeing, especially since the escalations of the last couple of months?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Since last months, we have so many wounded patients, the adults, the kids, they have the civilian kids, they have wounded injuries, especially for our hospital, they come in with head injuries. So we had the gunshots for the head, and we try to help to provide adequate help for these children.
These are gunshot wounds of civilian children?
Yeah. Also the adult and children. It has like the head, the body shots, like that. The bomb, when the bomb is coming right over people, they have the trauma of the inside of ears, so they can't hear some voices. When the RAM septum like injured.
And so do you find that you're called in to do surgeries always in your specialty, or is it all hands on deck where trauma cases come in and you're also doing responding to general trauma?
We have, as I said, we have a lot of departments in the hospital. So every department can help with the injuries that have the patients. So yeah, when they come with the traumatology injured, they came to that department of that ward. If they have the injured like head, they come to my department. If they have like the injured both body or head, they came to other department with the multidisciplinary doctors where they provide help to these patients.
And how does do you know how the system brings the patients to you generally with ambulances? Are you able to use helicopters to bring your trauma patients in once they're closer to Kharkiv, or is the air component completely out of the question?
My hospital is situated in the eastern part of the city. It's about 40 kilometers to the battlefield line. So it's not every time it's able to provide with the helicopters. Probably all the patients coming with the cars by ambulance in the right to the battlefield. They the patients took with a so I so sorry.
I can translate a word if you want to say it in Ukrainian.
With the militaries, with the military doctors, they took patients in the battlefield, and then they transmit them to the ambulance, and they come to our hospital.
Mm-hmm. So you're also treating soldiers, right? Military wounded,
right?
You as well. Mm-hmm. And with the urban wounded from the attacks on civilian infrastructure and multi-story buildings, are you also seeing those patients come to your facility with injuries from collapsing structures and also shrapnel from all kinds of munitions flying overhead?
Mm-hmm. Just yesterday we have for about 10 to 15 patients, and they have to come to our hospital by the ambulance, and they have the shrapnel wounds, the wounds from the when the wall breaking walls coming off of the people, and they have many injuries of the body, hands, foots, stomach, thorax, spine, like that.
What would you like to share with our audience here about how it is for you doing this work at this time? How is it living in Kharkiv, working in Kharkiv, or anything else you'd like to share about your hospital and any needs that you have there?
When it starts, the war starts. Everybody like afraid of the bombs fall, and then gunshots because it's very shout out. And for now, I think that kind of people that still work in Kharkiv, they used to they like got used to the shots and when the bomb falls, and they like work. The working process is so stabilized since like 2 years have passed, and a lot of people also run away from the Kharkiv, the doctors, the nurses, but this doctors who still here, they like work normally, work with their patients, with their militaries, and we try to keep providing adequate health care for all those patients.
I'd like to open up to questions from our other panelists, Tracy, Nancy, Princess, Robin. Hello, and hello to all my girlfriends up here. Thank you for being here.
Hello, thank you, Leader. Princess, do you have something you would like to add here?
Yeah, I'd I'm glad that you're saying. I'm formulating a question here as I'm listening to Dr. Kirillov, and maybe I might ask the question in Ukrainian first, just because it's a little bit nuanced, and then translate the question back into English. Пане доктору, дуже приємно, що ви до нас тут приступили, і ми дуже раді вас чути, і дуже вдячні також. Я маю для вас таке питання, і вибачте, моя українська мова не така, як має бути. Я тут в Америці роджена, ніколи не була в Україні, аж війна вибухла. То перепрошую, якщо щось неправильно вимовляю або скажу. Добре? То моє питання є таке. Який є ваш ментальний стан? Як ви боретеся ментально з тим, що ви в таких обставинах кожного дня працюєте, і дуже жахливі речі ви бачите кожного дня? Як ви себе підтримуєте ментально? І я то зараз буду перекладати на англійську мову, щоб люди зрозуміли, що я запиталася, але прошу відповісти по-американськи, англійськи, якщо ви можете. So basically what I asked is, I'm listening. First, I thank the doctor for joining us, but also, I'm listening to all of this, and I'm thinking about, the impact on, any human being, mentally, psychologically, to be working in these incredibly stressful conditions, and to see really such horror every day, things that are happening to children, soldiers that are coming in such terrible condition. I'm asking him, how does he hold himself up, mentally, psychologically? How does he make it through every day? So Dr. Kirillov, please go ahead.
Well, first, for those who live, who never lived in Ukraine, your accent is even much better. For those people who live here, the first, and about your mental, about your question. Well, I try to mentally stabilize. I'm doing sports. As for me, playing some sports, doing some gymnastics, the gym, like that. This really helps me to stay balanced in this situation. And of course, my family that is with me every time, and they like contacting me, see each others, and this helped me as well as the first one.
Yes, my understanding is that the support of family is and family bonds, as I know how important they are to Ukrainians. And actually I'm now embarrassed that I ever miss a day at the gym. I have no excuse now. If you're actually still working out and going to the gym and doing sports, then I certainly have no excuse for ever missing a single session at the gym. Thank you for inspiring me, inspiring all of us. But that's such a great answer. I think it's actually common to Ukrainians to do sports and to use sports and physical activity as a mechanism for stress management. I know it was natural for me. It is part of the way that I manage PTSD, and so I 100% identify with your answer, very, very much, and so grateful that you said that. Right. It also, I think, makes Ukrainians particularly well positioned to fight, is because not only do we have like warrior spirits, but also that warrior physique is just natural to be developed that way. Lida, do you have something? Yeah.
Well, I also wanted to mention that I happen to know that Dr. Kirillo and his father practice in the same specialty of medicine, which I've seen before in Ukraine as well. And so it's a beautiful tradition of a parent-child training path. And I've seen it in the operating rooms in Lviv in orthopedic surgery as well. And if Dr. Kirillo, if you could comment on that a little bit. I know that your father couldn't be with us today. He's traveling.
He's now for the there's some conference in the west part of Ukraine. It's city Rivne called. About my father worked with me as I work with my father as well as in the same hospital. He's a neurosurgeon too, and he operates mostly the adult patients, the various pathology. Starts from the head and finish from the cauda equina, that is the part of spinal cord. For the sorry for the you asked for Lviv. Can you repeat it, please? The question.
No, only that I saw an example of this in Lviv with father and son orthopedic surgeons that I know in Vinnytsia, and when I was there, the father was practicing more than now, but and we were doing total hip and knee surgeries, and his son was learning the knee. I was there with a surgeon from New York and interpreting in the OR as he was sharing his tips and pearls, as surgeons like to say.
Okay, skills. I see. Okay. Yeah, it's well for Ukraine and especially for the surgery. I think that is like a common thing when father or give the when give skills for what he for what he learned all his life to his kids, and the children starts to doing the same, and even started to do more than the previous surgeon. New approaches or new operations, the operations with the microscope, the operation with the endovascular surgery, like that.
I think we have a question from Brian.
Yeah, good to talk to you, doctor, and please know that our thoughts are with you as you go through this difficult situation. I work in healthcare myself. I'm in the medical device industry, and I just think about, like, working with a hospital that is in a war zone, and the idea of getting logistics of getting supplies to the hospital, consumables, IV tubing sets, really anything in terms of that it takes to run a healthcare facility. Are you generally able to get the supplies that you need to do the type of care that you're looking to provide, or is it a constant struggle with the shelling and the other difficulties associated with operating in this area?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, for the first time when the war started on 24th, we have short amount of supplies, but since like 1 month and month and a half, there's a lot of help coming to Ukraine from all over the world. So for now, we have probably a lot of things in the OR to help us to provide complete treatment for our patients.
Well, that's great to hear. Do you work with industry representatives that come in to that zone and get you what you need, or is it largely provided by the government, or is it non-governmental organizations that come in that provide this relief or this supplies?
Lida, can you help me a little bit to translate?
The question, or
Yeah.
чи до вас, чи
Please.
громадські організації, які організації вам допомагають і передають медичні вироби і потреби закривати?
Дякую. Well, I can answer like for me, I work just like a surgeon, like a neurosurgeon, and my work like just to make the incision, make the craniotomy, and to delete that bullet from the head or some other tumors or some of them. The administration for the hospital, they talking for a lot of like administrations, and for me, I don't know this sort of people or organizations that came and give us all that supplies. Like
I work in glioblastoma, so I'm very familiar with working with neurosurgeons. And are you still doing resections for brain tumors there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. We still do that, but the amount of patients shortly decreased. So, but we still can provide this sort of operations.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you.
Kirilla, just as a quick follow-up on that question, is it the case that for some of the more complex cases, they are referred out of Kharkiv to Western Ukraine? For example, I've heard this already for a while in oncology, in orthopedic oncology, that there was a shift in which centers were assigned to receive patients from across the country after the initial attacks in Kharkiv.
Thank you for the question. You see, our center, it can provide adequate healthcare for the pediatric and adult patients, the wounded patients, the tumors oncology, vascular pathology, but a lot of people, they came out came out from the city, but not every day when the bombs come out of the sky, and we have couple of centers that's situated in the west and the center of Ukraine. Probably it's Kiev and Lviv, as you mentioned. So the amount of the patients that come with the pathology that not urgent is this okay for words? They I'm so sorry. They are being treating in other centers in Ukraine.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize someone who's come up to the speaker panel. Dr. Andrew Beckett is here with his hand up, and he is a trauma surgeon, and I'm very pleased to introduce you to one another, Dr. Beckett and Dr. Kirillo. Please go ahead with your question.
Thanks for this great talk, Dr. Kirillo. Very interesting to hear your perspective. I have a couple questions for you. The first question is, how many penetrating brain trauma cases on average are you doing a day now? And
Do you have audio, leader?
Yes, we do. We do, Tracy. I think it's you. Go ahead, Dr. Beckett.
Yeah. How many penetrating brain trauma cases are you doing a day on average now since the Russian aggression around Kharkiv? And my other question is, how many CT scans does your department have?
Доктор Кирило, чи ви розуміли питання?
Мабуть, я цей трошки прослухав. Можна вас попросити повторити?
I will
Від'єднався.
Dr. Beckett, you can repeat it, please, regarding the penetrating brain trauma cases. And I think you're asking about how many CT scanners machines?
Yeah, that's correct, Leda. Yeah, I'm just wondering what percentage of
about CT scan, how many we have CTs in the hospital, right?
Correct, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's the question.
Dr. Kirillo, are you having an audio problem?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
We do.
Yeah. The question is, how many CTs do our hospital has, right?
That's one question, yes.
Yeah, we have 2 CTs.
Great. Dr. Beckett, please go ahead and repeat your other question about brain trauma.
Yeah, because I have some problems with the connection, maybe I don't.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No problem, Dr. Hilla. I'm also interested to know, on average, how many penetrating brain trauma cases are you seeing a day from gunshot wounds or from fragments from bombs?
Lida, you might have to speak up on that one. Dr. Kirillo, czy
Yeah,
wy mnie czujecie?
No, I did not hear anything.
Okay.
I'm sorry, maybe some
Yeah.
connection lost with the.
That's
How
okay.
many, let's try, how many penetrating brain trauma cases do you see every day?
Well, it's about like each day we have maybe 1 or 2 traumas each day.
Brain trauma, yes.
Oh, brain! No. Brain is no. I mean, injured or brain. For brain, we have like maybe one, 2 cases per week.
Dr. Beckett, a follow-up?
No, that's great. Thanks so much for answering my question. Very interesting to hear your perspective. Thanks so much for all you're doing for patients in Ukraine.
And Dr. Carrillo, I'm not sure if you heard Dr. Beckett, but he thanked you and your staff for all that you're doing in Ukraine.
I don't hear him, but thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Dan, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, Dr. Carrillo, if I'm mispronouncing your name, forgive me. My question is, out of all the medicines that you run short of, what's the most important one? And I realize it might not be in your field, but yeah, that's my concern.
Ліда, чи може вас попросити мені трошки допомогти?
Так. Пан Дан питає, чи у вас бракують медикаменти, які вони?
Oh, well, mostly for the medicine, we have all sort of solutions. We have all the spectrum for the solutions, maybe. So we do not have problems with that.
Thank you. And I have a question from our co-host Tracy, who's having an audio problem. Is your hospital using traditional generators for power at the moment?
Well, hopefully, thank God, we do not have, like, for the maybe a month and a half, the shutdown with the electricity. We have the normal electricity in Kharkiv. So, but in the hospital, they have 2 generators. They are with the diesel.
Right. And when I spoke with your father, we also learned that in those situations where there is no power, which did happen earlier than a month ago, and could happen again, that those diesel generators only cover a portion of the hospital at that time. So leaving some of the critical facilities in the hospital unpowered if that happens. And so we are talking with your hospital about starting to supply the backup battery type generators that can help with securing the most critical functions. We hope to get to you.
Yeah. So in case of that, even we provide in our hospital, we provide the ICU units to be in one place. So when we have some problems with the electricity, so to be all the high-risk patients of the high-risk pathology, they like in the one place, but in the others departments on one on one floor.
So to understand you, you actually move patients from an ICU where they would normally be so that they're together in an area that can be powered?
Yeah. But we have to do that because of when the power is turned off. We have to, and the diesel is working when it's turning on. We have to feed the all those supplies, medical supplies in the ICU units.
So you're moving patients and equipment to an area that has that temporary power at that time. from
Yes.
other floors. Okay, thank you
Yeah.
for that question, that answer. Mary, you have a question?
Yes, but I'd like to defer. Is there maybe someone else wants to talk about power supply? I don't know. I have a question about the brain. What do you think?
Go ahead, that's fine.
Okay.
Sorry, I did not hear the question.
Okay.
Maybe.
Tell him I'm about to say it. So, all right. So, from the beginning of the war. Oh, sorry. Did you want to say, Lita?
No, just
okay.
Mary's going to ask you now about the brain.
Okay. So I've had brain damage, and it took me a long time to recover enough to function. So I think a lot about Ukraine and the trauma to brain for both the soldiers and citizens. And I wondered, is there anything that surprised you in surgery that was
I'm so sorry. I can't hear anything.
so asking that, and then the second thing and last thing is, the does he consult with colleagues about aftercare? Is there enough aftercare? Anyway, he may not know because he's doing the surgery and the emergency work.
Mary, could you please clarify for me your first question about what there are cases that surprise him?
Yeah, what I meant was he's doing fast, hard work. I mean, this is critical. He's doing critical surgery or whatever they call it in medicine. I would say emergency medicine. This neurosurgery is he's done it before and he's still working on tumors, as someone else asked. Was it Brian, maybe? And I wondered if this work he's doing during the war, not the war, the attack on Ukraine, has presented him with a different view of brain surgery, or if there's something innovative, something new, something that surprised him in the cases he's seeing, beside the fact that there's an attack. Does that make sense?
Let me try. Dr. Kirillov, can you hear us right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Perhaps there's a sound issue here again.
Okay. We can also.
Yeah, we'll cover it, Stephen. Thanks.
If we do lose audio, I can instruct Dr. Kirilla how to go back down and come back up. Maybe that will help. But if you do hear us, so I'm going to interpret what Mary said.
Yeah, please. I don't hear him simply.
Yes. Пані Мері питає, вона розуміє, що ви маєте свою спеціальність і різні кейси, різні хірургії, які ви робите в мозку, як і раніше в онкології та інше, чи васкулярне. Але після тих атаків, що сталося з нової перспективи? Чи ви маєте якісь нові думки про нові вид пацієнтів чи кейсів, яких ви бачите? Щось, що вас заскочило, або якісь думки про інакший вид взагалі пацієнтів, яких ви трактуєте?
Okay, so thank you for the question. This sort of operation that we start to make, this give us the new experience as a gunshot wounds. We do not have we don't have this kind of experience since the 24th. So this is, I think, the main reason we make we take and gain the new experience from this war. Unfortunately, maybe this is it.
Thank you. Mary, did you have a follow-up question about that?
There's a continuum of care. So there's people who I was trying to get at the fact that there's a long line of care for the patients because 1, they have to be rescued, 2, transported, 3, go to surgery. And he's playing a specific role in surgery, as he pointed out. So after that, and he's mentioned where he sends them afterwards, but do the colleagues come back and does he have to spend some time consulting his colleagues about the brain? I mean, how much time does that take?
Dr Kirill, podalsze pytania від пані Mary має до діла з ланцюгом надання допомоги в пацієнтах, коли ви робите хірургічне втручання, але тоді після цього є інші лікарі. Чи для вас це змінилося у практиці? Як ви далі дискутуєте ці пацієнти?
We try to cooperate together. We have the compliance between the surgeons, the traumatologist, every doctors that we have in the OR or after the OR. We try to provide the rehabilitations for these patients as early as possible. So when only we can make and move on this patient for the other cities where the rehabilitation provides, we do that.
Thank you. And I forgot to translate for Dr. Kirillo that when Mary introduced herself, Mary, you said that you had yourself suffered a brain injury. Thank you for bringing your perspective to this conversation, Mary. Stephen?
Many thanks. First, could I just have a mic check given the sound issues?
You're good.
Okay, many thanks. So, Dr. Kirillo, thank you very much for your excellent work, and it must be exhausting. And thank you very much indeed for coming on this space to share with us your experiences.
I'm so sorry, I hear only you're good, and that's it.
Okay, yeah, and I'll clarify. I think the issue that we're having right now is that Dr. Kirillo isn't able to hear the new speakers that have come up to the panel, but is able to hear those who have been on the panel longer. Given our challenges with X earlier, I think we're best off continuing as we have been with Lida. You've been a great intermediary to basically to translate, whether it be in English or Ukrainian as need be, to Dr. Kirillo. So I think if we ask our questions in short statements, it'll make that easier as well too. So go ahead, Stephen and Lida, if you don't mind continuing to translate through as needed. I appreciate it.
I can do that.
Yeah,
Stephen,
thanks so much.
let's go, Stephen, with a shorter
A
question.
short question, yes, yeah, of course.
I need
Thank
another
you.
half a coffee.
Simply thank Dr. Kirillo for me and ask him, are the hemostatic agents that he uses in powder form or in gel form? And does he find them useful, and are they in plentiful supply? Thank you.
Доктора Кирила, каже пан Стівен, він дякує вам, що ви прийшли до нас сьогодні і з нами ділитися вашими перспективами. І він питає, чи коли ви вживаєте гемостатичні засоби, чи вони в порошку, чи в гелі, у форматі гель?
Thank you for the question, Stephen. We have the sponges, the hemostatic sponges. We have them with the powder, the hemostatic powder, and even the gel foam, the hemostatic gel foam. probably the gel foam works better when we have bleeding from the inside of a wound. But when we see the bleeding is on the surface, the hemostatic sponges probably work better.
Дякую.
Pickled, I think you're next. I'm not sure if it was Princess or Pickled.
I'll go first if that's okay. So I'm going to try to be brief. And again, thank you everyone for bringing wonderful guests. And thank you, Lida, for doing a spectacular job in helping communicate. The question that I have, Ukraine is going through right now an incredible amount of experience, right? And again, practical experience. Are there mechanisms that allow Ukrainian doctors to share this experience with other Western countries in that particular medical field? I apologize, I didn't start listening from the beginning, so I don't know if that was already discussed or not, but I was kind of curious to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Pickled. Доктора Кириле, він питає, ну, ваші лікарі дуже багато переживаєте в реальній ситуації, практично набираєте практики. Якими механізмами ви можете поділитися з західним світом, вашим досвідом? Чи це відбувається для вас?
Thank you for your question. What the mechanism we can share? I even don't know for the the main mechanism for that sort of patients that come to our hospital is to quickly provide adequate treatment and to stop bleeding from the wound to save patient's life. As for the gunshot wounds, the bomb shells wounds, the shrapnel wounds, but when we have the edema, the brain edema, that anything, well, nothing will help with that when we have brain smashed, and the only thing we can do in that way is to provide the decompression.
Would you be interested in speaking with doctors in other countries about your experience at this time? Maybe not often, but because you're so busy, but do you know of a way that you're already sharing information, or would you like to do that? And even perhaps through Dr. Beckett, for example, we could make something like that happen if you'd like to share about your experience with these types of patients.
Yeah, I can make I can make the presentation about the what cases we have. Yeah, sure. I really want to connect with the other surgeons and talk about the gunshot wounds. We have already contact. We have the connection with the Poland doctors. We have the connections with the doctors that live in Czech Republic, I think. Yeah, and to sharing experience.
Thank you. I think we have a question from Princess Cannoli.
Yeah, actually you do. My burning question, again, I'm going to do it in Ukrainian and then just for efficiency, translate quickly. Пане доктор, я маю для вас таке питання. Чи коли ж було такий пацієнт, що ви думали, що ваша робота добре не вийде. І то з часу війни, чи хтось до вас прийшов, ви думали, що ну, то якось добре не вийде в кінці, але була несподіванка. І дуже красно вийшло. Я хочу щось веселого розповісти. І якщо ви мали такого пацієнта, чи то військового, чи дитина, чи когось іншого, і чи ви маєте щось веселого нам розповісти, що щось дуже красно вийшло, але спочатку ви думали, що може так не вийде. I'm going to translate into English now. So I asked the doctor if there was ever a case since the beginning of the war where he received a patient that was so deeply wounded or traumatized with, great injury to the brain, where he thought initially, this is not going to turn out well, and where there was a miraculous turnaround, and where his work contributed to saving a life. Just a heartwarming story to share with us. Dr. Kirill, прошу відповісти нам.
Дякую за запитання. Thank you for your question. I have some kind of patients, and one patient I can tell everyone about is he is 14 years old, but almost a meter and I think 1 meter and 90 centimeters, almost 2 meters high. So it's a very, very tall kid. It was in the 1st of the January 2024. I was on the vacation with my family near Kharkiv on the countryside, and someone calls me, the neurosurgeon calls me from out the hospital and said that there is a kid on the ambulance coming in hospital with a wound, the gunshot wound. When I came to the hospital, probably it was 8 or 9 p.m. When he came to the hospital. I see he had the gunshot wound in the temporal lobe on the right side. And so the 1st January, I tried to I operate him, took out the bullet and make the craniotomy, all the bones, the fractured bones, took out of that. And I thought he's gonna be died. And since that, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, well, maybe five months came, and I have him, he's standing, he's doing his physics, he's doing rehabilitation, and even now he's swimming in the pool, making his sports. So I have that tale.
That is such an amazing story and such a testament to your work, Dr. Cadillo. And we are so grateful that you do what you do. And, I thought it was important for folks to hear, a happy outcome to your work. But that's a particularly poignant and important story to share, especially from the perspective of we're trying to raise funds for these amazing units that Lida has been providing to Kharkiv hospitals. And this is why MriyaReport does the work that it does. It's why we do the work that we do. It's why Lida does what she does. And I just want to again reiterate how important this particular fundraiser is, because without uninterrupted power, try to imagine a moment when Dr. Kirilla comes to the hospital, and because of infrastructure hits, he would have been potentially unable to perform a life-saving surgery like this with such a great outcome. I'm so happy that this young man is not just alive, but looks like he's thriving. And дуже дякую вам знову за вашу роботу, доктор Кирило. Ми такі вдячні, що ви залишилися в Харкові і далі то робите, але також, що ви до нас прилучилися. I'm just so grateful for you coming to speak and also for the work that you do.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you all to take participant in that MriyaReport.org. And for giving me opportunity to tell about our hospital, our work, our patients, and that. Thank you so much.
Dr. Kirillo, do you need to finish for today with us? That's fine if you need to go. We can start to conclude.
Yeah, is it okay? I can like turn off that.
Yes, thank you so much again for joining us. Ми дуже вам вдячні. Слава Україні.
Героям слава.
Head Slava. Thank you so much for
Ворогам.
joining us, Dr. Kirillo. This has been an amazing session, and we really appreciate all of your valuable time today.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Drink coffee.
And you as well. We'll be in touch. We'll be in touch again soon. Thank you. And you're welcome to come back anytime you like.
Thank you so much.
Well, goodness me, an absolute privilege again, Nancy, and an honour to hear those insights and really to be able to share this information as well. You know, it's absolutely critical, and I think, you know, we all should be sharing and all should be listening and witnessing, especially if these people, so esteemed guests, are willing to share their very valuable time with us. Nancy?
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things I'll note is that there were error alerts in the Kharkiv region during that interview as well too. So I was watching that map on my other display, and you know what? That's just a reminder that for those doctors, life and work and their work of saving lives continues regardless of honestly what's happening around them and how close they are to that front line. And that's something we often forget because you hear, you know, his voice so calm, so focused, and you forget that he is channeling and funneling away all of that peripheral noise and chaos that would leave some people unable to figure out what to do next. And I know that that is the medical training that he has, but it also speaks to the spirit of the people in Kharkiv as well. Princess Cannoli, Lita, what are your thoughts on that?
Princess, please go ahead.
Sorry, I got distracted for a second trying to manage 10 things at once. Yeah, actually, I was very struck by and also delighted and maybe a little bit embarrassed to hear that he's very deliberate and intentional in the things that he does, you know, in terms of self-care, you know, physical, emotional, spiritual, in order to be able to maintain that just, you know, immovable focus to do the work that he does, right? And to stay in the region, you know. I think it's natural to run from an attack, and the decision I keep thinking about psychologically sort of the components of how you manage even the natural fear, right? And how you scroll that away and compartmentalize it in order to continue to do what he's doing. He's just a remarkable human being. I'm actually going to make a point of trying to connect with them when I'm in Krakow again, which I will be soon. Certainly this summer, there will be at least one trip through there to make some deliveries. So I hope I have the opportunity to meet them in person and just thank them in person for the incredible work that they do. But Ida, kudos to you. And, as always, thank you so much, for your partnership and your friendship and for bringing such an important guest to our Saturday morning. You are just a doll baby, and thank you. Just an incredible force in the work. And I'm so grateful that we have this opportunity to reconnect and work on these things together. For anyone who hasn't heard the incredible story and also the testament to the power of MriyaReport, Leah and I know each other from from a different life, a long time ago. And because of our avatar, publicly, hidden from public view, true identities, we were actually chatting with each other through MriyaReport for quite some time and through other connections before we were able to reconnect the dots on our former connection. So it's just, MriyaReport is a powerful platform for this work and a vehicle for even reconnecting Ukrainians, believe it or not, who are working on this work separately, who may have known each other previously, family members who have lost each other. And we've talked about that on here too. Just so many thanks to the board and to the leadership of MriyaReport for everything that you do and all of the things that you make possible for us. I know Lita has to run, so do I. As I mentioned, we are preparing to travel. I just want to say a quick and short farewell to our listeners. We are going to be traveling very, very soon. It's one of the many trips that we're going to be making in the upcoming couple months as we work on some quiet initiatives in Ukraine and also make deliveries. And just want to say we are so grateful to all of you. I know Pickled has something he wants to say. I'm going to stay on for a second. Lita, I know you have to run. But Flicker Fella does have something to say. I want to just thank everyone here. I will try to stay on social media, peripherally whenever possible, but I can tell you we'll be in and out this summer until fall because we have a lot of work to do in Ukraine. So, Pickle, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure, if that's okay. I really appreciate it. And before I go any further, I just want to say, best of luck to you, Prince Cannoli and Lita, on your trip. Stay safe. Thank you for everything that you do. And I just wanted to piggyback off of what you were saying. Really appreciate everyone in this space who make this happen. Really listening to wonderful Dr. Carrillo and so many others, it just really opens up a whole new dimension of information to people like even myself who kind of follows this war rather closely, right? And I can only imagine the value that you guys bring to other people who maybe do very less frequent touch points with this particular global issue that we're trying to solve right now, right? But the information that we're able to really listen to tap in thanks to your work, everyone in this space, is just incredible. It's multi-dimensional, right? Because when you listen to Dr. Kirilla, right, there's just so much other stuff that's available, right? To really understand. It's not just the technical things of how to do brain surgery, which in its essence is already, but it's like, how do you do that when you have situation of mass casualties? How you do that while you're being attacked, right? How do you make sure that your staff, your doctors, the valuable resource like that have opportunity to sustain themselves, right? When Princess Cannoli mentioned about self-care, personal well-being, and all that stuff, being exposed to the level of stress that these doctors have to undergo, you know, that will burn down so many people, no matter how much training you have. And that's the reason I asked the question that I did about sharing that type of experience, right? Because I think there are some, like, at the national level, programs that exist for you know, to channel some of those touch points with other countries in Ukraine and making sure we learn some of those lessons that they do. But I think it's also so important for people at my, right, at the local clinics, whatever you are in the world, and direct reaching out, right, and establishing these personal connections with people like Dr. Carrillo and so many others to really help you know, maybe challenges that exist, you know, at the higher level when you kind of have you know, government initiatives typically littered with, you know, all that stuff, right? But you know, to me, it's just it appears to be such an untapped resource and wealth of information that we really need to be looking at, not just medical industry, but like across the whole country, right? The whole social framework that that has adjusted so greatly, and you know, is trying to you know, really sustain themselves in the long term as they try to fight this genocidal war. I think it's just incredible. So I'm extremely grateful for everyone in this space who makes this happen, and allows us to you know, to come up, ask questions, and just listen to people like Dr. Kirill and so many others. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to definitely, you know, magnify that message for sure. And Flicker Fella, thank you for popping in here. It's always such a delight to connect with you for, you know, many, many reasons, right? I think Lita's got something to say too.
Well, I couldn't have said it better than what you just said there, Flicker, or is it Pickled? Wonderful insights. I really appreciate that. It's a great summary, and it's really humbling. It's wonderful to be able to connect with people, and also to support them morally, give them a chance to speak, give them a chance to share, and so that they know they're being heard. You know, today for Dr. Kidilla, it's a fresh audience that you know, he's been able to now reach, and I hope he comes back to join us again. And I want to thank everyone for the great questions, and again for this platform and your friendship, Princess, Nancy, Tracy, everybody. Um, and I'm going to have to drop, unfortunately, but thanks again for a great session here. It was wonderful.
Thank you so much, Leader. Sorry, go ahead, Princess.
Slava Ukraini.
Heroям slava.
Go ahead, Tracy, you go first.
Heroям slava.
So I just wanted to, I do have to leave, and just wanted to do what I always do when I exit, just lots and lots of Ukrainian love to every one of our participants and everyone who doesn't participate, right? Thank you again for supporting us. If you don't follow me or our Doko page, please do. We do go comms dark because of where we go when we travel. But whenever I can, I will pop back in to let you know that we're okay, and we will be back with sessions as soon as it's possible. I promise. And just lots and lots and lots of love to you all. Thank you so much for your support, and we will see you again soon.
And lots of love right back at you, of course, and safe travels as always. We are intrigued. We wait to find out more, of course, when you can tell us. And thank you so much to Princess Cannoli, and of course to the to amazing leader. Both of you are amazing, incredible interview today. Thank you so much for joining us, for everything that you do. It's an absolute privilege, and you know, to be part of this community, the things that we can do together. So very many thanks to all of you today. So in this community also, Nancy, what are we doing now with that wonderfulness that we all have here, all our wonderful listeners and speakers? We are raising funds for generators for, well, those specific situations that you've just been hearing about from Dr. Kirillo, those insights that we were privileged to be able to hear. You can help fix that situation in Kharkiv, in in particular in medical facilities, by donating. You can also repost, reshare the information. That's just as important, telling as many people as possible, not just because of the fundraising campaign, but because of the important issue of raising awareness, and, you know, making sure the international community is talking about this issue and looking at trying to fix it together. You know, the international community has to fix things on a macro scale in terms of the energy facilities in Ukraine, and help it that way, help with equipment, help with energy funds. But we at this community, we are helping on a micro scale, and we are, well, doing pretty well at that, because all you incredible people are digging very, very deep. So dig a bit deeper if you can. Click on that first post in the nest and go ahead and make a donation. Click on that link there. If you prefer, you can go across to the website at MriyaReport.org, and you can also find the same payment link there. You can set up, well, you can do a one-off donation, or you can set up an ongoing regular monthly donation, for example. And of course, you control that at all times, and you get to choose the amount that you can afford. And we are now, well, because of 4 generous donors, we have a matching event going on, which is pretty incredible, because 4 people offered $500 matches each. So that's $2,000. So if we can collect up to $2,000, we have to reach that by, well, the end of today, midnight tonight, then we will be able to get that doubled, tripled, quadrupled. That means your donation gets, how did it go before, Nancy? Oh, I've got all confused now.
Quintupled.
Quintupled, yes. I think this is my new word. I like the way it rolls off the tongue. If I can remember it, you can get your donation quintupled because of those very generous people. So get reposting, resharing, and get digging deep and donating if you are able to. And thank you so much, because thank you to all you amazing people. 3 of these generators have actually been delivered already. They're already in a facility providing power for critical services, so for critical equipment as well, and that's really, really important. And actually, one of them, I believe, is being used by a mobile brigade as well, so saving more lives on the go. Absolutely incredible, and thank you to every single one of you. You are all amazing, and I'm going to keep giving you all big hugs, so keep donating. Thank you very much.
Yep, and really
Dan.
quickly before we go to Dan, sorry, I'm going to jump in and just let everyone know I'm going to be departing in favor of the wonderful Terry fella. So I appreciate everyone's time. It was a great session, and yeah, go for that $1 becoming 5. That's a great donor match. So jump on in. That's very exciting. Thank you guys so much for a wonderful session. Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava, and thank you so much, Nancy. The lovely ladies did all the work for us, didn't they? So we were very privileged in more ways than one. But that's what happens around here, because we are a community and we all work together as a team. So go ahead, Dan. You are part of that team too.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, everybody. I just wanted to say, Princess asked my question right in the beginning. That's my concern, especially with surgeons. I mean, it's a high mental, physical job. So one of my things was going to ask him, and Princess pretty much did, how they have to maintain, and it's amazing that Ukrainians do this on a daily, hourly basis. I would say minute by minute. They maintain a spiritual and physical and mental grounding, not just working out what they eat. They just really have to take care of themselves, and they know this. They've known this for years. So it was really amazing that she asked that question, because that was my first question. How do you balance your life mentally, physically, and spiritually? And that was amazing, the answer he gave. That set my mind at ease. And that's something we all have to do here. because we all have to keep our egos out of this, because it's not about me, you, or I. It's about us. It's about Ukraine. What can we do as a group for Ukraine? So we have to keep our egos out of the way. Once we know to get out of the way and not be the driver on the bus, but the rider, and let other people drive as they may when it requires leadership or whatever, then I think we're on a safe basis. But that needs mental, physical, and spiritual wellness, and that's up to each of us to do that for ourselves, so we can be better for somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Welcome, Terry Feller.
Sorry, good afternoon, Tracy. Sorry, I keep clicking the minimize instead of the mic. But yeah, good to be here. I've been listening in all this time, and it's been a wonderful session with the doctor. And I think you might have just heard that that's my doorbell. I will go on to mute and be back in just a mo.
No problem. Nice to have you here with us. Welcome, Terry Feller. And Nancy, you dropped down there to a different position. Okay, I thought maybe you had something you wanted to say, Nancy, because you came back up a speaker, but that's no problem. If you are busy and we caught you out, please feel free to put in whenever you would like. So I was just looking at what's been going on in Kharkiv, of course, because, of course, we've been focusing on that. I mean, not just that area we look at, but that is one of the areas that is getting, as you know, hit really badly right now. And Nancy did mention that during that interview there with Dr. Kirillo, live from Kharkiv, that air alarms were going off. So the latest report from the military administration following a hit this afternoon is that 9 people have been killed as a result of the shelling in the Novobavar district of Kharkiv. Among them are 3 women aged 39, 68 and 86. 4 men aged 52, 64 and 41 and 28. Rescuers unfortunately found the bodies of 2 more victims this afternoon. So that's the latest data from the military administration there. I'm not seeing anything else. I just check sometimes the mayor posts a little bit afterwards, but we'll see what he's got to say. No, he was posting in this morning. So that's the latest update from the military administration in Kharkiv about this afternoon's attack. And so I will keep you up to date on what's going on there, and if we get any more information. Something I was looking at earlier, just let me find it now. So this was information regarding some children. So the ombudsman for the children of the president of Ukraine, he's reported, he's the CEO of Save Ukraine as well. The Save Ukraine team have returned 5 more deported orphans. So today, Ukraine is, of course, very rejoicing in a special way, is how they put it. So that's a really nice way to put it, actually, isn't it? We managed to save 5 pupils of a boarding school, they said, in the Mykolaiv region. The children survived for 3 months on the lonely front line, hiding from bombs and rockets in the basement without food and water, and that also experienced the horrors of deportation. In mid-July 2022, they were abducted by Russians at gunpoint and moved to the occupied territory. The children were kept in Kherson Center for social and psychological rehabilitation. Every day, the military came to them and checked whether anyone had suddenly escaped and forbade them to communicate with their relatives. They were also threatened, and in October 2022, the occupiers took them to Crimea and then to Anapa and Krasnodar territory. From there, the children were rescued and taken to a safer territory in Georgia. And today, fortunately, we can say with relief that our rescue mission for those 5 pupils of the Novopetriv boarding school has now been completed. We are happy to meet them in Ukraine and hand them over to the legal guardians. And now the children are already in the strong arms of their relatives and friends and under the care of Save Ukraine. And then they go on to obviously give lots of thanks to various different organisations that have helped them, and that, of course, the SBU and security services and military intelligence, etc. And actually, what's Finland? What's this? So, the organisation Operation Hope Finland. That's interesting, isn't it? Together we can create miracles and ensure a happy future for every child. And I will post that. There's a video that they've also published for everyone to look at, which I think we should always celebrate these, thankful for small mercies. In the grand scheme of things, of course, it's not really enough. More needs to happen, but thank you to agencies and charities, and Save Ukraine, people like these incredible things are happening. And for those 5 children, that is going to be absolutely everything for those individuals and anybody related to them. I think that's how we have to look at it. Nancy, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one item about the apartment building that was hit where they've recovered the 9th body. Is that one specifically is one where it has taken them time to do the recovery because of the direct hit of the rocket on the front of the building, and it destroyed the entrance from the 5th floor to the 1st floor. And those, I think, are the ones that I find the most challenging, because there's no escape for those people. And I just felt that was an important thing to note there. Sorry, back to you, Tracy.
Thank you. No need to be sorry at all. Thank you very much, Nancy. I appreciate it. It's vile, isn't it? But absolutely, we should highlight these things. Kharkiv is really getting hit. Donetsk has been getting hit quite badly as well. Of course, we had a big attack overnight. Terryfella, have you had a chance to look at any news today, or should we just start and run through some headlines?
I've not seen an awful lot, but I have seen one from Spravdi that I think is actually quite relevant. I hear you were talking about the children that have returned, and this information from Spravdi, I'll just call up the translation again, mentioned that the invaders are intensifying the militarization of Ukrainian school children in the temporary occupied territories. From September the 1st, Russian terrorists introduced the subject fundamentals of security and defense of the motherland in the schools on the temporary occupied territories. The invaders will teach, in quotes, Ukrainian children tactical medicine and military training, in particular work with UAVs, grenades and assault rifles, said the Centre of National Resistance. In addition, the enemy is preparing to increase the number of cadet classes in schools on the TOT, that's temporary occupied territories. This is the training of new personnel in the Kremlin's militarized structures. We will remind you that the occupiers bombard Ukrainian students at the temporary occupied territories with Russian values, where the main purpose of a woman is the birth of new soldiers and the death of a man in wars. And I think that's absolutely despicable. So I just thought that was important to read out, because one of my things is to keep everybody aware of just how people are being treated in the temporary occupied territories, and why there is no way that we can go for peace as a type of ceasefire or anything where Russia holds on to the territories that it's got at the moment. Any just peace means returning those lands to Ukraine, and returning all the people, and of course returning all of the kidnapped children. Back to you, Tracy.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Terryfella. Okay, I guess we should go and cover some headlines. That was an absolutely fantastic interview. So, like I said, what an honour and a privilege. I'm kind of a bit blown away, really. You know, two fantastic ladies to talk to the doctor for us as well. It has fantastic questions. You know, really, really insightful. Like I say, absolutely blown away. So, thank you very much to everybody. That of course helped with that, and all the people in the background, because there's always lots of people in the background as well, right, Terry fella? We just do the talking around here. That's how it goes, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. We can just keep wittering away or waffling away, whichever we like to do. But yes, there's lots of people behind us supporting us, and I believe we've had about 3 crashes or so far today. So even more support in the background for us.
Thankfully, not whilst we had our guest here, whilst Dr. Carrillo is here. Yeah, I was thinking that, you know, when we were having the crashes before he arrived. But yes, thankfully that didn't happen. But yeah, we had some fantastic questions from speakers as well, of course. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to it all, but it will be on Spotify very quickly, guys, if you didn't catch all of the interview. And of course, we will post about that because, again, incredible people working in the background very hard to get these things done. So did you catch the whole interview, Terry fella?
I heard most of it and was very, very impressed. I think one of the things that I heard at the end, I think it was Nancy saying that while he was on air, that doctor, I can't remember his name, I'm sorry, but there was actually air raid alarms and stuff going off at the time he was on air, and the calmness that he kept in his voice must demonstrate the calmness that he has to keep while he's operating as well. And just absolutely incredible, the whole thing was. So, and it was lovely, of course, to hear Princess Cannoli and Lida again as well. Wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm glad we did not crash during that. It went nice and smoothly. Well, it went even better than smoothly. So let's do everything we can that is within our power to help, whatever that may be, whatever your jobs are, whatever your skills are, just place them wherever they are most useful, like Terry fella and I do sitting up here, and of course many other people do around here, doing many other different things, and that includes every single one of you as well. You are all part of this community, and it would not work without you. So, and as I just said a moment ago, we had some fantastic questions from our speakers as well. So this is the way it works around here. So let's get on with doing what we can do, and I shall plod away and press some buttons and find out some news. I guess we should look at some numbers, Terry fella. I should quickly check my sources and find out what's going on.
Yes, please. I must admit, I have been a bit busy doing all sorts of bits and pieces. I tuned in just after the last crash. I think I was about the 15th person in, but prior to that, I'd been doing all sorts. So I haven't heard the numbers today. So I'm really looking forward to that. And yeah, any other snippets of information, please. Lovely.
Well, I've heard lots of good news about ammunition flowing in, and people saying things like, we've never seen so much ammunition. So that's a good thing, of course, because peace through superior firepower. Let me see what I'm just looking at updates from Defence Intelligence to see what they are saying. The GUR I'm talking about. You know, I like these calls that they're releasing. They're intercepted calls of what Russians say in the field. I find those quite amusing. And they've released some new video. You know, it's been shown on television in Ukraine. And it's about, let me see. It's about like Legion or what do they call them? Is it the Foreign Legion or Legion fighters? That's what they call it. We fight for your freedom, for the future of your country. We want to know you are deeply loved. So they're showing this on television, but they're putting the link on YouTube as well. They've been showing it on television in Ukraine. The next one is the 5th of June, I believe. So that's quite interesting. I think I'm going to keep a lookout for that and maybe post the link to the YouTube. Or possibly Pickled Flicker Fella might consider putting it on his NAFO TV website there. In fact, actually, is Pickled Flicker Fella still with us? I wonder if he's got time to talk about that video, that latest video we were going to discuss yesterday. But if not, that's okay. In the meantime,
I think he is here,
we will
Tracy.
go
He's still up in speaker.
go ahead, Pickled.
Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, no, Tracy, send me that video. I'll definitely add it to to must watch and for TV for people to be able to find it a little bit easier. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to spend much time in the speaker panel. I'm trying to multitask many different things, but I really appreciate your invitation to talk about this other video, right? I briefly spoke about it yesterday, Tracy. You shared this with me. It's on YouTube, and it's already pinned to NAFU TV as well for people to look. It's about civilian evacuation from Mariupol during the initial stages of the full-scale invasion. It's a very powerful video. I definitely recommend. I drew a lot of parallels with the theme from 20 Days in Mariupol. Yeah, it's one of those. It was a really powerful, at least to me, visual representation. Some of the struggle that civilians had to take because there was a lot of kids there, right? And a lot of people forget that already. Yeah, we definitely need to talk about this. So maybe early next week, I would love to maybe touch bases with you, Tracy, and maybe anybody else who's going to be hosting. And I'll be a little bit more prepared. I'll take some notes and stuff so we have something to talk about as well, and bounce it against each other, and maybe somebody else who wants to jump in to contribute too. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds great. I look forward to it, Pickled Flicker Fella. Thank you very much. And absolutely, anybody, if you would like to contribute to the conversation, go ahead and watch it. You can go follow Pickled Flicker Fella, actually, and go ahead and look at the top of his profile there. It's pinned there, nafo-tv.club. You can go ahead there and see lots of interesting things, including the one that Pickled Flicker Fella just mentioned there, the evacuation of those civilians from the Azovstal part, how it really went down and what actually happened, real footage. So really will take you back to memories of things that you may have heard about, but actually probably maybe never seen. So I think like all of the things on there, they're all very important to watch. And of course, there are SBU documentaries on there. I have to mention that. But documentaries from GUR and other really important things, Winter on Fire, all sorts of collection of things where you can go ahead and find them very easily. So we'll talk about that in the coming days then. I look forward to that. Okay, let's go to the news and the headlines. We will start with the Air Force report, which was a big report this morning. I, of course, was really sad to get up and wake up and see this, like many people. So the Air Force reported that 35 missiles and 46 UAVs were shot down. So the enemy launched a massive combined attack. They launched 53 missiles of various types, 47 UAVs, 35 KH-101 and 555s. They came from Tu-95 strategic aircraft. They were launched from the Saratov region, airspace over the Caspian Sea. That's where they launched the missiles from. 4 Iskander-M ballistic missiles from Crimea, 1 Iskander cruise missile from Crimea, 10 Caliber cruise missiles from the northeastern part of the Black Sea, 3 KH-59 and 69 guided missiles from temporarily occupied territory of Zaporizhia, and 47 strike UAVs of the Shahed type. They came from Primorsky Atashk in the Russian Federation. Involved in taking down of those missiles and Shaheds were fighter aircraft, anti-aircraft missile units, mobile fire groups, and electronic warfare of the defence forces. And as a result of the anti-aircraft combat, 81 targets in total were shot down. The breakdown of those is as follows: 30 KH 101 555 cruise missiles, 4 Caliber cruise missiles, 1 Iskander-K cruise missile, 46 attack UAVs of the Shahed type. So now, they did hit a lot of critical infrastructure. So you may have already heard that. Of course, Russia is attacking the energy infrastructure in particular. I did see DTEC reported that there are stabilization methods that are going to have to be put back into place, which I guess is pretty much obvious. You know, I was looking at some of the information regarding the energy situation in general over the last few days. I was trying to collect together, Terry fella, I saw some information. So, you know, the thermal power plants themselves, they provide 30% of the electricity generation capacity. And before this attack last night, they were only now providing 5% of that. So after last night's attack, I wonder if they're providing any at all.
That's a very good point, Tracy. Something that I was just thinking about as well was last time they had all of these blackouts everywhere, they had the invincibility points in all of the, I suppose, the bigger cities. I'm just wondering, we haven't really heard as much about them this time, but I would imagine that they had the generators from then, so hopefully they do have the same invincibility points now. More important for getting things like phones charged and topping up on hot drinks and the rest of it. But it's just such a struggle it must be in all of these areas where they're just being bombarded and where the infrastructure is attacked so much. Just quite horrific, really. To think, I think you've often mentioned about how imagine in our own homes having to do without electricity, even for 12 hours, just for one day. And to actually see how many times you go to put the kettle on or how many times you go to flick a light on. But during the day, I think when you're unaware, you've not, in the darkness, you are aware of no electricity. But during the day, opening up your fridge and realizing that the light doesn't come on, and that you mustn't open it too many times because everything will sort of, well, in the freezer it would start to defrost, but in the fridge the temperature would increase. Being able to have a wash but not having any hot water. Maybe if you've got a pump that pumps your water around the house, like I know in some large houses, not being able to have an adequate supply of water. There's just so many things that we take for granted every single day that they're having to do without day after day after day, and perhaps just having electricity for 1 or 2 hours a day because of these rolling blackouts that they have to do. And yet they're all doing it without too much complaining. They're just getting on with their lives and appreciating the electricity when they do have it. Back to you, Tracy.
Yeah, exactly. It must be incredibly difficult. Ukrahydra Energo, they reported this morning because 2 of the hydroelectric power plants were damaged, critically damaged previously, and they attacked those stations again. Another extremely difficult night, they've said. The Russian army, I apologise if you can hear the planes in the background. We've got the air show going on today here. We have, typhoons here, would you believe? Which makes me think, can you not just go over there a little bit across the channel and just, skip over to Ukraine? Sorry, Terry fella. It just makes me think that. I know it's a bit silly because it's not quite that simple, is it? But anyway, it would be good if they could just go and jump across the border and land there and say, "Oh, look, this kind of happened. There you are, Ukrainians." I'm being silly, of course. Critical damage was inflicted on the equipment. Ukra is working to mitigate the consequences, they say. But since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, of course, they've destroyed the Kakhovka Dam already, the Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant there, and they've fired more than 110 missiles at all of Ukra Hydroenergo's hydroelectric power plants and PPSs. I'm not quite sure what that means. Some other type of electricity generating plant, I think. But basically, every single facility that they have has been attacked. And that's really staggering, is it? 110 missiles.
Yes, 110, you say. That's horrific. And they're doing this every day. And yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I mean. That's just the hydroelectric power plants. That's not the thermal power plants. That's just, of course, Ukra Hydroenergo. So DTEC have released pictures this morning and more videos of what the thermal power plants look like in particular. There was a fire with an area of 400 square meters, and that involved 33 units of special equipment to take that to put that fire out. So that's pretty staggering, really. And DTEC said that the equipment is seriously damaged. Power engineers are trying to eliminate the consequences, but I don't really see how they're going to be able to, because we know that these consequences are going to take long term to fix some of them. I guess all they can do is make things as safe as possible and just try to look after what's already left still connected. This is the 6th mass attack on DTEC thermal power plants in the past 2.5 months alone, Terry Fella. Right, 6 attacks in 2.5 months. And those are like big combined attacks, of course, with missiles and drones.
It's a deliberate attack, isn't it? And it's that they are literally trying to stop the Ukrainians from being able to live their lives. But as you say, the amount of trying to repair any of this is also very, very difficult, because a lot of their power is based on, I guess, the Russian way of doing things, and what think they're hoping to do is to decentralize a lot of the energy. But the fact that DTEC can keep going and keep managing the situation, albeit at a lower level, is still quite incredible. And they're still in there doing their utmost to try and get things back up and running where they can. And I guess it's a question of having to spread it around to get the power sort of shifted in different ways. I don't really understand power myself, but I know you can divert it from one area to another. So having to spread out what is currently existing in the country to the areas that need it the most. But that makes it all the more important that we are able to provide these generators to the hospitals, because hospitals, of course, are one of the crucial places that need power 24/7.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been joined on the panel by a new speaker, possibly. Hello, welcome, Em. Please go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Tim. How's my mic?
You are a bit far away. It's difficult to hear you.
Yeah, I'm a little bit far away because I'm in the 10,000 kilometers right now. So can you hear me still?
Oh, it's difficult to make out what you're saying.
It's very,
Okay.
very muffled,
So,
Em. Very, very muffled.
is it? Yeah. Okay, so I just flew past of Kaliningrad. Actually, my question on kind of take is about F-16s. And do you have anything to comment regarding F-16s? So if you can a little bit hear me back, so please say that.
Did he ask something about F-16s? I apologise. I'm really struggling to hear Terry.
Is it so bad? Is it so bad?
Yeah, sorry, Em. We really can't hear you. There's a lot of muffled background noise as well. So maybe if you could find a better place to contact us from. And actually, I can see he's just dropped, Tracy. So hopefully he will reconnect from a better place and come up and ask us. It was definitely something about F-16s, but I wasn't sure what it was. So back to you, Tracy.
Well, I don't know anything about F-16s. Do you? Only I saw something earlier, like a headline, but I don't think there's any news, is there? Saw somebody maybe talking about a video about F-16s in Ukraine, but I think then somebody else said that it was an old video from previously, from, I don't know, 2019 or something, I think. But I haven't had a chance to check any of that information. But I think possibly if he's asking about F-16s, maybe that's what he's referring to.
What I did see, I'm still trying to catch up on my Telegram stuff, is that Belgium apparently are not happy about stuff being used on Russian territory. I will find the tweet in a moment, but somewhere in that they were mentioning F-16s. So, but I noticed that guy is from Finland. So whether he's seen that, it's not directly related, but I'll go and find the tweet so I can refresh my information. And we've got a couple of other people requesting, so let's call them up as well.
Thank you, Terry Feller. Yeah, I saw that about Belgium, something about them saying they couldn't be used as well. But again, I've only seen the headline. But we've got the lovely Joanna coming up, so maybe she has an answer for us. Hello, Joanna. Welcome.
Yeah, hello. Hello, Tracy. Hello, Terry. Are you hearing me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so about F-16s. Well, as far as we know, they are not in Ukraine yet, even if I wish they would. Last time we heard they were supposed to be in Ukraine right about in June, maybe early July. Well, we don't know for now. What I know is the training in many places ended, including Romania. Actually, I think you will find in my timeline video posted by the US ambassador in Romania about where Ukrainian that's trained on the F-16s and the instructors from Romania and from US are talking about how nice is the plane and how well they managed to train on them and how much they like them. So it's really a nice video. What else I can say? So the first countries that will deliver to Ukraine will probably be Denmark and Netherlands. What is good is that both countries announced that they do not impose any restrictions on how Ukraine will operate those planes. So I'm looking forward for that Danish and Dutch planes to arrive in Ukraine. About Belgium, yes, they pledged a number of F-16s. I believe that the number was 30. We were very happy initially, but it will be extended on 3 or 4 years, so it's not all now. They said that one plane might arrive in Ukraine by the end of the year, which doesn't look very, promising, but well, maybe that's just a problem of communication. I don't know. And indeed, Belgium said that they are not happy with Ukraine striking targets on Russian territory with the planes that they donated. So it's kind of puzzling because, well, the Russians are targeting Ukraine from above their territory or from their territory. So the Ukrainian army should be able to defend against those attacks. So yeah, basically that's what I know. As I said, training ended in US, also in Romania. There was another video last week with Romanian defenders saying goodbye to the Ukrainian team of pilots. So yeah, I'll be looking forward to see the F-16s in Ukraine as soon as possible. As soon as possible. but we cannot just celebrate it yet, unfortunately.
No, absolutely, I agree. Thank you so much, Ivana. Andrea, welcome. Please go ahead.
Hello, thank you for this wonderful afternoon with these interesting guests and discussions. I have similar information about F-16. Denmark, from Denmark, F-16 jets were shortly before delivery to Ukraine, and Denmark has had said that this F-16s can attack Russia. Okay, shortly. Sorry, my English. Russia. Also, this they allowed them, and Netherlands too. Read it here in the Kiev Independent. I can share this article. It's from yesterday. The Netherlands would not object to Ukraine using Dutch supplies F-16 fighter jets to strike targets inside Russia as a means of self-defense. So this is what I'm reading here in my information. I'm not a Telegram. So thank you for speaking, and I'm wishing you a wonderful, calm evening, and thank you that you are here.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Much appreciated. Sorry, go on, Terry.
I was going to say thank you, Andrea. And I've just found the bit of information I was looking for, which was actually by United 24 Media about Belgium, just to read out what's said officially. Belgium does not permit Ukraine to use its weapons to strike Russia, stated Prime Minister Alexander De Croo. During a visit to the United States, De Croo reiterated that Belgium signed a bilateral security agreement with Ukraine last week, which includes the delivery of 30 F-16 fighter jets. So Joanna was correct on the 30, the most provided by any Ukrainian ally. But, he continues to say, the agreement is very clear. It is about fighter jets that can be used by Ukrainians on Ukrainian territory. This is the agreement we concluded, and I want to adhere to it, emphasised the Belgian Prime Minister. He further stressed the importance of ensuring that the USA and other NATO countries can continue providing military support to Ukraine, particularly highlighting the urgent need to strengthen Ukrainian air defence. So it seems as if he's saying one thing and then saying another thing. And perhaps, these fighter jets cannot venture onto Russian territory, but maybe their missiles can. It just all seems rather weird, I think, that so many countries are coming round and saying, yes, we can use Ukraine. I keep saying we because I just feel so much a part of Ukraine, that Ukraine can use stuff on Russian territory to fight legitimate military targets. And yet Belgium coming out and saying this just seems a bit weird. What do you reckon, Tracy?
Yeah, I saw some of that earlier on, but like I said, I hadn't had a chance to look into all of it. But there's always nuances to these things, aren't there? Maybe Joanna knows more. I think, were you talking about this earlier, Joanna?
Yeah, I was talking about this, but again, I don't understand how they can impose those restrictions. So the Russian planes are launching the missiles and the glide bombs from above the Russian territory, and Ukraine is not allowed to target them on Russian territory. I mean, Ukrainian planes could very well fly above Ukrainian territories while targeting those planes that are above Russian territory. So I really don't understand what they are talking about there. I believe that Denmark and Netherlands have the right position there, saying that Ukraine must use those planes as they see fit, and that's the only thing we should do. I mean, no Ukrainian pilots will take a F-16 and fly and bomb the Kremlin, isn't it? So they are much more concerned by what is happening around their territory and targeting the bombers that are launching bombs and missiles into Ukraine. So it doesn't make sense. I don't know what the Belgian, minister knows about, the war and aviation war and in general. Probably he knows something, but yeah, for me it doesn't make sense. In the meantime, but I see that there are hands. I wanted to ask you something, Tracy, because I know that you are following this. We know that during the night there was a big barrage of missiles from the Russians, a lot of cruise missiles, and some of them were launched from the Black Sea. And I'm trying to corroborate the information that I have about the ships that are in the Black Sea, and if they are caliber capable, because apparently there were 3 launch points in the Black Sea. So maybe we can come back to that afterwards.
Yeah, sure, Your Honour. The naval forces reported, the Southern Defence Forces, they often report when there's changes throughout the day as well, because I noticed that the Navy reports in the morning, but then if things change in the evening, sometimes they don't do that. But the Southern Defence Forces, they always keep that updated. But the naval forces this morning reported 4 enemy ships in the Black Sea, which is a big increase, and 2 of those caliber cruise missile carriers with a total volley of up to 8 missiles. No enemy ships in the Sea of Azov, and that was as of 7 a.m. This morning. There's no update following that about but just let me check the Southern Defence Forces and see if they've given any further information, because that's the first thing I thought about actually when I saw that information as well, because that hasn't happened for a while, has it? And there was a period quite recently when no ships at all were in the Sea of Azov or the Black Sea for, I don't know, several days in a row. Does that add anything to what you already know, Joanna?
Yeah, so I was suspecting this, but it seems that those ships came from the Sea of Azov. At least that's how I understand the thing. And what can I say? Sea babies, get them. Just that. If there are Russian ships in the Black Sea, please, sea babies, take care of them.
Absolutely. Sea babies or Magura 5s, or all of them together in a swarm, that would be even better for sure. So it's not good, is it? But I'll see if I can find any more. If I find any more information updated after that, Joanna, I will let you know. Okay, let's go across to Mary. Welcome, Mary.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I had a question about the F-16s. I know some of the countries have said that they are okay to use in Russian territory. They've given the green light. But I know some of the other weaponry, with the way that the laws are, it's about where the origins of the weapons are. So say they're produced in like America, and even though the country owns them and gives them to Ukraine, if America says no, you're not allowed to use them there, then they're not allowed. So is that the same for the planes?
I think, as I understand it, and Joanna will correct me if I'm wrong, is that they can use the planes in Ukrainian territory, and they can fire missiles to hit Russian planes, not deep into Russia though, only like in closer areas nearer to Ukraine, across the border, I guess. Maybe Kursk, possibly, I don't know, places like that, and temporarily occupied territories. But they can, in terms of these glide bombs, they can shoot those planes when the glide bombs are on board and those Russian planes are going to drop those glide bombs. But they cannot hit the planes on the ground in the airfields. It's got to be taking them out in the air, which I find ridiculous, because that's going to cause more debris, more damage. It's going to make it more widespread. There's more risk of civilian casualties that way, as opposed to when Ukraine does pinpoint targeted strikes at airfields, because those planes need taking out at the source. That's the best way to deal with the glide bombs. But yeah, as I understand it, that's what they can do. So they can only use the F-16s to hit those Russian planes when they are in the air with glide bombs on board and the intention of dropping them on Ukrainian territory. Does that answer your question, Mary?
Yeah, so basically staying within that stupid limitations that the president gave, what was it, 2 days ago, of where Ukraine's allowed to use the American weapons to strike within Russia, but with those stupid guidelines.
Pretty much, yes. And if they want to take the planes out at the source in those airfields, like in Kursk, for example, then they have to use different weapons or their own weapons, which is pretty much what they've been doing deep into Russia as well, isn't it? Anyway, so yes, absolutely. Joanna may be able to add more detail. Go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, so I cannot explain the unexplainable, really. It must be a nightmare for the Ukrainians to keep track of all the restrictions they have from each side. So there are some countries that enable them to use the weapons in any way they see fit. There are some other countries that imposed some restrictions. The last of those are, to be limited in the area in the vicinity of the Kharkiv Oblast from where the Russians are attacking them. So basically, they can do what we can equivalent with the counter battery fire. If the Russians are attacking them, they are allowed to attack them. If not, I believe that Russians are there just to have a big party and just to stay there near the border with Ukraine. As far as I'm concerned, all the territory of the Russian Federation is in the vicinity of the Kharkiv Oblast. Isn't it so, Tracy? So the US authorities said that Ukraine is allowed to target things in that area, in the vicinity of the Kharkiv Oblast. And yes, as you said, they are not allowed to target the planes on the ground. Why? I don't know why. The Belgium statement was that Ukraine must use the planes in the Ukrainian territory or something like this. Well, the distance between where the plane is and where the target is can be 200 kilometers, and you can fly above Ukraine but target the plane in Russia if you want. So it doesn't make sense, really. It doesn't make sense. So anyway, as I said, as far as I'm concerned, the Russian Federation is really in the vicinity of the Kharkiv territory. That's by their choice because they are, illegally invading another country.
There's a piece of information come in from the Kyiv Independent to do with several Republican congressmen putting in a comment to about Biden's reversal on Ukraine's weapon restrictions. They're saying that it's a half measure. And it says a group of Republican congressmen released a letter on May the 31st criticizing US President Joe Biden's reluctance, excuse me, to fully lift restrictions on Ukraine's use of US weapons against Russian territory. The White House has confirmed that it lifted the ban on the use of some US weapons by Ukraine against Russian territory near Kharkiv and Sumy oblasts. However, Ukraine is still banned from using the long-range ATACMS missiles against Russian territory. And they say, to win this war of self-defense against Russia's aggression, Ukraine must be allowed to use US-provided weapons against any legitimate military targets in Russia, not just those along the border near Kharkiv, said the congressman. So there's obviously still some pushing over in the USA, which is good. And I think we have to keep urging the White House to actually go the whole hog and not just a half measure. It's all of these little restrictions. They're so petty and ridiculous. And as I commented yesterday, one reason I think that maybe the USA isn't allowing them to go in further into Russian territory is that some of their weaponry might be reverse engineered, or, you know, they might explore what it is that makes these weapons and then try and come up with something to defend themselves against it. But all the other countries are allowing weapons to be fired into Ukrainian territory. So it's becoming a very petty bit of discrimination.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mary.
I just wanted to say that was my worry when I saw the thing about them not wanting Ukraine to accept the Griffins, was because I was afraid that it was more of a control thing. And I know that that sounds kind of paranoid, but because of the country of origin kind of rule of that, even though America's not giving the planes, they can still kind of control the way that Ukraine uses them because the F-16s originate from America, whereas with the Griffins, America would have no control over how they're used at all because they have no say in those. They don't originate, they don't come from us at all. So that was kind of my concern when they were kind of like, oh no, you don't need the Griffins, just wait for the F-16s. So yeah, so just I think we need to just make sure everyone keeps calling your senators, your representatives, because at this point, the only thing we've done, we've closed the skies over Russia to keep the Russian civilians nice and safe, while we've left the skies over Ukraine completely open for Russia to continue dropping, you know, murderous bombs and missiles down on the Ukrainian civilians. So just keep calling your reps and your senators to take the handcuffs off and let Ukraine do what they need to do. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you very much, Mary.
I'd like to add there as well that another thing that I was thinking yesterday was when they were talking about micromanaging Ukraine, and Russia considers the whole of the West to be at war with Russia as it is. And a lot of that is being almost demonstrated by the fact that they seem to be trying to micromanage Ukraine. If they stepped back and said, once we've given you the equipment and the ammunition, you do with it what you want, then that would show that they were stepping back and that they weren't involved. But all this micromanaging basically shows that Ukraine doesn't have full agency over what it's trying to do at all, that it is being controlled by the USA and NATO and the NATO allies. Forrest, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I wanted to jump in about the Griffins and F-16s. My understanding as to why the U.S. would want to pause bringing on Griffins is the immense task of switching to one new system like the F-16s and building all the infrastructure in and training the pilots, training the mechanics. Ukraine doesn't have enough alone for F-16s at this moment. Like, as many pilots as they can train, they won't have enough pilots for it as of this moment. And if you add a whole other system in, you will have to take away from the F-16 program to bring in others. And so it really becomes about triage. What thing will do more for you right away? What could you do quickest? What, and had all of this started in 2022, 2023, a long time ago, like we all truly wished, they probably would have been more suitable to do, to onboard 2 different planes with 2 different systems. But as of this moment, F-16 is a better option because it's more available, and it'll be not easier to train. I've been told the Griffin's a pretty easy plane to get people up to speed on, but you really just have to make sure you're getting the best bang for your buck. And right now that's F-16. According to the Ukrainians, that's the one they wanted. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you very much, Forrest. Go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with you, Forrest. You know that I usually agree with you, but in this case, I'm not sure. So yes, indeed, there will be logistical difficulties, there will be training difficulties, and so on and so forth. We know that Ukraine has a limited number of pilots, technicians, and so on. So it may be difficult to have two type of planes in the same time. But there is a big but to this. But I'm not seeing the F-16s in Ukraine. Where are they? And where they will be in Ukraine, they will have what, a dozen, 2 dozens? We talk about the availability of F-16s, but we are talking about very small numbers, unfortunately. Where are those F-16s? They should have been there by the end of 2023. At least that was announced at first. So why are they not there yet? So yeah, when saying, yeah, okay, Sweden, just stop with the Gripen because we will deliver F-16s. Let's see the F-16s there. And I know that there are a lot of them. I do hope that Ukraine will receive 200 of them. 200, maybe 100, maybe 50, maybe 20, maybe 10. So, well, I don't like this talk, because I don't like to not agree with you, but, too little, too late.
I think I agree with you there, Joanna, that trying to sort out when these F-16s are going to be arriving. I know we don't want to know an exact date, but there just seems to be a lot of umming and ahhing again all of a sudden for some reason. Forrest, go ahead.
If the Ukrainian pilots and crew were ready for the F-16s, they would be there. I have zero doubt about that. I think it's been more Chuck and Jeff and some of the guys that used to come up, speak about aviation and whatnot, said it takes 2 years to train a pilot. So we should have been doing this from the jump. It should have happened a long time ago. It didn't. And so now they're doing a crash course, and the Ukrainians are committed. So they're getting everything done as quickly as they can. But if everything was ready, they would be here, they would be there. I have no doubt about that. And it did give them some time, though, to do some upgrades, particularly radar upgrades on most of them. It sounded like some of the Dutch ones, but I hear you. I'm not pleased with anything, and if you know anything about me, this has been my pet area of study and attention for a long time. I think there's a reason they're not there yet, and I don't think that's not because they're available. I think they're waiting to get everything set up, the process, the logistics, the whole bit ready to go, so that the moment they're there, they're not just sitting ducks in a bunker. I think they built underground storage facilities and whatnot. At least that's my my view on it.
Yeah, I guess you're right that if everything was ready, they would be there. And maybe it's all of us just being a little bit impatient as well. But the fact that it takes 2 years to train them, I'm wondering if that's from scratch, because I know that most of the pilots that were being trained were the ones that already knew how to fly and how to fly in a war zone. It's just that was on the old Russian planes, so they already had a lot of that. I know they had to study the English language and be proficient enough in that as well. And I can imagine that I think some of the things that I've seen is that all the pilots said there was a lot more to it than they had imagined, a lot more technical bits to learn, and they were very impressed, of course, with the F-16s, about their capabilities. So I guess we have to wait and see. We will, well, I hope the Russians find out first that they've all arrived. Anyway, I see a few more hands again now. I think it was Mary and then Joanna. So Mary.
Hey, Forrest. You know, I usually agree with you, like, but I don't know. I mean, it just seems. I mean, it's been a really long time. They drug their feet getting those planes over there, and it's been a really long time. And my dad did 30 years in the Navy, and he switched between. He was initially trained on fixed wing A6 intruder, and then switched to helos, and then would go back to fixed wings, so that we didn't have to move. So he would take extra sea duty so that we didn't have to move locations. He would switch between bases that were local. So yeah, training is hard, but I mean, getting trained on new pieces of equipment and stuff is hard and all of that. But when you're in a war for survival and you're being offered planes that you would have no limitations on how you can use them versus the F-16s where you're limited, I just think that there's something else going on. That's just my personal opinion. But I don't know. And I just think, you know, it's been said multiple times that the Ukrainian soldiers that they've trained are very smart when it comes to these type of things and have picked up things very quickly. So I don't think that them getting trained is an issue. So that's just my opinion, though. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for that, Mary. I sort of agree with both of you in a way, and it's sort of stuff that we might never find out, at least not for quite a while anyway. Let's go to Joanna first and then to Tarixis. Hi, Tarixis. Joanna, go ahead.
Yeah, so I hate to disagree with some things, but here in the space, but you know, we underestimated the Ukrainians so many times. They proved themselves to be able to adapt, to be able to innovate. They adapted missiles that were designed for other planes to the Soviet planes. They managed to use the Patriots and the HIMARS and everything much quicker than it was estimated. And yes, it may take 2 years to train a pilot, but this is with a couple of hours a day, and well, not a couple, but a few hours a day, and weekends and holidays, and you know, team buildings and things like this. Ukrainians are determined, they are motivated, and they have this sense of urgency because they know that they have a war in their country. So I guess they will do everything possible to train as quickly as possible. And we heard about training finishing in several countries right now. So of course there is a reason for these delays, but I don't think that that reason is related to Ukraine. It may be the fear of escalation. Why the delay for other stuff, for ATACMS and so on and so forth. It may be that the air defense in Ukraine may not be able to provide what is needed for the F-16s in order to have them survive this war when they are there. Because if you deliver the F-16s but you cannot ensure the air defense, it's kind of risky for the pilots to fly them. After all, you have invested both in equipment and in pilots. It would be a pity to lose them. But air defense, it's again not the fault of Ukraine. You could deliver more air defense to Ukraine. And it's happening right now. Apparently, it's happening. Sweden had pledged those 2 AWACS. There are other, you know, radars and things that are being delivered. So it's happening, but it's happening too late. I mean, it's not too late yet, but it's happening late, much later than it should have been, because we are 2 years, 3 months, and I don't know, a week into this war. It's much too late. Well, I don't know how to put it. It's not too late, but it's very late.
Yes, exactly. Which seems to go along with almost all of the deliveries that have been happening to Ukraine. Never quite when they were needed, but always sort of slightly after that they're needed. Sorry, I had a call coming in then. So always after they were needed. And yeah, let's go to Trixus. Hi, Trixus.
Hi, good evening, all. Oh yeah, this subject pisses me off greatly because the first one were I'm Dutch. The first one were promised by the Netherlands, and I know quite directly from people on the ground that the pilots who got trained on F-16s are in Romania since November with the F-16s. But then somehow regulations about hangars in Ukraine changed, and then the loadout changed, and retraining, and this all coincides with all the stuff that was happening in the US at the same time. So I think it's purely political, and these things could have been already in the sky protecting Kharkiv, and it just pisses me off. So, thank you.
Thanks, Trixus, for that. I think it pisses a lot of us off, to be honest. And the sooner that we see them all in the country doing what they should be doing, the better. But in the meantime, we're all just left to speculate. Hopefully, the people in Ukraine dealing with everything know a little bit more than we do. Anyway, we'll go to Mary next, and then to Joanna.
I'll be quick. Good morning, Terry and Tracy and everybody. Thank you. It's been bothering me all week that the free world, but I would say mainly the United States, seems to have been caught off guard by what was, in my view, a perfectly predictable attack, in the sense that since Russia's pretty consistent in its depraved behavior, looks to me like we were kind of sitting around. I don't understand how, we talk about the delay in F-16s, and I'm thinking, did everybody get caught? Here's a question. Did Europe and the United States get caught off guard? Are we preparing ourselves at the same time now? Because it seems to me we're not ready for anything. I mean, we're the United States of America. We have a great Defense Department, so I don't mean to denigrate them. But and I trust Lloyd Austin. I like him. But can you answer that for us? I don't know. I don't want to give an opinion without asking the question because I'm not an expert. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Mary. I think that's a very valid point. And one of my thoughts, actually, even right at the beginning, when it seemed as if the Allies weren't providing very much at all in the beginning, was it because they didn't have the equipment? Was it because they were caught off guard? Was it because they are now beginning to feel that, oh, well, we might all get attacked? But to me, if that's the case, then, well, let's crush Russia while they're still only in Ukraine. It seems absurd to be thinking, oh, well, we'll let Ukraine fall and then we'll have the world war that we were sort of half expecting anyway. The whole idea should be to stop Russia in its tracks now rather than later. Forrest, I saw you put your hand up, so sorry, I didn't mean to witter too much, but let's go to Forrest first just to respond to Mary, and then we'll go to Joanna.
So I think we are in a unique spot in that we care about Ukraine and we are so passionate and so loving towards the Ukrainian people that we don't always consider some of the context and some of the detail behind decisions. With that said, Ukrainian pilots should have been training in America in 2022 when everything jumped off, when we knew it was going to jump off. We should have been doing this stuff then. But right now, Ukraine has a capacity to fight this war, and they are great at what they do. I mean, they have beaten supposedly the second greatest army in the world and beat them soundly and pushed them back and reclaimed more territory than they've lost. But when it comes to major things such as this, there are so many details that go in behind the scenes and reasons for decisions that I'm not privy to, but some of them I know. When I was in DC, I had some conversations with people, and some things just aren't necessarily possible in the moment, and things that need logistics built in and some other stuff before they make that big decision. And I know that's the case with F-16s. It was that way with Bradleys and Abrams and all that. And Ukraine wanted the Leopards. That was the best tank for them. But the only way to get the Leopards there from Germany and some of the other places where America had to do this, and so then you're splitting up time, you're splitting up people, training some people on one thing and on another, when we should just be doing this one thing. And that was my point with the F-16s. It would be better at this moment to get the F-16s up and running and 200 pilots trained on them, all the mechanics that are needed, all the hangars, all the base, all that stuff. And onboarding that with Gripen would split that effort. And then, so who are you taking for one? Who are you taking for the other? It's an immense task. And I think sometimes our care and our emotion for it maybe clouds some of that. I don't disagree with you, Joanna. The Ukrainians can do more with what we've given them than we can do with it. As in Americans, they proved that they could do better with Patriot than we can. They proved that in like a month. It was clear they were better at it than we were. That doesn't take away some of the other stuff that has to go in before that decision is made to deliver or to order something else. So I have to go, but I will be here if anyone does have any questions.
Thanks, Royce. That's valuable insight. And as you say, there's so much going on behind the scenes that we don't know. We are all very passionate about what's going on in Ukraine. And of course, we want it to be happening yesterday. And yeah, I think the fact that Ukraine has proved itself worthy beyond any shadow of a doubt. And in fact, the fact that it's its own weapons systems. It's come up with the most amazing drones that we've seen. But anyway, rather than me,
I totally understand this. But if not, I'm not understanding this. And, you know, Russia was very clear and issued some threats to the countries that will allow F-16s to fly into Ukraine. And Romania is one of them. And I believe it's the only one of them, because the F-16s will be flying from Romania to Ukraine or going other way, but I'm not seeing how. And Russia said that that country is participant to the conflict and will suffer the consequences. At this moment, I want to see dozens of F-16 flying from Romania to Ukraine openly with, you know, with an orchestra behind them. I really want to see them flying there. And I have relatives in Galat, which are like 10 kilometers from the border with Ukraine. So I want to see them flying there. I'm like this, upset about all these delays and everything. I just want them openly with the ceremony going to fly into Ukraine.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Joanna. Yeah, I think it's what we're all waiting for. Anyway, to Mary and then to Dan. Mary, please go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to say to Mary in regards to the American defense budget. You can get online and watch. I want to say it was in March, the committee hearing, where they actually they go over the yearly budget, and it's not good considering what's going on and everything. And we're actually behind for shipbuilding. And so, yeah, you can pull all of the numbers up online as well, and see exactly where we are for how many ships we are retiring versus how many we're building, and how many new planes we're building and things like that, versus how many are being taken off the line. So all of that's available online. But yeah, the committee hearing is available online as well, and it's a very interesting watch.
Where is that available from, Mary?
I watched it live on C-SPAN, but you can probably find it on YouTube. And it is the defense. I want to say it was called like the defense. I mean, it's the military defense budget. Forrest, do you know exactly what it was called? Because you're kind of on that stuff too. So, but because I'm a nerd and watch like C-SPAN like all day long on television. So, but yeah, it had Austin, and then the yeah, Terry, I'm that person. The Air Force guy, and all of like the heads of all of the different branches of the military who had to explain how they were going to spend the budget for the year. So, but you can probably find it on YouTube now, because I believe it was in March, maybe February, but probably March time frame. I'll see if I can find it on YouTube, and if so, I'll put it in the purple pill.
That would be great. Thank you, Mary.
All right. Thanks.
Right, let's go to Dan, then Joanna, then to Carl. Welcome up, Carl. But to Dan first.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Iona, and then I'll come back.
Okay, Dan. Joanna?
Yeah, just a short comment, because you mentioned Lloyd Austin, and I wanted to ask you if you know where Lloyd Austin and President Zelensky are now.
Oh, interesting question. I don't know. Are they together?
They are, yes, they are in the same place, at least in Singapore, to the Shangri-La Dialogue Defense Conference in Asia. So they are both there, and President Zelensky will probably be speaking at this conference, as well as Lloyd Austin.
Well, that's good. Yes, I vaguely saw him getting off the plane. Well, I saw a tweet about him getting off the plane. I didn't actually witness it myself. But I didn't know that Lloyd Austin would be there. So that will be very interesting to see what comes of that. Anyway.
Yeah, and sorry to jump in. Apparently, President Zelensky wants to speak with the defense officials from China, which are there too. So that should be interesting.
That's really good. I'm surprised he's doing so much dashing around all over the place at the moment. It always amazes me how much energy this guy's got. Anyway, let's move on to Dan and then to Carl.
I just wanted to add, thank you, Forrest, for your explanation. And I understand that. I understand everybody's frustration, and I'm not denigrating anybody's comments at all. I agree with what everybody said pretty much. There's nothing to disagree with. I understand that we are, Mary, you mentioned that, we're at low capacity for like replacing stuff over here. And we've been through 2 administrations. And I think way back in 2008, between the economic crisis, I'm not excusing anything, because would have, should have, could have is gone. But I think we got so mired in with that and national health and all this other stuff that they didn't pay attention. We got caught again, yes, with our pants down. So in the meantime, I agree with what Forrest says, not jamming up a lot of different uh, aviation equipment and screwing up the training that they got for the F-16s. I understand that. Also, I understand that you can't have 2 or 3 different things flying around in the defense. I also am concerned. What I'm concerned about, especially over here across the pond, what I'm concerned about is when the opposition party is saying, oh yeah, give them everything they need. Now they're on this platform and nobody in the White House is coming up explaining why they're doing what they're doing. They don't have to tell me everything, but they need to be vocal and public about it. Some things. They don't have to tell us everything. If they explain why they're doing things, then they'll save their fanny come November. Because this is politically, they're playing political football again. And if they don't stand up for themselves and defend themselves for their decisions, then it's going to hurt them in the long run. So that I'm a little concerned about, and I understand why we're facing an equipment replacement issue here in this country. And I understand why things are the way they are. We'd like to see it different. I'm no military expert. I haven't even served, so I don't even think I can come up here and try to figure out why they want. But I understand, Iona, your frustration. Totally. I can't feel for you because it's not you. I'm me. But from what I'm seeing, I think they know what they're doing. And I think we'll leave the driver. I'm going to leave the driver driving the bus. I'm just going to ride along and give them what they need. But yeah, I understand everybody's frustration. I'd like to hear Carl's.
Yeah, likewise. Over to you, Carl, and then we'll go to Mary. Carl.
Hi. Regarding the Griffins, I do agree with you. There is only so much logistical capacity you can do at a time, and you really have to have focus for a critical path. And having said that, though, war and geopolitics is multidimensional. So in my mind, there still would be valuable to say take, 3 or 4 Ukrainian pilots, train them, and have that be really public with videos of them flying around. That just really shows the solidarity, and that even if it'd be a long time for them to be feasible to being used in the theater of war. As for the F-16s, I kind of want to know everything that's happening and when it's going to land. But then on the other hand, I really don't, because for weapon systems that can have huge tactical advantage, there's kind of the surprise and the first time you use it advantage that you don't want to lose, right? You want Russia to be surprised and have a huge loss the first time the F-16s come into theater. And for with that, just like even though I'm frustrated, it's just like, yeah, I just kind of waiting for that day that I wake up and see that 10 sites and 15 Russian fighters have been downed in a single day, with an overwhelming force, you know. And then as for military supply, I mean, the West has ramped up a little bit of increasing production, but I think it's just nowhere near enough, right? And it's a mixture. Like there's so many things that could be used by Ukraine that are sitting and rotting, and it's kind of criminal that they haven't, right? Australians, burying helicopters in the desert, all the things or whatnot. But then there's also so many things that are lacking, and there's just not enough. Like I think Europe itself has like 5% of the air defense capacity that it had at the end of the Cold War, for instance. So there's just so many areas that we should have, beginning in 2022, ramped up sort of significantly more than we have now. So the thing about kind of competency, yeah, there are smart people that do smart things and continue to do, but then on the other side, institutions typically just do what they normally do and get mired down in things, and there's surprises. I mean, it's the history of the world, the history of every company that grows to every certain size. You know, there's pros, cons, things that work, things that don't and should work. You know. Anyway, over and out.
Thanks, Carl. Yep, interesting perspective. And it is that thing of we want to know, but we don't want to know. And we want it to happen now, but we want them all to be absolutely ready. But I guess we've just got to bide our time. But in the meantime, I guess we can keep up the pressure, because that's the bit that we can do. Anyway, let's go to Mary and then to Dan. Mary.
Thank you, Terry. Thanks, everybody. I think the White House has shortened the number of hours it will take calls personally. You can email, and you can also, of the president's house in the United States, I'm sorry. And but the hours they'll take phone calls has greatly reduced, but I strongly encourage making a phone call and planning it on your calendar. And the other thing is, I remember when we lost a lot of, remember that the party that is objecting to everything these days and that should not be in the White House next term, that party is the one that sold all of our, I think, someone correct me, Alan Brewer may know much better than I do, that sent all of our manufacturing to China. I know Wall Street bankers who were part of that. And the thing is, why did we do that? Because, well, anyway, now, when President Biden was elected, he mentioned infrastructure and taking care of that, whereas someone else had promised it but did not do any of it. And President Biden has kept his word on that, but it worried me that with bridges, roads, and other climate change adaptations we need to fix, what happened to military? I don't know. And I'm worried about that. So that's why I brought up my question about were we ready? But the other was mindset. I want to remind people in the United States on this call that we have a lot to defend. And everybody wants a piece of it. Everybody who is a nefarious bad actor. And they're working on it actively. So when people complain about the defense budget, I think it would be our duty to defend it. I know there's a lack of transparency. Well, of course there is. But what are you going to do? I mean, not everything can be out in the open. But anyway, that's my quandary. And I just wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary. Yes, it's very difficult to weigh up what they should make public and what they shouldn't. Because obviously if it is made public, that means Russia gets to know about it straight away, along with all our other adversaries. Anyway, let's go to Dan and then on to Forrest. Dan.
I'll be quick. Don't get mad at me. I'm kind of in the kitchen doing stuff, so I'm going to simplify this, because while Carol was talking, it hit me. We're all looking for the frosting. How many times have we, oh, that cake looks appetizing because the frosting is on the cake. And we get to the cake after getting to the frosting first, and the cake really sucks. So let's not be in a hurry to lift the frosting yet and see what the cake's gonna be. So that's my analogy. So anyway.
And actually, that's a great analogy, Dan. And good luck with your baking. Let's go on to Forrest.
Yeah, I was gonna watch a launch with my son, but it got scrubbed. So I am here. But I wanted to share an anecdote from Angry Ants that he shared the other day about 155 ammunition, and about what we know and what we don't know. And about a month before the aid bill here in America finally passed, 155 ammunition started showing up in Ukraine. And it was at the same time that the Czechs were talking about their Czech plan to buy all this ammo that was found in couches and under beds and whatnot. And everyone assumed at that time that all this ammunition that was coming in was coming from them. Well, I don't know if you've paid attention at all, but the Czechs haven't sent any yet to Ukraine. And all of that ammunition was brought from America through a secret program that they had set up in an aid bill long past that just wasn't publicized. And it took 6 months to get started. It took 3 months to get the ammunition, a couple months to figure out how they were going to get it there, and on and on. But it was a 6-month process to get 155 ammunition overseas to Ukraine into those guns. And it worked, but it was quiet. We didn't know about it until they showed up, and all of a sudden there was ammunition. So this is just one anecdote. I promise you there are more. I just don't happen to know some of the other ones. So there's a lot that we don't know. And Carl, I think we're on the same page there with the logistical capacity and all of that. So I try and keep my mind positive about it. I try and be optimistic. But I'll be honest, I'll probably shed some tears when I see F-16s flying over Ukraine. I look forward to it every day, and I want it to happen. But I also want Ukraine to win and be victorious. And I don't want them to lose 4 F-16s the first day they have them because something wasn't set up before. And then they lose 4 pilots and on and on and on. And that can just snowball and be a very negative thing for Ukraine. So that was all.
Thanks for that insight, Forrest. Yeah, agree. And when you think about the stress we all went under, and nothing compared with what was going on in Ukraine about trying to get the funding bill passed, and that went on for months, and we were all literally, I think, almost pulling our hair out at times. So I guess we just have to accept that we are never going to know all of what's going on behind the scenes, and agree logistics. I mean, the biggest sense of logistics that I ever manage is sorting out whether I've got enough food in the house, and what I'm going to be eating the next day or whatever, sometimes even the same day. So yeah, the logistics behind all of this, if anybody was listening to Princess Cannoli this morning, then you'll all know that logistics is probably the biggest aspect of all of it. So we just have to bide our time and just hope that they are sorting it out. But I'd rather that they sorted it out yesterday. I think we all do that. But anyway, I can see another hand. Mary, please go ahead.
Thank you. Last one. I would like, this is a breather. Just take a deep breath, everybody. I can feel how hard this has been for everyone. And we do love Ukrainians a lot. And thanks for mentioning that, Forrest. We do love them. Okay, here's the thing. One day, just once, if possible, I would like everybody on this space to have an open mic so we can say Heroim Slava all together. That's it. That's my point.
Wouldn't that be fantastic? Yes. I think the most speakers that we can actually have is, I think it might be 10, plus the 2 co-hosts. So that would be a dozen. And I think the rest will just have to do a thumbs up and hearts and God knows what. But to see everybody putting a heart up at the same time would be absolutely wonderful. Well, that's been an amazing conversation. And I think it does show our passion for getting Ukraine everything that it needs as soon as possible. My desire from the very beginning has been to see Ukraine win decisively and win as soon as possible. I can now see 2 years and some many months on that that is not how the politicians around the world viewed it. That they seem to think that Ukraine would crumble very quickly. So the fact that over 2 years later they are still going and going strong and able to demand more and more from the allies and slowly pushing the allies to provide more equipment, better logistics, better ammo, better everything. The idea that training is going to happen on Ukrainian territory is gradually taking place. I think there's a coalition. I think Macron was talking about that he wanted to organise to get different allies together to work on the training within Ukraine. And yeah, there are just so many different bits and pieces happening. So I've just had a message in the background. What's one? Right.
Did you want me to take over there, Terry Fellow? Do you have something
No,
you
it's
have
all
to
right.
do?
I was just trying to check what was going on in the back channels because I thought I saw some messages. But we've actually got Dan has put his hand up again. Hello again, Dan.
Hello. I just wanted to mention to Iona. Now I've lost my train of thought. Never mind.
Happens to the best of us, Dan. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it's rubbing off on me.
That's because you're trying to bake at the same time, I think, maybe. It will come back to you, I'm sure. Anyway, Tracy, what did you think of that conversation? There was quite a lot going on in there.
Yeah, it was a very good conversation, wasn't it? Yeah, I was listening away and just taking it all in. And I was kind of like you. I agreed with everybody, which I guess doesn't really help. But unfortunately, what can you do? That's the way these things are sometimes. But yeah, all very good points to consider, I think. You know, and oh, go ahead, Dan. You've still got your hand up.
Yeah, it came to my mind when Iona was mentioning that where Zelensky was today and where Lloyd Austin was, and that Zelensky's planning to have a little chitty chat with their, I don't know, some official in China. That intrigues me because I hope they can bend somebody's ear in China. So that was intriguing to hear. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Go ahead, Terry.
that was an interesting thing because China still seems to be trying to play it both ways. I think they are in with Russia more than we would like, but then they also want to appear to be the peacemakers. And yet it seems at the moment they're not willing to attend the peace summit that's coming up in a couple of weeks. But I reckon Zelensky can see through all of their bullshit. Excuse the phrase. But I think he speaks his mind and speaks it clearly. And I don't think he will let them off that easily. Sorry, lost my train of thought there for a moment. But I can see Mary put her hand up briefly. Did you want to say something, Mary?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I saw something from United 24 Media posted that the printing house that was destroyed on May 23rd, that the Howard Buffett Foundation is said to be financing the renovation and restoration of the printing house, and that it is planned to be restored in 4 to 5 months and be operational again. So just a little bit of good news and all of the sadness over the past few days. just some positivity that the Howard Buffett Foundation is going to. I'm not sure if everyone's familiar, but he has been a really big advocate for Ukraine and has financed a lot of stuff over there. And so his foundation is going to be evidently helping to get that back up and functioning.
That is some wonderful news. We need a little bit of good news every now and again. Do you know much more about Howard Buffett? It's not. I assume it's an American person.
It's Warren Buffett's son. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Warren Buffett. He's a huge business person in America, one of like the wealthiest business people in America, and it's his son who is a big. He does all sorts of nonprofit work, and I can try to find some information and post it. But he has visited Ukraine many times now, and has done a lot of work over there.
That is
So I'll try to
wonderful.
find some articles.
Yes, if you find anything, do pop back and let us know, and maybe pop it in the purple pill for everybody to look at. Thank you.
Will do.
And that's
Thanks, ladies.
brought up a couple more hands. Let's go to Joanna and then over to Fancy.
I'll be quick. I've seen that news, and it's important that the publishing house will be up and running again. Books are important. The Russians know that books are important. It's not the first time they are targeting this kind of publishing house, library, bookshops. In Mariupol, they practically burned the books, and we all remember the 451 Fahrenheit novel and what that means. In the meantime, in Russia, they are publishing new history textbooks for the price of $2 one. And they want to replace all the history textbooks. And that's why they are making those that cheap, in order for everybody to be able to buy them. Imagine the history that they will be telling with those books.
Oops, I can just imagine what sort of history they'd be wanting to put out, and it wouldn't be worth a dime as far as I'm concerned. Right, let's go to Fancy. Hi, Fancy.
Hey Terry, I just wanted to chime in with one thing, which is friends of mine have been producing pouches for magazines and other military related, apparel in Odessa. And unfortunately, what I learned is that due to lack of electricity, these guys who've been producing there consider leaving like Odessa or Ukraine in general. And I think in light of someone stepping in to rebuild the publishing house in Kharkiv, I think that what we need on top of that is on a way larger scale that the European Union and Ukraine's allies step in to first defend the electrical grid with sufficient air defense, and secondly, to rebuild the electrical supply in Ukraine. And I think we need to get creative there before the economy runs out of energy. And I think that's a way bigger problem. So you might have a publishing house with printing press, but you might not have enough energy to keep things running.
That's an excellent point, actually, Fancy. It's Fancy Vyshivanka, isn't it? I have to practice saying Vyshivanka. But yes, I think that's another area where we could all perhaps have an input in persuading our politicians, our representatives, to do a little bit more. And I think this idea of defending this infrastructure in Ukraine, it's what Ukraine has been lacking for so many months, and they are still waiting for sufficient air defense to end up in the country in the right place, sufficient to protect all of the major cities. So we know that Kyiv is well protected. Kharkiv still needs some more Kherson obviously needs it. Odessa definitely needs it. And probably many more areas where it could all be benefited. And yes, we've got to allow a certain amount of it to be nearer the front line to protect the guys that are on the front line, and the equipment that's there as well, obviously. So that's one area to actually ensure that Ukraine can defend its own infrastructure so that we don't lose any more, because the attacks on the infrastructure daily are becoming obscene, totally obscene and ridiculous, really. So that's the first aspect. But also, yes, when I remember the blackouts that they had before, there was a lot of input from countries that are allies, providing equipment to restore the infrastructure. And so maybe that's another area that we could all push on individually to our representatives and get them to do a lot more. Another thing that I think is, I know that we are now connected, Ukraine is now connected to the European grid a bit better. So maybe trying to ensure that we can offload some of our excess electricity to Ukraine to help them over. Generators are all very well, but they're not really a long-term fix. And what Ukraine needs is a long-term fix, and to work towards this idea of decentralizing the electricity supply throughout the entire country so that it doesn't all be impacted so much by some of these attacks that Russia is giving at the moment. So some very good points there, Fancy. Tracy, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, we can talk about what's been reported as far as the damage to the energy infrastructure, if you like. But I guess everybody really knows sort of that it's just worse than it was. There's been lots of other news, of course, that's going on as well. I was just looking at what President Zelensky had been saying regarding those visits there and the people that he's been meeting with. So he's been meeting with quite a few different people whilst in Singapore, which I guess was kind of expected. So let me just see what he's got to say. On the sidelines of the annual Asian Security Summit in Shangri-La, Dialogue held a meeting with the president-elect of Indonesia, and they were talking about the implementation of the peace formula. Of course, that's like the most important thing, one of the most important things they're talking about right now, given that, the nature of it. Actually, I wonder how many countries have now agreed, because last time I checked, I can't remember if it was 80 or 90 now, Terry Fella. I would have to double check. But it was one of those two that had said that's how many countries had said that they were going to the peace summit. We hope for Indonesia's participation in the first global peace summit, said President Zelensky, at the highest level, and support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, of course. Let me see, who else is this now that he's been meeting with? The delegation of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the US House of Representatives. That's interesting, isn't it? Discussed further ongoing support for Ukraine, of course. Talked about the front line, directions of military aid to Ukraine, strengthening air defense, missiles for the air defense, in particular, special attention, he emphasized, is being paid to increasing the sanctions pressure on the Russian Federation. That's definitely something that needs to be continue to be cracked down on. And President Zelensky is, of course, thanking the USA for the important decisions that have been made so far and the strong bipartisan support. And then one other person that he's meeting or that he has met, and there are videos as well. The president of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it at all, but President Zelensky has said it's very important for us to start the process of re-establishing a just peace. Russia does not want to stop the war. Therefore, together with the whole world, we must take steps to bring peace closer. I'm like you, I have obviously some negative opinions about some of the meetings that he's had to have with some countries for all the reasons that everybody else says too. But at the same time, there's only two ways forward here. Either make cooperations and negotiations and partners of these various different countries and partners around the world, international partners, or, they're on the opposite side, like kind of by default, even if they're not sort of actively helping the aggressor. And I think it then makes them open as well to more interference and manipulation by Russia if they're not involved in the international partnership in some way, at least. What do you think, Terry Feller?
I agree completely there that, the ones that seem reluctant are actually the ones that need to be approached even more. That if you just leave them on the sidelines, then they will just start to side with Russia. But they need to hear both sides of the story and they need to be convinced. And I think the way that Zelensky goes about it is often where he's pointing out not the stuff that affects Ukraine directly, but things like, for instance, the food security. Food security within Ukraine is relatively okay, and they have been able to supply many food substances to countries all over the place. And I think how he's managing to persuade some of those countries that receive that food security are the ones that need to be convinced the most that, without support from Ukraine, without support to Ukraine, we are not going to get a just peace. And I think Zelensky's peace plan, the way that he's gone about it, saying nobody needs to align with all of the peace plan, but we do need a number of countries from everywhere, really, to actually see the logistics of, or the logic of going with certain aspects of it. And am I right in thinking that at this peace summit, they're going to focus on 3 areas, one of them being the nuclear safety, and of course, that will focus to some extent on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and the danger that Russia is putting the whole world under with all of their threats. So that's one area. The other area I know is this food security. And I think the third one is going to be about the children and bringing the children back to be able to join their families and be able to exist in their own country again. So I think those are the 3 that are going to be focused on in this particular summit. Be interesting to know when the next summit will be as well. Not that I'm jumping ahead or anything, but of course we all want it all sorted now, but slow and steady is how it's got to happen, I guess. But I think Zelensky is open to talking to anybody that is willing to listen to him, and he's also willing to talk to the ones that aren't willing to listen to him, to try and persuade them to think otherwise. He's even had a go at talking to Orban, the president, prime minister, I don't know, the supposed leader in Hungary anyway. The amount of discussions and negotiations that go on behind the scenes, he must have an incredible team behind him as well, I think. Anyway, back to you, Tracy, for a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree, and I think the peace plan, the ones that they said they were focusing on, are they? If I'm getting it correct now, the all for all return of the prisoners of war, exchange of the prisoners of war. So of course that means all the Russian ones in Ukraine go home, and all the Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russia, in Russian captivity, go home, and that includes obviously all the children as well. Is it just nuclear? I think that the nuclear safety, or I think I remembered it as energy in general, but I could be wrong, Terry fella. But either way, it sort of comes into the same category. I think energy security is how I remembered it, but it could just have been how I read it, wherever it was worded, how I read it at the time when it was announced. And yeah, I forget the other one now, but absolutely, I think it's important that, when you were talking about they split up those things like that, and he separated it, the 10-point peace plan, to various international partners, and said, well, you take responsibility for a coalition of people, countries, partners that have some kind of, I don't know, more relevance in that category, for example, or they have more influence, or it concerns them more, or all of the above. And, I think that was a fantastic way to do it, because I was also thinking of that geographical thing that sometimes happens where, out of sight, out of mind seems to be easier for people the further away that they are. And of course, we're guilty of that in the UK as well, when things have happened at the other side of the world. So, and I will speak of myself, I've been guilty of that in the past as well, I'm ashamed to say, but the way things are now, we cannot be like that anymore. And we have to understand that everybody is connected. So to break that down like that and make people be responsible for a part that means more to them, or they have more influence in, I think that's a fantastic way. And that geographical thing, I think that really helps cut down on that problem as well, because people in some cases are focusing on things that are nearer to them, or for example, or would affect them more if something happened in that way that was negative, for example. Am I making sense, Terry fella?
Yes, it does make sense. And I think it's also about trying to get across to people that maybe haven't taken a great deal of interest in what's been going on in Ukraine, to make them aware that a war that goes on anywhere does have an influence on everybody all around the world, because of the effects on energy and nuclear power, because of the effects on food security, the ecocide that is going on, which can affect climate change, it can affect so many areas, and just the deportation of children, the prisoners of war, the way that they've been treated, and the effects that that could end up having on migration as well. That if this war gets further into Ukraine, the more people will become refugees. So there's so many different aspects. I wish I know I've got it stored away somewhere about the entire 10-point peace plan, but the fact that they've managed to come up with basically everything that at some point affects everybody around the world means that none of us should be able to ignore it completely at all. Anyway, I can see Dan has his hand up. Hi, Dan. How's the baking going?
Oh yeah, I'm not baking. I'm making instant chocolate oatmeal cookies with
Oh,
peanut
lovely.
butter. But I'm making 2 batches because one batch has coffee in it. So they're little cookies with mocha. Yeah, they're little I call them my chargies. I have to make 2 kinds though, because my husband's older than me and I don't want to kill the guy. He is number 5. I need to keep him alive. He's my rock. Anyways, yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with both what you ladies. Yeah, the general consensus is it takes a village, and the whole world is a village, and we all have to participate. Often, I describe to other people if they ask me, "What are you doing, and why are you on that space all the time and stuff?" And then I show them some of my bookmarks and just little snippets here and there. And oh my goodness, the children, I can't believe it. Oh, the bombing. Oh, that's horrific. I can't look at that. And I said, I understand. Well, here's something a little lighter, and I'll show them a building blown out. Or I did show the library thing, various other things. And I explained, they go, "Oh, well, that's over there. That won't affect us." And it's a nice conversation, but I said, yeah, it does. It affects us all around because we're a global community. And I said, if you think this is bad, guess what? And I end with coming to a theater near you, and it won't be a movie time. So that's how I end that. And I say it in a nice way so they understand that we're all sitting in that theater and we're going to be watching it, and it'll be in our theater soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is the sentiment. It takes a village. That's what I've been saying for ages. That it's a world community, and we all have to play our part and take responsibility. Just like this little community here, mighty, but small but mighty. That's what I've decided to be starting to call it lately, Terry fella. And I quite like that because, well, I think that is exactly what we are. Look at everything that we do here, all the, good that we've managed to do, give Ukrainians the tools to save lives in many, many ways, whether we're fundraising for generators or whether it's things that, we give to units, the things that they request that they need. It's all about giving them the tools to aid their victory quicker and, of course, protect as many people as possible, and we have an incredible community here. Everybody is part of that. Look at today, we even have incredible guests come with their, knowledge and they are subject matter experts, incredible guests that we have. And then they come and do our job for us. It's like Chris Windley as well on the cyber segment. He always gives us a day off, doesn't he, Terry fella? So look how we pull together in this community. And when Christopher James passed away, I saw that then more than anybody, I think. And we just have to keep plodding along and doing everything we can together. And like I say, that helps Ukraine in every way that we possibly can. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I just noticed that Lou's there, and I just wanted to say, hi, Lou. We've missed you. I haven't seen you in ages or heard you. Nice to see you.
Well spotted, Dan. I can't see her, but yeah, she must be around somewhere. Yeah, Tracy, small.
He.
Right. Small and mighty. I really like that because I am a little bit vertically challenged. I will admit, but I can be mighty when I need to be, particularly when defending my kids. And I think that on a minuscule scale is what all of this is about. We are all defending each other's right to exist, our children's right to have a decent future, and our grandchildren's right to have a better future. And yep, this community, it might not be the biggest thing in the world, but I think we are very, very powerful when we put it together. And I'm going to actually mention about our fundraiser again, because we haven't done that for a little while. And we have a special thing happening at the moment, in that we have 4 generous donors who are going to match all the donations up to £500, $500 each. And if you look at the first tweet in the nest, that will explain about those donors. And we are aiming to get up to 2,000 in total by midnight tonight, June the 1st. And that will be Eastern time, ET. That's not ET, the little alien. I think that's Eastern time. And anyway, these the fundraiser is actually to raise money for solar powered generators and power units. And we have already, I believe, supplied 3 that are either on their way or have actually arrived in Kharkiv.
Sorry, fella, did you get a call?
Yes, I just had another call. That was my sister, actually. So I hope you don't mind, but I think I might take it because it might be important.
Absolutely, please go ahead, no problem at all. Yeah, click on that first post in the nest and keep being amazing and doing everything you can in this wonderful community because, well, you know, we're privileged to be able to do so. We're privileged to have guests like we had today and the honour to be able to speak to people like Dr. Kirillo today, like the women doctors that came previously to speak to us, which you can live on the ground in Kharkiv, by the way, and as Nancy mentioned, you know, alarms going off at the time today when we were speaking to Dr. Kirillo, and you know, if you've not heard that, you can go and wind back the YouTube, but I'm sure it will be on Spotify very soon, so go ahead and listen to that, and whilst you're doing that, think about giving a donation if you haven't already, and if you're in a position where you're privileged enough to be able to give another donation, please go ahead and do that also, and don't forget, retweet, reshare and tell everybody about it as well, because that's important too. Again, it comes back to what we keep on saying about this community here, and if you need to remember some of the things that all you wonderful people have done as a community, because it's not us here, we're just the co-hosts, it's all you people that do it, everybody pulling together, doing their little bit. And if you would like to look at some of those things and remember, go ahead to MriyaReport.org /educate, and there you can find the page with lots of the fundraising campaigns that Maria Report did, and all the incredible things that we were able to buy because of all you wonderful people donating, retweeting, resharing, and talking about it, sharing information. That, of course, is really important too, especially when it comes to raising awareness for what they're having to deal with on the ground in Kharkiv without the power supply, not just in normal civilian homes and things like that, but of course in hospitals as well, having to reduce the power supply wherever they can, and being at risk when using those old generators, as Dr. Kirillo was explaining about today. They obviously can be spotted very easily by Russian forces. The heat signature, for example, will stand out a great deal, and that means that they are a target because, as we know, hospitals are a target for Russia anyway. So when there is a generator putting out heat and all those fumes and things like that, then of course that makes it, well, it's like a big flashing light, isn't it? So anything that we can do to help Ukraine diversify, especially in Kharkiv, near to the Russian border there, because they don't get a right lot of warning, if at all. You know, they are so close to when these missiles are fired from Russia in Kharkiv there, that very often what happens is the missile hits, we hear, and then the alarm goes off afterwards, because that's how close they are and how, of course, how fast the missiles are going. Now, I saw an update just recently from DTEC, so there are going to be blackout restrictions, of course, as you would expect, given what Russia has done today, targeting the thermal power plants and the hydroelectric power plants as well. There will be blackouts on June the 2nd, Ukrenago has said. So let's just see what the latest update is from DTEC about that. They give us a bit more detail usually about the breakdown of areas. So Kyiv region, Odessa, Dnipropetrovsk, Donetsk, there will be blackout schedules from midnight to 5 a.m. as well as from 6 p.m. to midnight. In Kyiv, the limits allocated by Ukrainigo will be enough for 76% of the needs of the hours when the schedules are in effect. I was talking to Terry Feller, I think it was Terry Feller earlier, about this and explaining that those thermal power plants that Russia has mostly destroyed, they provided 30% of the electricity generation capacity in Ukraine, and now they are only providing, or up to yesterday, I apologize, they were providing 5%. So after last night's attack, I'm really not sure what the percentage is now, if any at all. Linda, you've got your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I have actually a knit, and I thought my take was the 4 additional donors who were matching, that stopped. Okay, so I have 2 knits, one of which is this. Midnight is neither morning, excuse me, midnight is neither the first nor the second, just like noon is neither morning nor afternoon. It's neither one. So I figured that midnight was what, 13 and a half hours ago. So in other, yeah, so midnight, there is no midnight June 1st. There is 11:59 p.m. or there's 12:01 a.m. So I figured that this special matching was already over. So that's confusing. So saying, midnight and putting a date on it, well, either way, you can't tell which day it is. So that's a nit. Just like some people say 12 o'clock a.m. Well, does that, do you mean midnight or do you mean noon? Right? There is no a.m. or p.m. with 12 o'clock. Well, just like midnight, there is no June 1st, versus June 2nd, because it divides the two. So that's my first nit, because I think it's confusing, because I assumed that this fundraiser was over, that the midnight that you were, that was being referred to was just, past half a day ago. So there's that. And maybe there needs to be a new thing, come out that clarifies that, because there's still half a day left, to have donations matched. Because if, half the population, like me, assume that it's already over, blah, blah, blah. The other thing is it's not, it's actually more than quadrupled. It's actually quintupled. For example, if I give $1 and my friend gives $1, then there's $2 and that's doubled. If I give $1 and 2 of my friends give $1 also, that means there's 3 in total, and that's tripled. If I give $1 and 3 of my friends give dollars, that means 4 total, and that is quadrupled. In other words, if 3 of my friends give $1, match my $1, that's quadrupled, because that's a total of 4. If I give $1 and 4 of my friends give $1, so 5 in total, that's quintupled. So it's actually more. So now, but I'm a geek, so that's why it bothers me, because I'm a F word geek. So, but I thought it might be useful, since there's half a day left, maybe a new tweet. I don't know, question, but anyway, for future reference, that's it. And I'm hoping that a lot of people are donating. Actually, and their donations are actually ending up in more of a total than we thought. So that's it. Hugs to everybody. Bye.
Thank you, Linda. I don't disagree with you. I see your point, and yes, you are. It is you are right. It's a quintuplet. This is not a quintuplet. Here I go again. I was saying this earlier with Nancy, getting all mixed up, thinking about children. I don't know why that keeps coming to my mind, but yes, you are right, and that's my new favourite word, if I can remember to say it correctly around here. And if you check out the first post in the nest, Linda, you will see there that actually it does say by midnight Eastern time on the 1st of June. So does that help with when the fundraiser ends? I see your point about midnight is neither one or the other, though.
Yeah, no, it really doesn't. And I saw the tweet and I reposted it. And that's why I chimed in, because I literally, there is no midnight June 1st. There's midnight between May 31st and June 1st. And there's midnight between June 1st and June 2nd. But there
So
is.
how about we say bang on there in between the two and the fundraiser keeps going then? Would that do for a geek?
Yeah, that would satisfy me. Either say midnight between the 1st and the 2nd. That would clarify. Right. There is no June 1st midnight. There is June 1st between May 31st and June 1st. And there's midnight between June 1st and June 2nd. And my assumption was the former rather than the latter. So I was wrong. So I'm glad that this is still ongoing. But yeah. There are parking. This has been a long running, irritation of mine being a F geek. There are no parking signs that says, no parking up until 12 o'clock. Does that mean noon or midnight? Or parking only up until 12 o'clock? Does that mean noon or midnight? So, government officials don't know the difference between, that 12 o'clock is not either morning or afternoon or morning and night. 12 o'clock is, can be either one. It can be either noon or midnight. So, it's the same thing. It's a line between. It's neither on one side or the other. It's a line between. And this is a common problem, right? This is a common problem, and it's bugged me for decades. And so that's why, okay. And since my assumption was that, midnight June 1st, you were meeting 12 hours ago, 13 hours ago, 13 and a half hours ago, I figured that this, the special donation package had, passed half a day ago. So, and there would be a lot of people that would make that assumption. So anyway, that's the only reason I'm bringing it up. So yeah, I would say either 11:59 p.m. May 31st, it would be up, or 12:01 a.m. June 1st, or 11:59 p.m. June 1st, that would be clear, right? Or 12:01 a.m. June 2nd, that would be clear as well. But midnight is the space between one or the other. Anyway, so that's.
Linda, I ought to introduce you to my son, my eldest son, when he had first got his very first watch. And he would say to me, "What time is it, Mum?" And I'd say, "Oh, it's 6:15 or whatever." "No, it isn't. It's 17 minutes past."
I love your son.
He is still to this day pedantic. Having said that, trying to get him to commit to what time will you be arriving? Later. But yeah, quarter past when it was actually 17 minutes past was yeah. And actually, when he then got to know about seconds, oh my God, that was even worse. Anyway, I can see
Oh, that's funny.
we've now got a collection of hands going again. And my apologies for backing away, Tracy, but that was a slightly important call. But I'm back with you all now, and let's go to Dan. Thank you, Linda.
Yeah, and I guess the point is there's still almost half a day left.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it's not being quintupled. It's not being quadrupled. It's being quintupled.
Quintupled, indeed, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I did
Yeah.
a small donation yesterday of a mere $10, but very happy to
I
know
did the same thing.
that was going to become $50. So
Exactly.
really,
Yeah.
really pleased with that. Thank you, Linda.
Yep. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for tolerating me. Bye.
Bye for now. Let's go ahead to Dan and then to Jenny. Hi, Dan.
Hi. Hi, Linda. Oh God. I don't know if I ever want to go out to dinner with you. You wouldn't make it out of the restaurant. I'd murder you. Well, should I have this? And this should really be called that. I understand where you're coming from, but let's not split hairs. Your donation will match 4 times, 5 times, whatever, but it all goes to a good cause. Yeah, you would drive me nuts. I'm going to say something, and it's not anti-Semitic because I have a little Hebrew in me. And back in my drinking days, the no parking sign or parking on the corner when I had drivers, because I didn't want to drive. I never lost my license. I just didn't want to drive. And every time those signs were at a liquor store somewhere, my cabbie would say, "Oh, I can't park there. It says no parking on the corner." And I used to tell him, no, that's for you. I was so bad. I used to tell him, no, that's English for you. For me, it's Hebrew, and it says Jewish parking only. So they used to get very frustrated with me. But anyways, yeah. And back in my drinking days, if we were sitting in a bar, Linda, you would have tied up the bartender for so long, I would have killed you. Sorry. It takes a village.
See what happens when you've done computer programming starting in the 1960s? Because if you get those things confused, guess what happens? It doesn't work.
It is why everybody was panicking coming up to the year 2000, hey, Linda?
Well, let me tell you, I could have made a lot of money the year prior to, so 1999, right? The year prior to 2000, because they were looking for old COBOL and RPG programmers and assembler programmers, right? I could have made a lot of money, but I already had a job and it was consuming all my time because I tend to get involved and I put in way than what was expected, and my stuff worked. And but yeah, they were calling in old COBOL and RPG and assembler programmers. I heard somebody say the other day that it was 2000 was saved because the new kids were innovative thinkers, et cetera, et cetera. And there might have been something to that. However, yeah, no, it was saved by old programmers who knew the old languages from 20, 30, 40 year old, literally 20, 30, 40 year old programs, and could read those languages and understood how they operated and figure out where the changes needed to be because of the fooling around with dates and times and the shortcuts that were done. Basically, here's one of the shortcuts is you didn't waste 4 spaces to put 1999. You used only 2 spaces, 99. So when you're only using 2 spaces, then if the only number there is 00, that means it comes before 99, not after 99. And then, of course, anyway, so and it gets into more, but that's the basic problem. So there was a lot of that, and you need to be able to find that and figure out how the code was, using those dates and how many times dates were used and shortened like that. So yeah, it was old programmers.
Yeah,
Say
agree.
the day.
And
Yeah.
storage, data storage was absolutely so tight and
Yes.
finely tuned back in those days.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're a bit more
Exactly.
extravagant
Yeah.
these days with the gigabytes and petabytes and God knows what. But anyway, let's
Yeah.
move on
Yep.
to, I can see Jenny has her hand raised. Thank you for your input, Linda. Jenny.
If you just use time, as we call it in Sweden, and use the 24-hour clock, it's not called military time, it's just called time in Sweden. We use a 24-hour clock, then you don't get the confusion. 00 is midnight at the end after 23. And you don't start until 000001. The 1 second, that is the date of the new day, or the time of the new day when that starts. So it totally confused me when I first moved to the US and you use the 12-hour clock, which is something that we just don't do. And we actually use military time. We say 1830 if we mean 6:30 in the evening. And this is something that I consciously have to think about and change depending on who I speak to. It's the same thing with pants and trousers. That is something that I have to consciously think about because I don't want to say the wrong thing and people are going to be like, oh, are you going to remove your pants now? Are you? Coming from a Brit, you don't want to remove your pants with a Brit. You want to remove your trousers. Just saying. So there are a few things that I consciously have to really think about what I do. And switching between American and British English is one of them because there are a few words and some of them mean very different things. It's not just pants and trousers. There's more. It's really funny if you know both. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Yes, a very interesting input, particularly as I'm a Brit myself. To me, we have underpants and trousers. And I guess maybe Americans also have underpants and pants.
Underwear.
But
They have underwear and pants.
Yeah. But yeah, pants to a Brit is definitely the knickers. So I will often refer to males' underwear as being knickers as well, because nobody can mistake knickers for anything else unless you think I'm saying Snickers, which got peanuts in them. But that's a slightly different topic altogether. Linda, go ahead.
Yeah, then there's also skivvies and what? Then another one just flew out of my brain. But underwear sometimes refers to underpants, but sometimes it can also refer to t-shirts. So there is that. Okay, I'm just wasting time now. Wasting you guys' time.
I think we're having our daft 5 minutes or so somehow. But yeah, I know that I left the space just as we were talking about the fundraiser. And hopefully that was all covered, because I am assuming that's why Linda was talking about the timing of the end of this particular quintupled fundraiser, which will last until 1 minute to midnight. So 23:59 on the 1st of June, I think we will say. Anyway.
No, it's not. No. And that's the point. It's not midnight, the 1st of June.
That's why I said
Midnight.
23:59.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So in other words, there's, what is that? Close to half a day left.
Exactly.
Yes, but Eastern time, so it's happening.
Yes.
That's timing it with Eastern time. So because otherwise it's going to end at different times all around the world. So
Yeah.
but anyway, if you haven't done so already, now is your opportunity to donate to our fundraiser by going to the first tweet in the nest, which starts off by saying donor match. And I believe if you click on that, yep, underneath the first paragraph is the link directly to MriyaReport website, and it will take you to the donate page. And it's very straightforward to do. And just to add that it's not PayPal. I know somebody got scammed yesterday with saying could they do PayPal, and so watch out for scammers coming along trying to offer that. Always do it via the web page, or you can click on the MriyaReport avatar itself and go to their link to get to the MriyaReport.org website and then find the donate page. And those are the only genuine ways to reach our fundraiser and be able to donate. Very straightforward, and just imagine that you put in $10 and that is multiplied up to $50 by the kind donors that are offering to match your donations. And we are getting so close to the finishing line now for this fundraiser. So this extra little boost would be wonderful today. So with the time being here, 18:43, I was about to say quarter to the hour, but better not because my son might be listening. And there will soon be a co-host change. But up until then, I think we have a few minutes spare to catch up on any last little bits of news that might have cropped up. Do we have anything imminent or pertinent that's of useful information for us all, Tracy?
Well, I was just looking at some information about drones for the armed forces of Ukraine, and the Minister of Strategic Industries has been giving some information. Almost 100% of the products are developed by Ukraine and in Ukraine as well, which is obviously fantastic news. In this sector, a large part is occupied by private businesses, and this is good because it's also about the economy, and that was said by the Deputy Minister. According to him, the Defence Procurement Agency announced for the first time a closed bidding through the PROZO system. And that's for the purchase of 20,000 drones for the armed forces, a total value roughly estimated at about 3 billion hryvnias, and 7,000 of those drones have already been contracted. So that's good to know, isn't it? We've got very good results, both in terms of the product and the price. So far, the tenders have passed another 7,000 birds. That's what they call the drones in Ukraine. And they are undergoing verification and qualification. More than 1 billion hryvnias of this budget has already been used, and they are moving forward. That was said by I think it's Dimitro's first name. It's Klemenkov anyway, and he's one of the deputy ministers of defence because they have several of them. Did you know that, Terry Fella? Several deputy ministers of defence.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's I guess that makes sense actually, because it's a rather large, significant and important area at the moment. So having one guy at the top and then having several deputies, they can all be buzzing off doing their own things and they all come together. And it takes more than one mind to work through all of this stuff, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, so yeah, that's definitely good news, and we like to see updates from that, of course. And you know, that's quite a lot, isn't it? Quite a decent amount. In fact, That reminds me of I was reading the general staff report this morning. I might have to try and find it if I've got time before we go. I think it was the one first thing this morning, and I was absolutely staggered by the amount of what they call air attacks. So that, of course, includes all different types of artillery and mortars and missiles and drones, etc. And the staggering amount that they were talking about. So Vovchansk is 70% under the control of the Ukrainian military. That was reported today. So that's good news. The G7 wants to apparently tighten up on banks that help Russia circumvent sanctions. Well, it's about time. That should have been done, of course, a long time ago, but there's not much point in coulda, shoulda, woulda, is there? Let me see. In Chernivtsi, a representative of the TCC was attacked and a military man hit back. I would definitely have to look into that. Actually, the shelling of the Dnipro hydroelectric power plant. So there's been problem with traffic because you may remember seeing when Russia attacked the Dnipro hydroelectric power plant previously, the missile hit the road. Do you remember, Terry Fella? There was, if I remember rightly, a minibus and a minibus driver that was killed in that
I
event,
do remember that.
and that caused the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that caused the road to be closed then. So Ivan Fedorov, he's the head, of course, of the Zaporizhia Regional Administration. He's been talking about that and giving some information that the traffic is to stay closed. The decision was made not to open the traffic on the weekend, for at least anyway. Let's go to you, Anna, shall we?
Yes, and just to add as well, I understand that there were 74 residential buildings hit while they were busy attacking that area, that it affected 74 buildings as well. So it's not just the infrastructure of the power plant, it's actually a lot of stuff around. But anyway, yes, let's go to Joanna.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring a quick update. President Zelensky already met with the US delegation in Singapore. So they talked about, security assistance to Ukraine. Probably we'll get more details on that afterwards. He usually tweets about his meetings. And also, I have a very interesting news. Hungary donated 50 BTR 80A armored infantry fighting vehicles. Guess what is the catch here?
Did you just say Hungary, right?
Yes,
Yes. What is the catch? Joanna, tell us.
they donated it to Serbia in order to increase and strengthen its military capabilities. I guess Serbia really needs armored vehicles right now.
Wow. I mean, I'm shocked. Even that. Wow. I mean, I'm a bit speechless actually.
Yeah, I thought it's interesting. These countries that get together, Hungary, Serbia, Slovakia recently. Strange, isn't it strange?
It seems to be totally against any logical sense. I mean, we know the people of Hungary. Why I said Hungary, I don't know. The people of Hungary support Ukraine. It's just that administration in Hungary that is so anti Ukraine and pro Russia for some reason. And I guess it must be similar in Serbia. I mean, Serbia has had its own nightmare over Russia in recent years. And you'd think that if anything, that they'd be fully behind Ukraine. So it's just individuals that are in power are trying to make the most of it, aren't they, really? And totally against the people. Just illogical.
Yeah, but we are still seeing some demonstrations in Hungary. Recently, the people kind of get fed up with what Orban is doing. So I don't know. Let's see what is next.
Indeed, indeed. And like in Georgia, I mean, Georgia is definitely showing the world at the moment that it's starting to stand up, and the people are trying to show that they are the ones that matter the most. I think Hungary needs to step up as well. Belarus should step up. We should all step up, I think. And all, I mean, I would like us all to be out on the streets all day, every day. I guess it's not feasible for all of us. My trip down to London was quite a fate for me to achieve. But if I tried to imagine myself doing it even once a week, I don't think I'd last very long. But there are voices around, and we can still speak out, even if we can't step out at the moment. So we can still keep talking to our representatives and urging them to do the right thing, I think. What do you reckon, Tracy?
Yeah, absolutely. We have to just keep plodding away and doing what we're able to do, no matter how big or small. And we definitely need to keep that pressure on our representatives, I think. Even if it's only just because, to let them know that public support is there for Ukraine, that public pressure is there for them to do more, to keep giving more, to keep, doing everything that they can, because, well, we need to keep them feeling that wave of public pressure, don't we? Not only is it powerful when we need it to be, but it's also important for, civil society and political will to meet in the middle. And I think that's definitely one of the things that we have to keep doing in order to achieve that. What do you think?
Absolutely, yes. And I mean, we all know that democracies, any democracy isn't perfect, but it is certainly a far better way forward than going through autocracies. I think when it comes down to it, having a voice is far more important um, as individuals, that we can all have a say rather than being dictated to by a few autocratic dictators, especially genocidal dictators that have no interest at all in what we are all about, that don't consider anything other than themselves as being important. But before I go on a rant, I can see Joanna's put her hand up, so thank you for rescuing me, Joanna. Go ahead.
Actually, I will go on a rant because it's 1st of June, and in Romania we celebrate International Children's Day. They are celebrating it in Ukraine and in Russia too. It's this date, and I've just seen this, and I'm like, why we are doing what we are doing? Well, exactly because of this. On the International Children's Day, Russians have dropped 2 bombs on a kindergarten in Mirnohad, which actually translates to Peace Town. It's in Donetsk region, and yeah, that's what the Russians are doing on International Children's Day.
It's actually so hypocritical, isn't it, that they will have a Children's Day when we know that they don't give a toss, really. The only reason that they want the Ukrainian children is to be able to feed them their own line of BS so that they can grow up to be believers in the nonsense that Russia is coming out with, and to send them off to whatever war they want to start again anywhere in the world. And they will treat all of these children as cannon fodder, as they are treating their own children and adults. It is despicable. And actually, yes, I've just seen that tweet that you mentioned, Joanna. Just trying to find it now. So where's it gone? Oh, it's moved already. Let me go and have a quick look. Here we go. Yeah, on the International Children's Day, Russians have dropped 2 bombs on a kindergarten in the Myrnorad. It's a town called Myrnorad, which literally apparently means peace town in the Donetsk region. This is Sergei Sumleny, who I've followed quite a bit. He's a Ukrainian, sorry. I have been there recently on my way to positions of the 47th Brigade. The town shows a lot of damage by Russian shelling, and there's a picture of what I assume must be one of the schools that have, the kindergarten that has been bombed, and one of the roofs completely missing from the thing, half of another part of the building within the school. And that is quite horrific. I'm going to repost that, so it should be on my timeline. Yeah. There's a couple of other little bits and pieces that have come through. This one is from Max24 about the Dniprovska hydropower plant, the largest one in Ukraine, now in critical condition. It's not even a matter of generating electricity. I think that's what Tracy mentioned just now. It's a beautiful looking power plant, but obviously seriously damaged now, and not able to generate any electricity by the looks of things. And a further comment is from Noel Reports, talking about Zelensky. He's responded to the mass Russian combined drone and missile attack on Ukraine, once again turning to Western partners. Civilians, infrastructure, energy facilities. This is what Russia is at war with. Last night, another attack with more than 50 missiles of various types and about 50 Shahed drones was directed at the south, centre and west of Ukraine. I'm grateful to our soldiers that most of them were destroyed, but there were some hits. All services are working on the ground to provide recovery and assistance. Everyone affected will receive all the help they need. Russia's main goal is to normalize terror and to exploit the lack of sufficient air defense capabilities and the determination of Ukraine's partners. Russian terrorists understand only the language of force, and the only way to stop this terror and to prevent it from becoming the norm is to make timely and effective decisions. Full protection of Ukrainian skies must become the norm so that the madman in the Kremlin realizes that their terror is not achieving its goals. So that the madmen in the Kremlin realize that their terror is not achieving its goals. Our partners know exactly what is needed for this. Additional Patriots and other modern air defense systems for Ukraine, accelerating and expanding the supply of F-16s to Ukraine, providing our soldiers with all the necessary capabilities. Only when Putin loses the ability to attack civilians and civilian infrastructure will he be forced to stop his terror. This is a test of humanity and determination for the free world. Either we pass this test together, or the world will plunge into an even greater destabilization and chaos. And as I said earlier, Zelensky is very good at not mincing his words while remaining diplomatic. And how he stays as diplomatic as he does, heaven only knows. But he does manage it somehow. So, but he's right in everything that he said. It's about being more decisive, coming up with decisions quicker, and for the Allies to be firmly 100% behind getting Ukraine to victory as soon as possible and defeating this Russian terrorist state. which is all they are. They are literally just a terrorist state. So, what do you reckon on that, Tracy? I think that was a very good speech of his, and the fact that he's saying that even while he's over in Singapore is even more amazing.
Absolutely. We can all learn a thing or two from him, Terry fella, that's for sure. Now, you and I, we have our replacements here. It seems the day's gone very quickly today. It's been a wonderful day. Everybody has chipped in. Thank you so much to everybody that came up to be a speaker, that asked questions, that retweeted and shared and donated. It's been an incredible day when everybody has really pulled together. Thank you, Terry fella. Thank you to Nancy earlier on as well, my co-host for our guest earlier. It's just been a wonderful day. And we shall be departing. So thank you very much, and good evening to Jana.
Yes, thank you, Tracy. I think I'll let you drop down first today. And it's been lovely co-hosting with you. I think we've covered an awful lot of different topics. And like you said, we've had a lot of very interesting guests and speakers that have carried us through these few hours. And so rest well, Tracy. I'm sure we will meet again soon. And it's good to see both Jenny and Jana ready to take up our places. Once you have dropped Tracy, then I think Jenny or Jana will be coming up next. Can never tell who's going to sit next to me first until they actually appear. How are you both anyway? Oh, and Slava Ukraini to Tracy there. Yeah.
Hello, Slava, hey, good evening. I think I somehow appeared next to you, so it's very nice to be here again after a little bit of a break. Thank you for welcoming me, and I'm looking forward to our co-hosting segment with Jenny together. And I see Joanna is here as well, so we can maybe finally settle down the confusion about our names. So
That sounds very good, because I'm never quite sure how to say them all. So I will be listening intently as to which names are which, because all of our different countries, we say the J's and the I's and the IOs and everything all slightly differently. So that will be quite a good point to clarify. Anyway, look forward to listening to your section, and I have thoroughly enjoyed being here for the last few hours alongside Tracy, and I will be off now until late tomorrow. So that's late tomorrow for me. So I'll see you again then. But in the meantime, I'll be listening, and I might well come up and have a chat every now and again. But all the best, and over to you. Bye for now.
bye, Terry. Thank you so much. And meanwhile, I'm waiting for Jenny to fly up here. Again, I would like to say good evening to everyone, or good morning, good day. Let me start with the public service announcement, because we are very excited that we do have a donor match. It's quite incredible and very impressive. We have 4 generous donors who will match all our donations up to $500 each, and we are still collecting money for the solar and battery power generators for Kharkiv. And with regard to the latest news about Kharkiv and about yet again Russia attacking the crucial energy infrastructure, this is ever so important. With regards to this, I would also like to alert our listeners, please beware of possible fake collectors. So just know that we are not using PayPal to collect money. We have a very, very easy link to donate that you can find either in our announcement about the donations or on our website, and it's really easy to fill in. And also, when you're following the MriyaReport account on Twitter X, make sure that you are not only looking at the MriyaReport, like the name on the top, but also check the handle. That means the name behind the @ symbol. It both should be MriyaReport, because we have been alerted about some fake accounts that try to pretend that they are us. And of course, it will be very helpful if you come across such fake account. Please help us to report it to Twitter. And I see that Jenny is next to me at the hot seat. Jenny, good evening. Wonderful to see you.
Good evening. Good evening. How are you doing? Because I haven't seen you in a really long time.
Yes, thank you so much. Well, yeah, I had to take some break because I again had to go back to my country of origin. I had to go to Slovakia because we had some sad occasion. I had to go to a funeral in the family, but I'm back. I'm back now, so all is well. And I'm also ready to update you about some bits and pieces from Slovakia, and not only you, Jenny, of course, all our listeners. And I also, as usually when I meet my family, especially my older relatives, nowadays I always try to pick their brains and ask them about their memories from the communist regime and from their experiences with Russia, especially. So I have some new bits and pieces and memories that I'm ready to share. So yeah, how are you, Jenny? How have you been?
It's been interesting because we had first at the beginning of the week we had the huge package and we're sending these awesome surveillance planes, and at the same time we find out that we are not sending Gripen, so that made me sad. But we sent some new stuff. Also, we cleared out these um, bandvagn, armored bandvagn. It's this tracked vehicle that has served as an ambulance, actually, a military ambulance. So some of them are rebuilt for that, and we sent that to Ukraine, and it was a really cool package and some other cool things. Also, I am low key dying here in Sweden because it's super hot, and for everybody else, you can start laughing now. It's about 25, 26 degrees, and I'm dying. And in Fahrenheit, that would be about mid 80s, maybe high 80s. And it is way too warm for this Swede. And so I'm trying to do everything to keep cool. And I know everybody else is like, oh, but that's like kind of chilly and stuff. But here in Sweden, we're just slowly dying. We're made out of ice and not heat. Thank you.
That is very funny and a little bit ridiculous indeed. Well, nothing has changed in the Netherlands. As usually, it's just raining. But the days are longer. But yeah, back to Ukraine and the help of Sweden, because I was not able to listen to much the past week. But I did catch some bits, and I think I've heard you saying when I logged in for a moment that you were proud of Sweden, so that's good to know. And I also caught some bits that several countries, some of them gave Ukraine a permission to strike in Russia's territory, and some didn't. So yeah, I think it's absolutely ridiculous that we are even having this discussion, because of course Ukraine is defending themselves, and of course, we see these massive attacks basically every day coming from the territories of Russia. And it's ludicrous that Ukraine should be in any way limited to strike. But okay, I'm not gonna get upset because it's we all know this and it's not very productive. But yeah, it's insane. Anyways, Jenny, so yeah, I promised some bits and pieces, and I was wondering where to start. So I will maybe start with the day that we are celebrating. Well, celebrating today. It's the International Children's Day, and of course that doesn't stop Russia from attacking civilians and including children as well. But yeah, all these days like International Children's Day and International Women's Day used to be very, very important, and International Labor's Day during communism in my country. We have all been observing them. That was kind of compulsory. But to be honest, the International Children's Day was actually I think the best of them because it wasn't so heavily politically I don't know full of propaganda. It's usually games for children, so that's quite nice. But also it's an important day for one person and a little bit for Slovakia, and I want to share this because if you remember, there was this amazing gentleman who was behind the Slovakian collection for the ammunition, because of course now we have the horrible Ficos government that is demonstratingly pro-Russian. However, we have a citizens' initiative where some of our Slovak citizens said, if not our government, we will help. And they have been collecting money for the Czech sorry, I'm yelling. I didn't mean that, but for this Czech ammunition initiative. And one of the most important personalities behind this collection was a gentleman whose name is Otto Šimko. And why is it important today? Because it's 1st of June and he is actually celebrating his 100th birthday. This gentleman has 100 years. He's 100 years old today. And the way he speaks and he thinks is so admirable. And actually, I think he has much more clarity both in his brain and in his morals than many much younger people. So yeah, and by the way, just to remind ourselves, this gentleman also survived the Holocaust. He is a Jewish gentleman. He of course survived the communist regime in Czechoslovakia, and he has been fighting in the Slovak national uprising against fascists, and now he is fighting or supporting the fight against Russians and their invasions in Ukraine. And he is also incredibly humble. When people admire him and tell him that he is a hero, he said, no, I'm not a hero. People who are in the trenches are the heroes. So yeah, this is a wonderful gentleman. And just to remind also what communist regimes and Russian regimes do with such heroes, even though he was fighting fascism, which communists pretended, that they also fought. Even we now know the history, and we know how Russia always made pacts with Hitler first, and only later had their Red Army and a big patriotic war, which people in my country actually say that the Red Army, so-called liberators, were behaving worse than the German occupiers. But anyways, so even though this gentleman fought against the fascists, the communists didn't allow him to practice law because he was, he studied law. They didn't let him have any job that would be in line with what he studied, but of course he had to work in like a work in like a lower labor roles, which was very, very typical what they did with intelligentsia, especially with intelligentsia that wasn't exactly in line with the communist regime. And I think I hope I'm not being very unclear, because I just hear myself and I'm mixing all these things together. But what I'm trying to say, like, this guy is a hero. It's his 100th birthday. He is supporting Ukraine very much. And we don't want this communist or any other regime that Russia is so ready to bring and is actually showing everywhere that they are trying to bring back, because we have many memories in our regions and countries what they have been doing. And okay, I'll shut up now, Jenny, and I'll let you speak for a moment, because I think I have been speaking without a pause for half an hour already. So yeah, let me give you the word, and then I'll continue with some updates.
No worries. I find it super interesting because I grew up in Sweden. I had to watch from the outside, and I could never imagine what it was like. I know that her Ioana, it's like Joanna, but with an I. Ioana. And my name, it can be pronounced Jenny or Jenny. Both are correct. I'll answer to both. And then Jan, I would say Jana, but I am not 100% sure. So she gets to introduce her name the way she pronounces it. But she was telling a story of when she was a child and she had to do her homework by candlelight because rolling blackouts. And they had to save on electricity or something. I don't remember all the details because she told this story a long time ago. And I have done homework. No, I haven't done homework by candlelight. But the only times that we use candlelight, it was because for mood. It wasn't because the government decided to cut our electricity at a certain hour. And after that, you didn't get to open up the fridge. And she has talked about how the uprising in Romania started with a small group of people, and then the movement grew stronger and stronger until they could throw out Ceausescu. And hearing it from people who actually lived it gives you a much better picture. And so I'm totally fascinated. Although, so it for me, I learn so much when I get to listen to somebody else talk about their experiences, and I'm thinking maybe I should not sit where I'm sitting, but find a quieter place because I do have a son.
Well, thank you, Yanni. Well, yeah, I really I'm always happy to share, the memories that I have or my family shared with me from this communist era. And I'm calling it a communist, but of course that was the regime that the Soviet Union, or mostly Kremlin, dictated to all the satellites. I was lucky enough to be born in the country that was not part of the Soviet Union. We were only occupied. But similarly, as the invasion of Ukraine was absolutely like surreal to me, and I couldn't believe it for many months what is actually happening. For many months later, I couldn't really believe or kind of grasp the fact what I'm observing, that basically Russia is trying to establish what they had before 1989 during the communist era in our regions, behind the Iron Curtain, because they are certainly behaving either exactly the same or very similarly. And just one example from the latest news that we often discuss, how they now are basically stealing the businesses of the foreign countries or the foreign investors that are still in Russia. Well, I would say FAFO to these companies. They should have left many months ago, but still what you see is exactly what happened in the late 40s in our countries, and what Russia typically does. That's stealing, so-called nationalizing or collectivization. And these are only the names, because of course these companies or these assets or this wealth doesn't go to any collective. It doesn't really go to the nation. It's basically stolen by whoever is at the power at the moment in Russia. So what has been happening 80 years ago is happening now. Another thing that is happening again, last time when I came back from Slovakia, I was sharing the memories from my older family members, or what we knew from our grandparents, about how Russians behaved in the 40s when they were so-called liberating our country. And as I already mentioned, almost everybody would tell you that they behaved much worse than the Germans, which is, and this is not to, of course, excuse the German occupiers or invaders or fascists, but the Russian so-called liberators behaved worse. They behaved like barbarians. And this time when I was in Slovakia, I asked some of my family members about 1968, because I wanted to know, as you know, in 1968, there was this invasion of Czechoslovakia by the USSR or the Warsaw Pact, but it was, of course, all orchestrated, or the orders came from Kremlin. And whomever you ask, nobody tells you that it was the Soviet Union invading us, or it was Polish tanks invading us. Everybody tells you, like, the first instinct is, Russians, the Russian tanks in our streets. So I asked my aunties whether they remember the Russian tanks in the streets, and indeed they do. So they, my aunties, my aunts are like from a village from the northern part of Slovakia, and they indeed remembered that in 1968 they saw these Russian tanks in the streets. And I was quite proud, because they told me stories how my uncle and my father went to, change the street signs, the signs that they, like we saw in Ukraine actually 2 years ago. So people changed the signs pointing to the capital city or to the bigger cities. So my aunt told me stories about some Russian tanks who got totally lost in in like a small villages in the mountains where the streets actually ended because the signs pointed, oh, this is the capital, Bratislava, or yeah, this is the Prague, and it went somewhere to the mountains. So that was one funny thing. And also I was proud because I've heard that my uncles like wrote these signs on the streets, Russians go home, and you know, Russians steal I don't know, chicken and geese. It actually rhymes in my language. If somebody from Czechia or Slovakia or any Slavic languages is listening, there were signs that said "Přijeli Rusy, kradou slepice a husy," which means Russians came there stealing chicken and geese. They're stealing poultry. Well, basically looting, stealing. That was of course typical. And another thing that my aunties told me was exactly what I remember from my grandparents. So okay, first we talked about the late 40s, and now we are talking about 1968. Of course, the Russians didn't know the toilets. They didn't know the indoor plumbing, so they wanted to go to the toilets to somebody, and they would ask for a toilet, and people would show them the toilet, and they wouldn't recognize it, and they would yell at them and ask for a bucket. Because so you see, nothing changed. Exactly what we are observing today. It was in the 60s, it was in the 40s, so it's just like a bloody I don't know, barbarian horde. Anyways, so yeah, I think these are the memories I extracted from my family today. Yeah, another thing was, which is I think kind of typical for my nation. I don't know, of course, you cannot generalize totally. And again, I'm calling for any of my country, men and women, like if there are some Slovak or Czech people, come on and join us and talk to us and tell us. But yeah, I think as Slovaks in general, we have a very hot blood. We are very excitable, like for a moment, and then we kind of give up quite easily. So my aunties were also telling me, you know, like for 2 months, Slovak people were yelling, "We will never give up." But then, yeah, after 2 months, it was with the Soviet Union forever and never differently, which literally this was a slogan we have to learn as children: forever with Soviet Union and never differently. Yanni. So yeah, so these are some bits and pieces, and I am of course happy to share with you how the books and movies were forbidden and how horrible it was to live in this gray reality of the communist, so-called communist countries. But I think I've been saying this so many times, but just to reiterate, we don't want this to come back. So back to you now. Yeah, I'm just getting some food, which is amazing. So back to you, Yanni. I'm exhausted with this topic.
Oh, well, okay, so interesting. It's really interesting to listen. I did not have a lot of contact with my dad's father because he and my dad had a falling out when I was actually a newborn, and so I didn't meet my grandfather until I was about 15. And I guess you would say he defected during World War II. And I've been trying to, because he died, I think it was years ago, he died, like over 10 years ago now. And because of the way that he and my dad had a falling out, I didn't talk too much to him. I talked a lot more with my uncle. And my uncle is only 2 years older than me, so we were kind of close in age, and we got along much better than listening to stuffy old people when you're 15. And but I'm finding out more and more about the family that I have back in Estonia. Or actually, I don't know how many family members I still have in Estonia, but I because a lot of them left. Apparently, they weren't being treated very nice by the Kremlin. Shocker, I know. Everybody just, calm down. It's a complete shocker that they did not treat the Baltics kindly. And the stories that I've managed to piece together, it's how he, his brother, his mom, and sister ended up in Sweden. So it started with the older brother, and he must have left in 1943, maybe during the winter of 1943, and or maybe it was earlier, and it was a really cold winter, and he put on a pair of skis and he skied across the Bay of Finland. So he skied from Estonia to Finland, and then he skied up to the north, where he again crossed over into Sweden, and then like a hobo, jumped up on trains, I would imagine, or he skied all the way down to Stockholm. Have a hard time believing that part, but he made his way over to Sweden and to Stockholm. My grandpa was not as adventurous and not as good at skiing, so he just signed on to a German boat during World War II. It was a freight boat, I think. And when it docked in Stockholm, he just walked off and left. He left everything that he owned on the boat, and he just didn't return back when the boat was supposed to leave. And that's how he ended up in Stockholm. His mom and sister, they got into a boat, and this sounds a lot more dramatic than it is. The distance between Estonia and Gotland is not exorbitantly huge. This part is doable, and they tried to row over, but they were towed by a boat from Finland. And whenever I talk to Russians who tell me, I've been told that the gulags was a Western invention. They never existed. Yeah, I know. It, and I keep telling them, like, well, I'm sorry, but I have two family members who were sent to the gulags in Siberia and died there, never returned home. I think my grandfather's uncle was sent to the front in World War One and never returned home. And from what I've learned later on, after my grandfather died, um, the KGB would come to the farm and shoot people, because why waste money on a ticket to Siberia where you're gonna die anyway? And so there is no great love for Russia in me, because they have not been kind to my family. And this was Estonia, that was a part of the USSR. And this is how they treated the other countries, because only Rodina counted. Only Mother Russia counted. The other ones were there to serve Mother Russia, from what I've come to understand. And they weren't kind. Kremlin took what Kremlin needed and left the other countries, the ones that are now free, just to starve and be miserable. And and the whole thing, NATO expansion line that Russia is always driving at, that is a massive talking point from propaganda from the Kremlin. NATO never asks anybody to join. If they had, I'm pretty sure Finland and Sweden would have joined years ago, like decades ago. But they don't ask. They wait for you to ask, can we please join? And it's quite interesting to see that the members of the Warsaw Pact, they all applied in the 90s, except for Serbia. But you have Croatia that is in NATO. You have countries that could that joined, even from former Yugoslavia. But if you look at the countries that were in the Warsaw Pact, pretty much all of them are in NATO, aren't they? Or is it all of them, Jana?
Yeah, I believe all of them are. Yes. And you know, absolutely. Oh, sorry, you carry on because you trigger many additional ideas. So, but please go on, Jenny.
So all of them decided to join. They asked to join. And why do they do that? Why did they ask? Was it because Russia was such a nice nation? Was it because they felt safe and protected under the Warsaw Pact? No. They know exactly what Russia was capable of, and they don't ever want to go back there. They want to have somebody else protect them. And this is why they all joined. So to me, it's interesting to see that they jumped at the chance. They just submitted the application as soon as they could after they became free, after the Iron Curtain fell. Then they joined NATO. They chose to join NATO and the EU. Both organizations work on the principle of democracy, and so nobody strong armed them, and they are free to leave. The UK decided to leave the EU, and even though it made me really sad to see them go, nobody forced them to stay. They were allowed to leave. Um, have you finished your dinner, or would that be interrupting your dinner with all the triggers?
Oh no worries. I am. I just got some bites that I you know Dutch word of the day is happiest. So it's like little bites that I am enjoying while you say something. But no worries. I'm ready to speak, and you really triggered some additional things. Well, first of all, the gulags. You know, I think this is one of many topics that are so very much under narrated, because we all know about Holocaust, but like what Russia was doing, it's still absolutely not in the like conscious of I don't know, nations or societies. We really should talk about this more and learn about this more, because basically Stalin was a mass murderer. I dare say worse, well, even though this is maybe stupid to compare, but on the level of Hitler, he murdered millions and millions and millions of people. And these gulags, indeed, as you said, that was definitely not a Western invention. And I would say that people who lived in the countries of the former Soviet Union, like in Estonia and especially in Ukraine, and all these nations who were basically genocided, had it really even much worse than us. I read somewhere there that countries like that were the satellites of the Soviet Russia, they were like they didn't extract so many people from there to put in the gulags, even though they did, especially in the late 40s. Like this is another thing that I've learned from my family, that even from like a village that my grandma was from, there were 3 people taken to Siberia or somewhere to Russia. And of course, these people were the local intellectuals. So it was like teachers or whoever had like higher education was taken. And I was told that from these 3, only one of them returned, and of course he was very traumatized, so he never wanted to speak about what was going on, what happened to him. And the other 2 didn't come back. And again, we see this happening in Ukraine today. The stuff that Russia is doing in the occupied territories, the torture, the kidnapping, the genocide, getting rid of intellectuals, even getting rid of any cultural institutions, cultural symbols. Even the other day, the printing company. That's nothing new. That's typical Russia. But we really have to learn that this is their modus operandi, because now here at MriyaReport, we now realize this. But we really have to pass this knowledge further, because I think the world is still not really aware of this enough. And another thing, what you were saying about NATO, you reminded me about a thing that is really interesting for me, and that is that Russia must have been preparing like this crazy invasion or something crazy for decades and decades and decades. And it was really difficult for me to also accept this. But when I remember now, I really realize that there has been propaganda and disinformation against NATO already in the beginning of the noughties, after the 90s. And I think I already mentioned it several times here at MriyaReport, but it was always like strange to me, because exactly as you said, Yanni, like we wanted to join NATO, and it wasn't like specifically said that this is a protection or defense against Russia, because of course at that time Russia, we all wanted to be democratic, and everybody was supporting Russia, and we all had these rose-colored glasses after the fell of the Iron Curtain. Now we are gonna trade and we're gonna live together happy forever after. Everybody is gonna be democratic. So even more, having this in mind, it always struck me like a very strange dissonant chords when I read these strange people like protesting against NATO. And I said, why are you protesting against NATO? We wanted to join the Western democracies. Well, now we know. And what I'm trying to say, like, Russia has been pushing this disinformation and manipulation and influence for decades already. So, I think they never really gave up on their imperialistic dreams, and we should really call it the name that we should call it, and it is indeed imperialistic. So, well, I'm done now, Jenny.
Yeah, so just a quick note. Stalin, if you exclude the Holodomor, he also sent 30 million Russians to the gulags. He is directly responsible for around 30 million Russians that died in the gulags, or most likely from the Warsaw Pact. I don't think it was just inside the USSR. And he is, after Mao, he is the most lethal dictator in the world. But if you add in the Holodomor, then he becomes the most prolific murderer as a dictator in the world. With the gulags and Holodomor, he's up to 60 million. That is how many lives he was responsible for. And I have a really hard time when Russians talk about, or when anybody shows admiration for him as a statesman, because I cannot stand by and listen to somebody praise a man who was responsible for the murder of 60 million people when you include the Holodomor. And the calculation I saw did not count that. And in that calculation, Mao was more prolific at killing off his own. He, I think, killed off 40 million or something. And that is because of the Great Leap. And this, it seems like those two countries are following each other, China and Russia. So Stalin decided on doing the stealing the grains from Ukraine. And China decided on the Great Leap. And the Great Leap was China or Beijing decided what to be planted where, taking no consideration to the soil, what would be suitable to plant in that region. And of course, the crops failed, and millions upon millions died in 5 years. It's horrific. Read about it. And now they're ganging up again, like two little old buddies. I wonder how many people will have to lose their lives this time around. It's shocking and it's scary in that sense when you think about it. So yes, there should be a segment. We should have a segment on the gulags because they were work camps and you worked until you died or until your sentence was up if you managed to stay alive that long, which is not very likely because it wasn't like they were feeding you properly in comparison to the physical labor that you were doing. So
And
interesting times.
yeah, and of course the torture and yeah, humiliation. Yeah, indeed. Oh, yeah, and mentioning China, no, absolutely. I would just like to maybe draw our attention. If you remember, we had this amazing guest, Jakub Janda, who is a director at European Values. That is a think tank and Center for Security Policy from Prague, and he is an expert, especially on China and on Taiwan, but also he knows a lot about Russia. So if you would like to know some really good insights, he is very, very critical at the about the European policies and our kind of leniency and the lack of resolution, especially towards China. You can follow him. It's yeah, like Jana or Jenny or this J. It's Jakub, like Jacob, Jakub Janda, and yeah, he's always bringing up interesting bits and news about China. He is also talking about, for example, how still many countries are able to export to Russia through these former Soviet countries, like, for example, Kyrgyzstan. And if you would like to hear the interview he gave to MriyaReport, you can find the recording on our Spotify account. So somebody who doesn't know yet, you can go to Spotify, and you don't need to sign up for money. It's you can use your free, just a free account and look up MriyaReport, and there are many interesting interviews of our VIP guests, and Jakub Janda is one of them. So really interesting to hear that. But yeah, sorry, Jenny, I I think I'm a little bit diverting from what you were saying, but absolutely agree with you about the mass murder who Stalin was, and it's absolutely shocking that somebody would again celebrate this monstrous dictator who is responsible for murder and torture of tens of millions, right? And yeah, you just reminded me that saw this huge sign Stalin somewhere in Russia. I don't know where it was, but it was a couple of days ago. So it's absolutely disgusting. But okay, what isn't what they are doing?
Absolutely. No, and so the one of the times when I've been told that the gulags was a Western invention was when I got into an argument on social media with a Russian, and a Swedish guy that I know who was married to a Russian woman at the time. He had posted like a picture, and it's the top 10 bloodiest dictators in the world. So Mao was first, and then Stalin, then Hitler, and it was 30 some million under Stalin. And this Russian guy was like, that can't be true. He's like, first of all, the Gulag, he's like, that would mean that every fourth Russian would have a family member who was killed as a result of Stalin. And I was like, that's fine. I'm Swedish and I have two family members who died in the gulags. And he's like, the gulags, but that's a Western invention. We never had any gulags in Russia or in the Soviet Union. And I'm like, I don't even have the time or the willpower to want to educate you on your own history that your country decided that your government decided to whitewash. And this was in the 2000s, because I remember that I lived in northern Sweden and I moved up to northern Sweden in 2005. So it was sometime after 2005 that this conversation happened. And I was just floored, and I was like, well, real or not, two family members died in Siberia and they are from Estonia, so they should not be in Siberia. And when my grandfather's brother, he was banned from ever entering the Soviet Union again. So he could never go home. He was a person non grata. And then my grandfather was welcomed back. But he had also been warned that if you do set foot and we find you, we will send you to Siberia. And so when I was talking in the 80s about going to Moscow because there was something in Moscow, and I was like, this looks super fancy and this looks so funny and I just want to go see it. And my grandfather was like, you have my last name. I do not recommend that you go. And he's like, I don't know how angry the KGB is. And I just advise against it. And I apparently have a unique last name because the family made it up in, I think, the 1800s or something. And so it's kind of funny. And at the same time, it's tragic that they decide to hide this part of their history. And I get that it's not like a fun part of your history, but still to outright deny it and go and blame it on the West, I find that really disturbing. And I think this is also why I push for, why I am so for a complete and utter victory for Ukraine, because then they can't deny it. They can't turn it around. They can't twist it into something that it isn't, because the rest of the world has documentation. And this is also why Ukraine has to win. It is so that they can't deny it in the future. So they can't whitewash the history. And I talked to Axel about this because I couldn't understand why it was so important, even if we charge and convict Putin in his absence from the ICC court. I was like, why is this important? And then finally, he explained that it's so that this cannot be denied. There will be an official record of what happened in Ukraine that not even the Russians can deny. And I think, this is what I'm fighting for. I don't want this to be swept under the rug by the Russians. I don't want the history books to be amended later on, and they will talk about how this was a special military operation and how nothing bad really happened, and the Russians were just there to liberate the oppressed Russians. No, Russia needs to own up to what they have done, and that is the super important part. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Annie. Absolutely, and totally agree with you. And well, Ukraine must win. If we want to see any like resemblance even of justice in the world, that is an absolute crucial thing. Ukraine must win, and we have to do what we can to help them, which is quite shameful, especially thinking about Slovakia, that we are not doing our best. There are actually, yeah, some of people in the Western democracies are actually undermining Ukraine, and it's very, I don't know, stupid. I don't even know any fancier word. Absolutely, but I'm afraid that is only the first step. We really, really have to stop lying to ourselves, and we really have to learn and push for learning this real history, this things that factually happened in reality, as you said. So Russia cannot deny it, because it's absolutely shocking for me also to see my country, who is now apparently pro-Russian, even though, as I said, we used to hate them when I was little. So I don't know what happened. But for example, I have a message from a very kind listener who is saying that it's good to also mention, the useful idiots and the fifth column and the stooges that not only we are observing today, who are supporting the Russian propaganda and lies, either for money, for their ego, for some compromise, or because they are really useful idiots. But of course, that has been happening already in the 60s, in the 50s. This fifth column in all the democratic countries that were actually advocating or denying or what Russia did, and basically helping them to muddy the waters. So for example, in the 1968, when Russia invaded Czechoslovakia with so-called, by the way, also they called it brotherly help, so again, I am not surprised that Ukrainians are absolutely disgusted by this brotherhood, what Russia is trying to proclaim, because brotherhood or brotherly help from Russia means that they murder you, torture you, and rape you, and steal your stuff. So anyway, when they invaded Czechoslovakia, of course, there was also these fifth columns that were trying to excuse this or quote unquote explain it in certain ways. So yeah. Anyways, so I guess what I'm trying to say, Ukraine must win, but that's the first step. We really all have to learn to be able to defend ourselves against these lies and distorted reality coming from Russia. So, yeah. Yeah, then John, great to see you. Good evening. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. I hope the rain is not disturbing too much, because maybe it's too noisy. But anyway, Jana, you said something there that we have to do everything we can, and but I think we should say a little bit more. Like, there was a wise guy in the 1940s, Prime Minister of the UK, who said that sometimes it's not enough to do what we can, something like that. Now I'm paraphrasing. Sometimes it's actually you have to do what is required, and I think we are there, because if we only do what we can now, then it will not be enough. We have to do what is required. I know you meant that, but just to make it clear, everything is at stake here, and we need to do what is required, or not a bright future. Just want to say that.
Yeah, I totally agree. What is needed? Absolutely. Yeah, you're right. Not only what we can, but yeah, we just have to really men and women up, and anything in between, and pull ourselves together and really fight this and help Ukraine to win. Yeah, but yeah, I think we all know this. But thank you, Denjon. Absolutely agree. Thank you. Anyway, Jenny, so yeah, so I think this is all I wanted to share from like reminiscing with my family members. And again, I just cannot stress enough how insidious and not in a way that we should be afraid, but we really should beware how powerful this Russian influence can be. Because I left the country that hated Russians or Russia for what they did, not like Russian people, but for what Russia did to my country. And now I visit my own country that used to hate this Russia, and supposedly now my country is pro-Russian. It's absolutely shocking, and it took like 30 years, couple of decades. So we really have to fight this. And yeah, having said that, some updates about Slovakia, the last bit, and then I want to go to Ukraine and to the news from Ukraine. But the last bit about Slovakia, well, I mentioned Jakub Janda, so he shared some posts how Slovakia also very shamefully is selling stuff to Kyrgyzstan, apparently. So yeah, we know where that ends up. But also Fico, a pro-Russian mafia leader, is back from the hospital, and apparently he is recovering. So that's that. But what I wanted to say is that it's absolutely scary, not that I'm afraid, but it's really like disgusting to observe how the mafia government, imagine like Orban, so Fico's government in Slovakia, how they are spinning this attentat, the attack on him. And even though it was apparently done by a pro-Russian person, the mafia coalition are actually accusing the democratic opposition for doing this or for being hateful. And it's so bizarre to watch, because the mafia guys, the pro-Russian guys, they just spew hatred all the time. But in the same breath, they are accusing the opposition. But the scarier part is now that they are really like initiating police investigations of the opposition, of the good guys, for this. And even though we are not there yet, but it's already beginning to me to resemble these, like purges, or the way how the communist police or communist jurisdiction used to work. It wasn't for justice, it was as a tool for the ruling party in the the Russian occupied or Soviet occupied countries. And I think slowly, bit by bit, they are already trying to implement these playbooks again. And that's why what I'm also always trying to say, like, we don't want this reality. Like, guys, if you listen to people who lived in the Eastern Europe, listen to how they describe the reality, how it used to be. And it's really boring for me to observe that this is creeping back. So yeah, absolutely, as Dan John said, it's absolutely crucial to do what is required to help Ukraine win, and then also, or in the same time, to help democracy prevail, because we don't want to lose this. Anyways, now I'm done. Let's go to some news, Jenny. Unless you have something to add, I'll let you speak again.
No, I'm glad that you touched on how he is doing. So Fitzo has been released from the hospital and he is at home recuperating now.
Yes, indeed. And of course, there is a lot of conspiracy theories about, basically the facts that I was able to find is this. Yes. So, of course, there is so much. How do the signal to noise ratio is really bad. So there is a lot of noise and a lot of nonsense in the information spaces. Yeah.
Well, so I hope this comes out the right way. In a way, I'm glad that he survived so that he doesn't become a martyr. So everybody doesn't go like, oh my gosh, but like how you say nice things about dead people, even when you shouldn't. So in a way, I'm glad that he survived so that there's a chance that you can like get somebody else that is less pro-Russian. But a lot of times, you try to whitewash history and go like, oh no, he was a really good guy. He fought for everything that was Slovakia. He hated Russia, kind of thing. And so, in that sense, I think it was a good thing that he did survive, and that he's now being back home. So, thank you for that update because I've been not looking super hard for information on his condition, but I also haven't seen anything in Swedish media, which I thought was really weird. I thought they would actually update. Do you want to respond to that, Yana?
Yeah, I just add, I also, indeed, there was nothing new really, because I was also looking quite hard because I knew that, I would be ghosting, so I wanted to give some updates. So this is indeed the only update, but just again to stress out that this, basically this bad guys, the coalition, the ruling party is really accusing the opposition. They are accusing the good guys for this, even though he is recovering. And you are right, it's good that he is not a martyr now, but they are still using this as much as they can to accuse the good guys, the opposition, for inciting this, even though that absolutely is not true. And the opposition was like hyper correct in their responses, in their like they how do you say it in English? They said that it's a bad thing that this happened. They were really wishing him health. Everybody from the good guys was really behaving in the best possible, most correct way you can imagine, yet they're still being accused every day, and falsely of course, for like creating this, for inciting this, for being hateful. It's really, it seems that for these propagandists, the reality doesn't matter at all, whatever you do. But I am certain, when we, I'm certain that it's not like all powerful. So we are able to win over propaganda. It's just like we really have to be aware of this, that the truth and the reality is not in the way of their accusations and their actions whatsoever. So anyways, so I think the order of hands was then John, IT fella, and then for every child. So let's go and let's give people some possibility to speak. So then John, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think honestly, I think we are making a little bit of a mistake. Not only talking about Slovakia now, I mean in other places, that we're playing this fair game. Obviously, we should be within our rules, but we shouldn't be 100% politically correct when going up against these people, because I mean they are lying. I know. I mean everyone's lying. All politicians are lying to a certain extent. But I mean these fascist autocrats, they take it to the next level. And I think we need to be a little bit more harsh, not this nice, polished, diplomatic way, because the followers they actually they like the rudeness and the unpolished behavior of those idiots. That's what attracts them actually. So the more we speak nice, just like how we treat Russia. I mean, the more we appease and try to be nice, the worse they become. So yeah, I think we need to be tough, really tough. I don't know how that should be done, but this political correctness and politeness, diplomatic speak, I think it's a losing game. I think we will never catch up. They will just increase their pressure.
No, totally. And
yeah.
Please go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and then I had another point which I actually first thought of, and that's that those regimes and wannabes, they always lie. I mean, why can't they stand up for their beliefs and go with that? They have to lie and pretend to be doing it for the good of everyone, instead of stand up for your fucking beliefs. You cowards. It's ridiculous, actually. It's so annoying. Everyone knows they're lying, but still they do it because they can't muster to actually stand up for what they believe in. I mean, it's fine if you have that belief, stand up for it and tell everyone that's your belief, and try to win over the people you want to win over with that instead of lying. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
But if they don't lie, oh, sorry, I'll be really fast. But if they don't lie, then everybody can see through their BS and nobody would vote for them. Nobody would be like, oh, you're a racist little piece of crap. Of course I'm going to vote for you. Of course I want you to represent me. No. So they have to lie to you to suck you in, and then they come out with this crap. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Yana.
No, I just wanted to violently agree with Dan John as well, and I think I am, like, on my personal level, I'm learning this, that being a nice, well, I have learned that already. I'm quite old, but being nice is not always fair and just. We should stand up to abusers and liars. We should call out lies, and we should be fair and firm. Being nice is actually not nice, because you are then giving in to lies and to the abuse. And a compromise is not always fair. Well, I know I'm preaching to the choir. We all know that. But I actually realized that when I was younger, I realized, if you want to have a compromise, you have to have like parties that are more or less on the same level, and they have like roughly the same right for something to really call it a compromise. Because if it's an abuser and a victim, it's never a compromise. It's something that abuser wanted 100 and he or she gets 50. It's not a compromise. It's still an abuse. It's still a steal. And this is, of course, all clear to us. We are seeing this Russia invading Ukraine, and okay, we are not going to take Kiev, but we are still going to take these territories. No, bullshit. Just go home, because you have absolutely no right to any territories. And this is exactly the same. Like, why don't we just say this is a lie? But I'm sorry. I know we all know that, but absolutely violently agree with you, Dan John. And it's absolutely surprising to me that I was able to learn this in my personal life, and our political leaders, so-called leaders, are somehow not able to understand this simple concept of justice and fairness and, I don't know, truth. But okay. Anyways, do you want to react then, John, before we go to the other guests?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, once we let them control the levels of power, then it's too late. So it has to be done before. It has to be no politeness, when they are rising. Then that's when you should find all the dirt on them and put it out in the open, and not care about treading on someone, because it's for our own future and freedoms. So yeah, we really need to get tougher on this. I think not this lättmjölk, mellanmjölk, as we say in Sweden. That's half fat milk. No, we need to go all in.
No, definitely.
I'm radical now. I mean, I've been radicalized by this whole situation, but I think that is good somehow. So definitely. Okay, out.
No, you're not radical. You're just.
I am.
Well, maybe radical in comparison with these. I don't know how to even call these people, but this was a very brilliant point. Thank you for bringing it up, because somebody once said, I think also at MriyaReport, that it only takes one election. The autocrats or the totalitarians to get to power, and then there will not be any free elections. And this was exactly what happened in my country in 1948. Czechoslovakia was a vibrant and successful country, and then suddenly a communist party, quote unquote, won. And since then, we had communist party for, I don't know, 50 years, strangely. And we had to learn Russian all as a compulsory language. But anyways, so yeah, absolutely, as you said, I'll repeat it because I really love what you said. We really have to control this or defend ourselves against this before they get to the levels of power, before that one election. Anyway, thank you. Oh, I think we lost IT fella. IT fella, sorry about that. If you will have a chance, please join us later. So now we'll go to For Every Child, and then we'll go to Fancy. For Every Child, good evening. Good to see you.
Thank you so very much, Jana. I didn't catch what country you're from, but nevertheless, I did have a few comments. I had no idea that you had witnessed a transformation like that in your home country. That actually makes me stutter a bit. However, when I was a teenager, my home country, the United States, was virulently anti-Russian. When I was a teenager, we were still anti-Russian, and then somewhere along the line, I got busy with living life and raising kids and putting food on the table, and woke up and discovered that we actually had lost an election like that, and we had installed a group that was pro-Russian and that was actually towing the Russian line, and that had Russian line towers in one or both houses of Congress. The interesting thing to me on that is, and you're right, it's scary, and it's really scary, and it's scary for me, for other countries to recognize during this quote unquote the word, let's just say the orange wonder, as being just so shocking to them, and then on the other hand, not recognizing that we're still fighting the same fight to keep him from being reelected. Let's just skip away from there. The one group that benefited from being very anti-Russian, very anti-communist, and also benefited from being very pro-Nazi, was the Ku Klux Klan. They did well both times. It didn't matter whether it was communist or Nazi. The Ku Klux Klan was just having a heyday on both ends of the spectrum there. As far as being nice and or fighting back and being not so nice, Timothy Snyder just cut Marjorie Taylor Greene to ribbons, being very, very nice in Congress. It depends upon the audience and what is affordable. There are times when not being nice is not affordable in meeting this challenge. Timothy Snyder was the height of diplomacy, and I would say that the Star of Lithuania is a diplomatic award. So there is an arena where we make more progress, we make more headway, our voice is heard louder with a certain level of speech, and to emulate Timothy Snyder, or to emulate Princess Cannoli, or to emulate Zelensky, or other people who are speaking out and getting their message heard without being angry and cutting. There's an arena where that is the only way to make headway, and an arena where there are where 90 or 100 or more countries are represented. There must be a way of speaking out without raising the heat level of the platform. I look for content constantly, and I find fellows posting wonderful content and then adding their own headlines above it that make it impossible for me to boost, because it takes away from the voice that they're quoting. And let's be certain that the voices that we want to boost are heard, and not add something above their voice that distracts from what they said originally. Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Slava. Thank you very much for every child. Well, a lot of ideas there, but yeah, agree. I don't have any comment. Jenny, I don't know if you want to comment, or shall we go to Fancy?
Let's go to Fancy.
Thank you. I want to tiny bit disagree with for every child there, and maybe I'm one of the fellas, who has the hardly repeatable contents on my timeline. But I think when facing or let's put it that way, I think it's very important to look at the current situation that we are in as what it is. We're currently in a war with the axis of evil that is consisting of China, Russia, Iran, and their allies. With Turkey, we don't know exactly where they stand, but their activities, in my opinion, also point they chose to be not an ally. And within that context, we are facing enemies abroad as well as domestic. Domestic in the United States, for instance, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Trump, and whoever is in this MAGA crowd supporting Russia. In Austria, same stuff. In Austria, we have far-right parties, far-left parties that are basically supporting the Russian narrative, further supporting a division of the nation, causing uncertainty, fear in people, and such. And I think facing such hybrid warfare that we're currently facing, I think diplomacy and politeness is utterly misfitting to be applied. I think that's the biggest problem that I see that we in the West face, that we kind of try to fight the enemy on a rule set that the enemy doesn't adhere to. And let me give you one example. For instance, in Austria, in the 22nd district of Vienna, there is a Russian spy station that also was involved in sabotaging Ukrainian military communication terminals at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Their satellite installations, which they still have on the room, continue to be used to intercept and sabotage satellite communication. It's continuously being used against our assets and to sabotage also Western allies within Austria. In Austria, then journalists brought this up several times, and the government responded, or basically the intelligence service forwarded a list of 15 technicians, 15 actors who they wish to have expelled, on which the foreign ministry responded, we cannot do this to shut it down and expel those technicians or diplomats because it might be seen as a provocation to Russia, and therefore case closed. And I think in a similar way, we see Jake Sullivan working with Russia, right? Very careful, saying, this might be seen as a escalation by Russia, that might be seen as a provocation. We don't want to provocate, escalate. And therefore we see the Russians basically using our timidness, our diplomacy here completely against us. And I think as long as we don't change the game here, I think Russia has an easy game with us. It's Russia, China, all those allies of the axis of evil, they are all playing the same game. They're conducting espionage, sabotage, and as long every kind of like attack vector which we permit them to use within our countries, even, and this going back to your conversation now, even infiltrating our own political system, certain political parties. And I think what I would like to see is that in this case the gloves come off, that we don't touch them that carefully anymore, that if we identify Russian infiltration, we strike back, we strike hard, we call it out, that it's being called out. And if we see those actors lying in our politics or lying in front of the United Nations, making basically the whole United Nations a joke, then our leaders need to stand up and say, like for instance, when Russia says we want to attend a peace conference, or when people say, why is China not attending the peace conference? Call it out. Like, you cannot have a peace conference with ISIS. In the same way, you cannot have a peace conference with Russia or China, because China and Russia are basically the problem. They're the cancer. They're the evil actor. They cannot be rationally argued with. They cannot be set down and have negotiations with. And this is what pisses me off still in Western media, when we hear our politicians, also when we in Germany hear, for instance, Erhard Bühler, and otherwise like a very well respectable general, but still he sits on this fallacy that with Russia you can eventually sit down and negotiate. And I think we need to abandon this idea of having any sensible, useful negotiation with Russia or China. It won't be possible. Like, they won't adhere to it, and they will just use every tiny break, every briefer we give them, they will use to prepare them the next steps against us. And I think I still feel that we very much are in false assumptions here in the West, thinking that we can get them to a negotiation table and we drink some champanska together and everything will be normal. I think absolutely it won't be. And if we don't realize it, our cities will be burning faster than we think.
No, totally agree, Fancy. You know, the only worry is for me, like, do we have these leaders? You know, because I have a bit of a trouble to seeing them, but yeah, absolutely, totally agree. Jenny, anything to say, or shall we go to For Every Child?
I, like you said, I aggressively agree with Fancy. The gloves needs to come off. We need to have an old-fashioned hockey brawl, but or MMA fight where we take them down. But unlike in the MMA, throat punches and the crotch are still on the table. We can strike there as well. You know, just no. The only one that has violated the red lines or that has been doing escalation, it's one country has been doing it. Russia. Russia does it all the time. And uh and I also agree with Aksel. He keeps saying he's like, oh, so they're doing the GPS jamming, so we drop a JDAM on them. And then when they come to us and go like, what did you do? We're just like, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. It wasn't us. We don't know how that thing it self-exploded. You know, just strike back and strike hard, because that is unfortunately the only language that Russia understands, which is quite sad.
And you know, Jenny, I just realized something. You know, we always say you cannot negotiate with a bully. You just have to, you know, fight the back. But I just realized you cannot negotiate with a liar, because you cannot really make any agreement. You cannot really trust anything. We've seen it again and again and again, whatever they agreed to. You know, I will never forget these green corridors that they repeatedly agreed to, and then they shelved them the next day, you know, for humanitarian evacuations in the beginning. And this is with any agreement they ever did. That was the same during the Second World War. Whatever they say, it's like upside down, it's turned around, it's a lie. They either muddy it, like you just said, we don't know, or they straight accuse the victim of doing it, you know, the absolute lie. No, we didn't do it, you did it. So how can you negotiate with somebody whose words mean nothing? I don't know. Anyways, oh, I'm getting upset. For Every Child, please go ahead.
I hope that I can, because I had a crystallized thought, and I'll try to get back to it. In this platform, and I've been on this platform for 15 years, I have been suspended a gazillion times, but never for the anger and rage that some people voice that I cannot boost. However, that is called flaming. In the early days of the internet, anger was called flaming. The example that I want to follow is the example of a lifetime that I have lived, and that is anger in this platform elevates and boosts the message you're trying to silence. The example is from the Ukrainian people themselves. Anger and rage is an impediment to the battlefield. I know from having a father who was a warrior that anger and rage would have been totally unacceptable in his environment, because there is come on, Chuck, come on, Chuck Farr talked about going to this cold place, and I don't remember the exact phrase that he used, but there's a French phrase that exactly describes what Chuck Farr was saying. and that is required on the battlefield. I wish that I had the French phrase at my fingertips. I have saved it, and I will send it to you, Jenny and Jana. But anger and rage in this platform is an impediment to the message that we want to deliver, and it elevates the message we want to suppress.
Yeah, I can see that, but sometimes a good throat punch works as well. And I just sometimes I just want to do that to Russia. Just punch them back. Because they continuously lie, and their posts. I actually rarely do bonking, and I will also give the tip because somebody came up during my and Tim's during one of our segments and said that he had been suspended because he had been rude to a Russian troll. And I told him my pro tip is, like I don't know if he had said something like do the world a favor and go kill yourself or something like that to the troll. And I said, you see, that's where you made your mistake. That is advocating for somebody to die, and that probably violates the terms and services of this platform. However, if you do tell him that his mother should have swallowed, that is not violating the terms and services. You're just suggesting that she should have done something else. And you're not advocating for him to die. You're just advocating that he should never have been born, which is completely different. He is here now. So, pro tip. I did it, and I said, I'm not asking for you to die. I'm just suggesting that perhaps you shouldn't have been born. Sneaky ways I get away with stuff.
Naughty, Annie.
At times I'm absolutely horrible, and I tell people this all the time. Like, don't follow me. I do some shady stuff on this platform. You may not want to see it. I am kind of funny, and I am also extremely mean when I have a cause, and I do have a cause here. I want democracy to win. I do not want autocracy to win. I really don't. I don't want a genocidal maniac to win. And if anybody comes after me for having this belief, well, then I will, especially if you go after me, instead of doing it in my DMs and we can have a civil conversation in the DMs, or if we can even have a civil conversation if you come after me on my own feed. But once you get rude, I will probably suggest that your mother should have swallowed. And if you can't handle that, stay away from me. Anyways, now I've told everybody. Everybody thinks I'm like this really nice human being. I am nice. I actually am. And if you see me being mean to someone, you should probably scroll up and see what they did to make me stop being nice. Anyways, we should probably go to Fancy. Go ahead, Fancy.
Yeah, the reason why my account is called Fancy Vyshevanka and not Fancy Pants Vishnekovsky anymore is exactly because I had such a moment of rage, but I became more careful to be fair. And one of the phrases or memes that I use lately, similar to yours, Jana, is thanks God he became a good Russian, or go become a good Russian to someone who is a total vatnik, because actually there's a saying that only a dead Russian is a good Russian, but I disagree with this. I have two types of good Russian. The Russian who supports Ukraine and its sovereignty is a good Russian, in my opinion, and they are out there. So when I say go and become a good Russian, it actually gives them an option. Either go and die or become killed, or actually become really a good Russian, make a 180 turn and fight the regime, resist the regime. And yeah, for me it's satisfying because I know exactly that, when I'm angry, I know to tell them become a good Russian. They probably will understand it as the general phrase, but I know that, okay, like you have two options. There's always two options. Also, if they are in Ukraine, the Russians, they also have an option. They have the option to surrender to Ukrainians, become a prisoner of war, and it's over. And I think that's having a positive effect in the conversation, because in the conversation you give them two options, but also on the battlefield Ukrainians give them two options, and therefore they have the upper hand, because those who have an option to not die, they can choose to just surrender and turn to the good side. So yeah, for me the energy got redirected into, let's say, smarter memes.
Absolutely. And I when whenever I talk to somebody who thinks that Ukraine should like the Xi Jinping or Putin, now Putin is saying it too, that they should freeze the conflict at the border or at the lines that they have right now. I keep reminding them that if Ukraine stops fighting, they stop being Ukraine. But if Russia stops fighting, the war ends. And that is something that um, a lot of people seem to be missing out of the argument, that they are actually fighting for their very survival as a nation. And I don't blame them for fighting tooth and nail, but they will cease to exist as a nation if they were to give up. Also, a frozen conflict with the lines that they have right now only gives Russia the opportunity to go home, rearm, refuel, and come back. And I do not want to see that. Did you want to say something about this as well, Jana?
No, I think, well, I agree with both of you, and I have nothing else to say. I had something to our previous, a little bit earlier discussion, because just let me say it quickly, and then we will go to Denjon and For Every Child, because we were talking about this fifth column and the propaganda and the influence. So there is a nice article published by EU versus Disinfo. That's a website that I follow, and they also send quite a good newsletter. And they had a good kind of a summary article, because we know that, of course, Russia uses a lot of techniques. Like flooding the information space, repetition, all these absolute lies, as For Every Child mentioned, enraging, like rage farming. So this article, I don't think it's exhaustive. It doesn't touch all of them, all these techniques, but it actually presents quite many of them. So it's worth reading and reminding ourselves, especially in the light of the upcoming election to the European Parliament. This is how they are writing it as well. So it's called "Elections Are Battlefields for the Kremlin, Flooding the Information Space." And they are, for example, mentioning, apart from flooding the space, they are mentioning these falsehoods, fire hoses, and soft power versus dark power. They are also mentioning the huge scale of the Kremlin operations. They are mentioning how many languages the Kremlin propaganda operates in, because of course it's not only in English. You can learn a little bit more about the budgets that the Kremlin is using, and I think we've been talking about this when we talked about their budget for 2024. A lot of interesting things, of course, bots and trolls. but also misusing of communities like sports and culture that we also often touch upon, and how much of these activities are really increasing. So it's in the nest. And as I said, it's called Elections Are Battlefield for the Kremlin, Flooding the Information Space and Other Disinformation Techniques. And I would recommend, if you would like to stay in the know regarding the Russian propaganda, this channel is one of the good ones. So they often have quite a lot of good content. Anyway, so let's go to Denjon and then for every child. Denjon, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so no, I get what you were saying that for every child. I mean, to rage here on Twitter, I think it's maybe counterproductive because then you will lose a lot of attention from sane people. They will just see it as a dog fight and not really interesting. So I get that, but that's not really what I mean. Twitter. I mean, there's a world outside Twitter as well. What I'm talking about is like don't recognize Putin as the legitimate leader of Russia, for example, from our governments. Don't deal with them. Don't send your condolences to Iran. I mean, come on. They are laughing at us when we do those stupid things. They are not saying, "Oh, look, Sweden, what a nice country." I don't know if we did that or not, but they actually respect Putin, and they really the president of Iran was kind of respected. They don't see it like that. They're laughing. They will sit there and say, well, look at those stupid idiots. We would never do that with them. That's what I mean. We cannot be nice and politically correct. We need to call it out for what it is. That's what I mean. It's those things on every level, by the way.
Absolutely, Jinjun. Totally agree. And sorry for every child. Let me just quickly react. Talking about rage, what enraged me. You know who also offered their condolences for this murderous bastards? NATO, a spokesperson of NATO. I just cannot say how shocked I was. So of course I wrote to them. They never wrote back. But yeah, NATO. So, anyways, for every child, please go ahead.
Thank you, Yana. Well, getting back to what we do individually ourselves for Ukraine and for Ukraine today, I already retweeted the excellent article on elections, Yana, and I retweeted it before I read it because you told me what was in it, and I will study it myself. That said, I did find the French phrase that correlates to Chuck Farr's description of what's required of warriors on the battlefield. And he asked us to do the same thing here, to go to a cold place rather than rage. I work with an audience of one. I picture who I'm addressing, and I send my post out based upon an audience of one that would want to receive that message. We don't live in a vast space among the stars where a light shines and it just goes out to any place. In order to communicate, we must communicate with someone. And I actually got that message in international broadcasting class, where BBC broadcasters said that they always, or at least the ones that we were taught to emulate, were addressing an audience of one. And BBC broadcasters also dressed to the teeth because they felt like how you dressed was reflected in your voice. And I don't know if that's true, and it has never been something I have done. I have never dressed up to speak on this space, and some days I am more tidy than other days. Slava Ukraine.
Heroam Slava. It is actually true. This is why salesmen usually wear a suit and tie, because they will speak in a different way, because you look like an official person, you look more respectable, and it's a psychological thing. Same thing, even if you work on the phone, this works. Same thing if you stand up rather than sitting down, then it gives you more power. It's a it is completely psychological, but it works. So just wanted to add that. So it's amazing. This is something that they teach to people that work in customer service, because if you work in customer service, most of your calls will be complaints, and in order to not get bogged down and have people, drag you down when they are dissatisfied with the service that the company that you work for provided to you, when you talk to them, you stand up and you will become calmer, because now you feel like most likely they are sitting down, which means that you're taller than them. You have the upper hand, kind of thing, and you can talk a little bit calm. And also, if you're dressed very nicely, people will, if they are face to face with you, they will treat you differently. You'd be amazed at what people can say over the computer that they would never say to you on the phone. And think people will say things over the phone which they would never say to your face. But because they don't see you and don't see your reaction, they can do these things. It's also psychological. Forever Chop, go ahead.
Jenny, that is so interesting. My mother-in-law chartered a Goonie Bird, a DC something or other, for my dad to fly on one of their anniversaries, or his birthday one. And when I showed up in shorts and like I was going to a tennis match or something, the comment was made, in our day, people dressed to fly in this plane. That really stuck to me, and I felt totally humiliated. However, many years later, someone sent me, a relative sent me a ticket to come see them for a holiday. And I have not seen them in a very long time. And I dressed to the teeth. I went shopping for new clothes. I bought a coat that was really ornate, wearing jewelry and absolutely to the nines. And when I got on the plane, I was treated like a princess by all of the flight attendants.
Yeah, it's because I just can't explain. It's psychological, and it works. I believe that Nafo Dave, you're up next. Go ahead.
Yes.
Wow, you hit a nerve with this topic. All the hands are just popping up, but of course, I could not resist the urge to not make an inappropriate wheelchair comment. This explains so much as to why people don't listen to me now. I can't stand up. Also, it's interesting that molecular biologists, that's the field of science I'm in, we are notorious for not dressing up. You go to a molecular biology conference or something, and everybody's just in free T-shirts that they got from their, wherever, Sigma or Fisher or wherever they ordered their chemicals from, that sent them a free T-shirt because they spent $1,000. So we wear free T-shirts and jeans and don't really dress up, because you're in the lab. You always have PPE. You always have your protective coat and other stuff on top, and so it doesn't really matter what you wear. But it's interesting because when you go to a medical conference, since I work in the medical field, I go to I'll go to molecular biology conferences, and everybody is just wearing whatever. And you go to medical conferences, and everybody is in a suit and tie and all dressed up, and it's a huge difference just in the culture. I mean, science-wise, molecular biologists are much better scientists than doctors, but everybody listens to doctors because they're dressed up. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it is really interesting. And if you try it, so I studied psychology. My major was psychology, and I took some sociology classes, and we got to do an experiment. And when I was a teenager, I was a rebellious teenager. So at one point, I had half my hair platinum white, platinum blonde, look more white, and the other half was black. My mother was not pleased. Let me just say that. But and I wore torn jeans, and I think I had a leather jacket. And when I walked into stores, I always had somebody following me. Then when I had my hair all white, platinum blonde, nobody even looked twice at me, even though I was wearing the same clothes. Because of the hair, they would treat me differently. It was really funny because a friend of mine, she bought a bag and they forgot to take the alarm out, and they hadn't activated the anti-theft surveillance thing that you had to pass through. And we noticed this when we were in a different store, and there the alarm went off. And so we went back, and when we walked in, I had a guard and two of the people that worked in the store asked me what I had stolen, and I'm like, you watched me walk in and you were with me in like 2 microseconds. What could I possibly have had the opportunity to steal and run back and forth before you even saw me, like leave the store and come back in? What could I possibly have stolen? And she was like, oh yeah, you walked in and the alarm went off. And I'm like, yeah, I did, didn't I? And also, it wasn't me, it was her. She was here, she has the receipt, and we stole nothing from this store. It was kind of funny, but it was interesting in the difference in how I was treated, even though I was the same person. Anyways, Jana, I don't know who was next, if it was Helmi or Fancy.
I do.
Okay.
It was Helmi and then Fancy, but let me just quickly say, because I would also like to bring some news from Ukraine, and then we can, of course, can come back to the discussion. But I saw from one of the channels that we all follow, the AFU strike military facilities in Belgorod and Kursk with Western weapons. There are 2 Russian Panzers were destroyed today, and apparently Ukraine will be able to use the Czech initiative artillery shells against targets in Russia. So just a little hot news insert, and let's go to Helmi and then Fancy. Helmi, goedenavond.
Goedenavond, Jana. Can I react on what you just said about Victor, that somebody of the NAVO, representative of the NAVO, made his, reacted on Victor's little accident. Yeah, well, I had the same reaction as you had. Made me very angry. And also our former, still now Prime Minister, because we don't have a new government yet, also he reacted. And he also made his condolences to Iran for the death of their leader. And I was also very angry. But yesterday I was listening to a debate, and it was for the European Parliament, for the elections that are coming. and the different parties, representatives of the different parties were debating. And of course, there were also the far right parties of the Netherlands, the representative of the PVV and a representative of the BBB, the Farmers' Party. And I was listening to that. And in the beginning, I thought, because, yeah, they talk in like this propaganda language, and you recognize it immediately, all these stupid things they say, all these lies and all these terrible things they think is best and whatever. And the way they talk, always interrupting and always. And the other parties, they were, and then I understood why some leaders do that. And I think I suddenly understood it, because they want to be like they are. They are, they have a vision, they have their thoughts, their policies, and they are correct. And that is what they want to show, their correctness. They want to say, we haven't changed, we're still the same, and we stay the same. And if one of the leaders has an accident or is shot or or dies, we do what we should do, what is right. Do you understand what I'm saying? I suddenly got it. Also, because in this debate, it was obvious that they hardly got a chance to say what they had to say and to bring their visions and their thoughts. But there was dignity. Do you understand what I say?
Not sure what not sure what the point was, Helmi. You mean the dignity among our politicians?
The dignity of, yes, our politicians, the pro-Ukrainian, the middle, the center, they keep their dignity, and I think that's a good thing. And of course, there were discussions, and they tried to come with the truth and good reasons and good arguments and sort of thing. But they stayed, yeah, they kept their dignity.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand now. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Oh, yeah, of course, it's also important, but nonetheless, they still should stand up and be firm, which I think the Dutch politicians are mostly.
Yeah,
You know?
they do.
Yeah.
They do. Yeah. Yes.
And you reminded me of something, and Fancy, sorry for keeping you waiting. I'll just quickly say something. Dignity is actually very important notion, Helmi. Totally agree, because also the Ukrainian revolution was also a revolution of dignity. And you just reminded me of, I watched a video from this gentleman who is actually Russian, but who is pro-Ukrainian, who ran away from Russia. His name is, I think, Christian. Jonathan Fink from Silicon Curtain regularly has him as a guest on the channel. And this Christian was showing some videos from Russia, and it was Russians fighting over something and yelling and doing some stupid stuff, as we often see. And he actually pointed out, like, he is so ashamed of this, and he said, like, what you see is like these people, they don't have dignity. And he also pointed out that in democratic countries and in like functioning societies, we really, the citizens, like people, want to have dignity, and that indeed the Ukrainian revolution was about to uphold our dignity. So yeah, totally agree with you. It's very important.
Yeah, it's very important just to bring your ideas and listen to other people that bring their ideas and then talk about it, yeah, with dignity, and not like the PVV representatives. They were just shouting and screaming and interrupting and like they always are. And there's no dignity whatsoever. They're sitting there with their faces like they know how it is, and they have won. They always say we won the elections. Well, that's not true. They have a quarter of the votes, but that doesn't mean that they are the boss. But they act as if they have the truth and they have the, yeah, and they have with a smile that is very irritating. So like, I know, and I am the boss, and I don't know. Do you recognize something of this, or am I just?
Yeah, no, I do well more from my country, because indeed, like, the political discourse definitely got very much undignified with these pro-Russian politicians. So absolutely, I think you are also what you're saying is resonating with me, that we don't really want to live in a society where this like barbaric way of speaking is actually prevailing with our political leaders. But yeah.
Exactly. Thank you. That is what I wanted to
No,
say.
thank you very much, Helmi. Let's go to Fancy. Fancy, please go ahead, and thank you for waiting.
No worries. So you talked about the dress code and how it's important to dress the appropriate way, dress the way you want to be perceived, when doing sales. It got me thinking how to dress when interacting with Russians. Should I then go buy some butcher clothes to have the appropriate attire when talking with Russians?
I don't know if you guys have seen Halloween, the movies. A hockey mask works as well. Just saying. That was what Mike Myers was wearing. That could work.
I don't have an answer, at least. Well, I think Jenny answered, but Fancy, I hope you are happy with the answer.
No, what you're wearing, I think, is not important. It's just the way you behave. You should listen to what other people have to say, and then if it's your turn, you can react and not interfere, and not. It's behavior, especially, I think.
Then John?
Yeah, we should listen, but I think that clearly does not apply to the Russians. We should listen to them because they're clearly not talking in good faith. So when we listen to them, we get deceived, definitely. So there's no negotiation and etiquette with them. Just maybe, as Fancy said, butcher clothes on to show them how we see them. Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyway.
No, thank you so much, everyone, for really interesting discussion. I think we really went into psychology, sociology, propaganda, and if that's okay, I would also like to now go to some developments of what is going on in Ukraine, because it seems there are things taking place, and I'm just trying to understand what exactly is going on. But for every child, you wanted to say something. Please go ahead first, and then we will go to some news.
Yeah, I was only about to say something that would provoke a return remark, and let's not go there.
It's funny. So, sorry, I didn't react quickly because I was coughing here. So, Jenny, let's then go to some updates. I saw some bavovnas, and I am trying to make some sense of this. We see that there are some notes, but please take this or like observe this with us, because these are, of course, not like three sources confirmed news, but it seems that something is happening in the Kharkiv direction, and the enemy, the Russians, are attempting to some for some active assault operations, and the Ukrainian defenders are reporting that, of course, they are working hard. So as usually, we will keep an eye on this and keep you informed. And of course, if you know something that is okay to share in public, of course, please come up and share with us as well. We would very much appreciate it, and have the discussion. And Jenny, because in the beginning, when we started co-hosting together, I asked you about the previous week because I kind of lost track last week. And I was very grateful to some of our very hard-working volunteering colleagues because I see several updates from what has been happening throughout the day. So if you agree, maybe we can go through some of these summaries, not only for my benefit, but also for people who maybe just woke up and didn't hear anything yet, or didn't hear all the summaries yet. And if something is boring, just feel free to interrupt me if you already talked about it. But of course, also if something is interesting, just feel free to jump in and let's discuss it. So I have some summary from this one is from Kyiv Independent from today, Saturday, June the 1st, what has been happening. So we know that presidential office confirmed that Washington allowed Kyiv to strike inside Russia with US arms, but only in the area, as we understand, in the area near Kharkiv. So the US gave Ukraine permission to strike Russian territory with American supplied weapons. And this was reported by President Zelensky's spokesperson, Serhiy Nikiforov. Then also, an US official said that Ukraine can strike inside Russia with American arms near entire northern borders. US official, this was Michael Carpenter, Senior Director for Europe at the US National Security Council. So this is again a northern border, that's Kharkiv and Sumy oblasts. Berlin says that Ukraine can strike military targets inside Russia with German arms. Ukraine can use German supplied weapons to strike legitimate military targets inside Russia, and this was reported by Deutsche Welle. Ukraine and Sweden signed the long-term security agreement. This was, I think, yesterday or a couple of days ago when Volodymyr Zelensky was in Stockholm. Jenny, I'm sure you talked about it. And that was the third Nordic Ukrainian summit. Please go ahead if you want to add something, and then we can go to NAFO Dave. Jenny, please go ahead.
So one of the things that our prime minister said during the interview was that we signed this just gave assurance, apparently it was like a 15-page assurance or agreement, but he said that the most important thing is this sends a signal to Kremlin: we are here until the Russians go home. We're not going to grow tired. We're not going to, change our mind halfway through. We're not going to do any of that stuff. We're here until victory. That was it. Enough, Dave. Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that depending on your scale, Moscow and St. Petersburg are also in the vicinity of Kharkiv.
Dave, I
Yes.
missed you. This is brilliant, of course.
It's
You just got
absolutely.
to think, in the right scale. When we're, thinking of distances like the whole Earth distances, then, relatively, they are very close to each other.
And compared to Mars, they're practically next door. It would take a really long time to go to Mars. It does not take a long time to go to Vladivostok. It's near Kharkiv. Like you said, it depends on the scale. I love how you think.
I love the scientist in him. Before we go to Dungeon, I just wanted to add that also Norway signed this long-term security agreement with Ukraine. So the same signal, I guess. Dungeon, please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, when Nafadev mentioned what he mentioned, I quickly pulled up Google Maps, and the distance between Kharkiv and Moscow is about 15 millimeters. That's, I don't know, half an inch or something for those ones who understand that kind of measurements.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you all three of you. All right, so let me go back to the summary. Ukraine is to receive the first tranche of frozen Russian assets revenue this summer. This was apparently said by EU officials. The legal framework within which the funds will be transferred is still in progress. This was according to David O'Sullivan, that's the EU official apparently. The EU sanctions envoy hopes that the decision will be made in a few weeks. Then another good news, Ukraine can use the Netherlands F-16s to strike inside Russia as self-defense, Dutch minister says. The comments come after a day after Denmark said that Ukraine may use Danish-supplied F-16 jets to strike military targets in Russian territory, because, of course, as they mentioned, this would be within the rules of war. And I don't see this in this summary, but I think something came across me when I was preparing that unfortunately Belgium does not have this opinion. So Belgium did not allow to strike within Russia, which is strange, but okay, we'll again keep an eye on it. So then a little bit different point, SBU drones destroyed Russia's long-range radar in Crimea. Sources say, oh, that's brilliant, Jenny. I didn't know that. Sources from Ukrainian intelligence services told the Kyiv Independent that the system was worth around $100 million. So long-range radar in Crimea destroyed. Very good. Then this is a good one, and I'm sure you discussed this during the day. Ukraine strikes ferry crossing oil depots. Have you noticed that I'm able to say depots correctly nowadays? I'm not saying depots anymore. So Ukraine strikes oil depots in Russia's Krasnodar Krai. This is according to the general staff. Ukrainian forces struck a ferry crossing and an oil depot at Port Kavkaz in Russia's Krasnodar Krai, and this was overnight from last night to tonight of Ukrainian time, obviously. And yeah, reported by the General Staff of Ukraine's Armed Forces. Oh, and that very, very moving and yet shocking images of the Ukrainian prisoners of war. I understood that there were people who have been held basically since the beginning of the invasion. So 75 Ukrainian prisoners of war or prisoners were brought
back from a Russian captivity. And the number also includes service personnel of the armed forces and the National Guard, border guards, and for civilians. And of course, the pictures were really harrowing. The people who were absolutely emancipated, absolutely, yeah, they must have gone through hell. And let's not forget, like how Russians treat prisoners. Yeah, let's not kid ourselves. It involves torture. It involves both psychological and physical torture, and it involves rape and horrible treatment. So thank God these people are back, and yeah, we have to fight for all of them to be returned back, because yeah. Anyways, so Jenny, this is the end of the summary. Is there anything important you think that I didn't cover yet? Because there are other summaries, of course, we can go to them. But if you would like to add something, what you found interesting either today or previous couple of days, please go ahead.
So at this Nordic conference that took place in Stockholm yesterday, I was happy to see that we did not forget about the baby. Everybody tends to, when we think of the Nordics, it's Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Denmark, and everybody forgets the baby, and the baby is Iceland. We kind of ignore Iceland, but Iceland was there. They were at the conference yesterday, and they also signed a long-term agreement. So it was Norway, Sweden, and Iceland who had not signed an agreement with Ukraine yet, and we all did yesterday, which is really good. And I was happy to see that we didn't forget about the poor baby. It's so super easy. It's like an island up in the north, and I was like, what? Iceland? What's that? So I just want to give a shout out to all the Icelandic people.
I think I actually caught you saying that, and I had to smile at your call in Iceland, the baby. I would recommend everyone, after you visit Ukraine, do go and visit Iceland. I've been there once, and I would love to go back. It's a stunning, stunning, stunning island. Is beautiful. They call it a photographer's paradise, and I don't even take pictures, but there are so many incredible sights to see in Iceland. It's really stunning. So anyway, that's my contribution to your baby note, Jenny. Oh yeah, there are some other things that I found quite interesting, and I saw them in the summaries, but I didn't see much detail about this. But I saw this quotation from Admiral Rob Bauer, who said that a cyber attack on one of the NATO countries could become a reason for the application of Article 5. Wow, that is that really struck me as very important, because I would say that cyber attacks on several NATO countries by Russia are actually quite common. So if this would be a reason for Article 5, yeah, please, let's go ahead. I think we should have reacted already some time ago, but okay, I'm not a military person, and I'm sure Gani would probably tell me off for saying this. So please take this as a sentiment of a lame person. But yeah, Admiral Rob Bauer apparently said that. And another thing that got me quite happy, the George Clooney Foundation will demand the arrest of Russian propagandists, plural, of Russian propagandists working in Europe. Well, that's a good, I don't know, a public stance to have, even if of course, it should follow up with the action. But to be very honest, I was actually missing also some words in our information space. So more words like this and more sentiments like this, I'm happy. So yeah, I think that is all what I found interesting in these summaries from the coming days. And if you would like, we can also delve a little bit deeper into some of the news. Because I already shared with you something from the propaganda corner, and we went through the general news. And I also have a little bit of military. So if you would like, and again, a lame person here, so if there is anybody military, not rookie like me, and I believe Jenny as well, unless you're a secret rare admiral, Jenny, then please come up and talk to us. But while you're doing so, I will just share what I found. I have this favorite channel that is called Defense Express, and they really bring very, very good articles. And the one I wanted to share with you today is actually about Russia and Russia production of artillery shells. And unfortunately, is not so optimistic. So please don't get don't get confused by my overall enthusiasm, because I can't help it. But I'm absolutely not enthusiastic about this. I'm actually quite appalled, because not only is Russia able to get ammunition and equipment from other totalitarian regimes, and of course they don't need to ask their citizens, and they don't need to take long until they do something, and of course they don't tell Russia stupid things like, oh, you cannot strike your enemy like we do. But Russia apparently also produces quite a lot of artillery shells themselves. And this article is stating that Russia produces the artillery shells 3 times faster and 4 times cheaper than Ukraine's Western allies. Well, I definitely would agree from what we know that it would be cheaper than the Western produced ammunition. And there are some reporting apparently from Ukrainian soldiers from the front lines who say that for every 1 round they fire against Russian positions, the invading troops can launch roughly 5 shells back. The figures, the numbers that I told you, the 3 times 3 times faster and 4 times cheaper comes from Bain, the big consultancy house. And they're basically underlining what we know, that this is one of the challenges that the Ukrainian armed forces face. But not talking about this article, just on the side, I also caught a discussion on MriyaReport earlier. I think Mockers brought it up that there are some reportings nowadays that Ukrainian defenders are very happy because they finally, at the moment, are starting to have sufficient amount of shells. So that's really good. But back to the article and back to the analysis. Russia plans to produce 4.5 million rounds of ammunition in 2024. It is not clear what proportion of this total number is refurbished and what is like newly produced. Now, put it in contrast with the Western, so-called Western democracies, the United States and European countries, because what we collectively are planning to produce is apparently 1.3 million shells. So again, Russia plans 4.5 million. Our plants 1.3 million shells, obviously 3 times less. And the cost we already said, so I'm not going to go too much into details, but that's obvious because, of course, the cost of labor, technology, know-how, it's, of course, much higher in the Western countries. So I don't know. I don't know. I know what we should do about this. And again, at MriyaReport, we have been saying this already, I would say 2 years. We really, really should, and as then John said, really are required to do more. And the first priority, of course, is to help Ukraine, but also we should wake up because now we have to defend ourselves from Russia's against Russia's hybrid war and cyber war. But it is very well possible that we will have to defend ourselves against Russia's kinetic war. And even though they are stupid, they still can do some distraction. So anyway, let's wake up. Jenny?
So this was mentioned a little bit, well, something similar was mentioned a little bit earlier today. And one thing that we can't forget is that Ukraine is using better equipment than Russia is. They have better stuff. And so even though they send over, they hit or shoot fewer shells, they're more accurate. And the Russian shells, it's kind of like you get what you pay for. And they certainly are getting what they're paying for. So they not only do their shots not find the target that it's supposed to, also not always explode. And that is not a good thing when you're trying to fire upon your enemy. I'm really happy that this happens to the Russians and not the Ukrainians. So the Ukrainians, even though they don't have the same amount of shells and they don't shoot the same amount of shells, they still have a higher accuracy, and to be blunt, they have a higher kill rate. And that is one thing that will make the Russians go home eventually, is the kill rate. So they actually take out the targets that they hit, which is something that we want to see more of. And so they have better training, they have better weapons, and they have better quality shells. So even though they don't have the same amount, because frankly, we have all shopped on Wish and we have all gotten that anything at all like the image that we clicked on to buy, and the quality frankly sucks. And it's the same thing here. This is kind of like shopping on Alibaba, AliExpress, and Wish. Those are the 3 big ones. Just like if you really want something badly enough, save up the money, buy the real thing, get the good quality, because in depending on what it is, quality does matter, and it's worth the extra money to get the good stuff. And here is one blatant example. The Russians are not doing well. They really aren't. And don't shop on those cheap sites. Just saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanni. So you're saying that black smoke I saw from the charger I got from AliExpress is a bad sign?
It could be, but have the fire extinguisher close by. I would hate to see you burn up.
No, thank you. I'm trying to be funny, but no, thank you for bringing this up. Of course, this is a good point, but this is yet again the same example of the Russian, I don't know, strategy or whatever. How do they call it? The doctrine, like they never ever in any war had good equipment, they just always win on the mass. You know, it's nas mnogo mentality, which means there is a lot of us. So one thing is the meat grinder and meat waves, but another thing is like, yeah, on their heads, some of them, because
how supposed their numbers are as far as production and goes, more of this, more of that. And it's cheap crap. My question would be, another one would be to add on to that is, can they aim?
No, not really, because they have used the cannons and like and so they're fine. It goes wild. This is why, like, and it's not just with the cannons. It's like with everything. So, you know, like if your Air Force has to apologize to a city in your own country for dropping a glide bomb meant for Kharkiv, and they have to go like, "Oh, sorry, we didn't mean to blow up our own shit."
And more
You
than
may,
once.
yeah. One time, I would still not excuse it, but that would be explainable. Maybe it was like a pimply 19-year-old behind the like in the plane. I don't know. But, you know, it happens a little bit too often for my comfort if I was a Russian. But, you know, they can't aim and they have crap equipment. And oh, yeah, so this is actually a news that they were showing that they put in this, I think it was the Swedish papers. I want to say the Swedish papers. So they have looked and they find evidence. They have found evidence, like physical evidence of North Korean, like remnants of North Korean shells in Ukraine, and it's like all over the place in Ukraine. So most likely the missiles and the shells that the Russians are using are from North Korea. I don't know on the world ranking where they are when it comes to, you know, like quality of their products that they're making. But I'm thinking that they're coming below China. I don't think that quality control is better in North Korea than in China. And again, we have all shopped on Wish and we all have a charger that's on fire because we bought it from Wish. So things are not going well for Russia, and that makes me happy. So yeah, I'm gonna stop waffling.
And I will stop giggling because Danny really made me laugh with your question. Thank you. All right, Jenny. Okay, so that was this Bain. It was in a report, Bain analysis of the ammo or artillery produced by Russia. I have another interesting article from the same channel, from the Defense Express, and it is a little bit more details to the point we mentioned before, but please tell me if you maybe analyze this very much, because there are some more details about the this depot hit in the Port Kafkas. But I can imagine that if Will was here, you probably discussed this ad nauseum. So do you want some details about this or shall we move?
Yeah, no, give me the details.
Well, I hope not to disappoint you, but the Defense Express is sharing some satellite images from this Port Kafkas, the oil depot that Ukraine hit. It's like a huge bavovna. How to say? I will after I finish speaking, I'll share it in the nest because it's quite striking indeed. As we said, this was in the night between yesterday and today, so last night here in Europe. And what is good about this? What are these good details? It apparently will make it more difficult to supply weapons to to Russian troops. So Ukrainians obviously hit it, and it will make the life harder for Russian troops, which is great. What is important to know that this oil depot of Port Kafkas in Krasnodar Krai was there to provide fuel for Russian occupation troops in the southern part of Ukraine. This port was second, or is still, it's still, even though it's on fire, but it's the second in terms of cargo turnover in the Azov Black Sea basin, or after the one that is called Novorossiysk. My computer is acting up, just a second. Ukrainian military managed to destroy it partially. It's an oil terminal. What they used to destroy it partially was 8 AK-360 MT Neptune cruise missiles. Something is happening. I hope my computer is not hacked because it's my pages are kind of behaving funny. You can really see in this article, you can compare how it looked and how it's going to look after part of it burned down. Another thing is that these satellite images are showing that some large vessels have disappeared from the water area of the port because as we know from the news, they also hit some ferry line. So this was also, what am I saying? Oh yeah, I already said that the depot supplied fuel to the Russian troops. It also supplied fuel to Crimea, and also they supplied fuel to certain areas of Kherson, Zaporizhia, and Donetsk Oblast that were occupied. They are occupied temporarily by Russia. As I was trying to say, and I got confused myself, on top of hitting the oil depot, they disabled the ferry crossing, and this was the result of this missile strike. Thank to this, the Russian logistics is much more complicated on the southern fronts nowadays. So, and as we know, logistics is super important. So that's all the details I have, and I will make sure to share this now. Now, back to you, Yanni.
So because I saw a friend of mine, she sent a report, and this happened during the night, that Ukraine had fired towards Crimea and sunk, or disabled at least, destroyed 2 boats that blew up. Are these those 2 boats?
Yeah, they don't say the boats. They just say some large vessels. So I cannot be more specific. What did you hear?
So, what I heard, this is from a Swedish blogger. He blogs about everything in the world. And This is a while ago, actually. So the Ukrainian Special Unit Group 13 has destroyed 2 Russian ships in the occupied Crimea, according to HUR, to Kyiv Independent. 2 sea drones hit 2 Russian patrol boats model KS-701 Tunet at the occupied on the occupied. Oh, it was the night to May 30th. Oh, this was old. Never mind. And they also sent up jets 32 times, the Russians, in order to take out the drones. They took out them with the drone Magura V5. So this is that's cool, but this was old news. Sorry, it was not the same news.
No worries. Well, apparently there were some vessels, so that's really good, and the ferry crossing. So this is also very good. Yeah. So good news about this particular one. And I just shared the article in the Nest, so you can find it as a second one. The first one is our MriyaReport donor match for our collection of for the generators for the Kharkiv. But as the second item in the Nest, you can find the details that we just shared, and you can especially make your eyes a little bit happy looking at these huge bavovnas of the Port Kafkas. So please enjoy. Right, and so if you want, I can also go a little bit further. I had some other bits and pieces from these military channels. Oh, another one that I had that was quite interesting was still from the Defense Express. These are some speculations, but basically what this is talking about, these are speculations about Russians who are talking how far could possibly Ukrainian drones strike within Russia. So apparently Russian EW experts are talking about possibility of Ukrainian drones striking to reach 2,500 kilometers. Yemi, I'm not able to do this in miles or feet or any other non-metric unit measures, but 2,500 kilometers is far, right?
Yeah, 2,500 kilometers. 1.7 kilometers is 1 mile. Now all the math geniuses get to convert. That is all I'm gonna. This is all the help I'm giving you guys. So 1,700 kilometers would be what, like 1,000 miles? So it's more than 1,000 miles, I'm guessing.
Oh, that's definitely. Oh, I think it's definitely more than 1,000 miles, roughly. Okay, but let's not go too much into these details because I see we are both experts. But anyway, so please take this as with a grain of salt because these are speculations of some Russians. But apparently, they think that, and it's good that they are a little bit afraid. That unmanned aerial vehicles of Ukraine can cover distance of 2,500 kilometers. And yeah, that's good, but it has not been officially revealed by Ukraine or nor but by any of Ukrainian allies. All right. And I have some more details to our previously mentioned topic. When we were doing the summary of the news of today or the couple of days before, we also mentioned this very expensive radar that Ukraine hit in occupied Crimea. And I also have bit of details about that if you would like. So I am going to share that with you. So we already said that this radar system of Russians was its estimated worth is around $100 million. It was hit by Ukrainian drones. The radar system, it's called Nebo, which means heaven or skies. Nebo SVU radar system. Why is this important? This radar system, Russians, yeah, this is the bad guys, of course, can detect aircraft at an altitude of 20 kilometers. Okay, no conversions now. We should actually do this in feet, right? So 20 kilometers is quite high in the atmosphere. Is it a stratosphere already? And it can reach the distance, this radar, the Russian radar, could reach the distance of up to 380 kilometers, so quite a big range. This fantastic deed was done by the security service of Ukraine. And it was reported that the drones that were developed by SBU counterintelligence struck this enemy radar station. The radar station was positioned near Armyansk, and it monitored a huge section of the front, as we said, 380 kilometers. And it was also providing protection for Russian military facilities in Crimea. After the Ukrainian drone attack, space reconnaissance assets detected the shutdown of radar emissions from the systems, thus rendering it unobservable. And there is also some additional things about this destroyed radar. This Nebo radar is a family of enemy meter range radars created into variants. One is for the ground forces and one is for the air defense forces. The Nebo SV series is designed for ground forces. The Nebo SVU series is a modernized version. It's a 3-coordinate station with a detection range for fighter jets at an altitude, as we said, 20 kilometers up and 380 kilometers around. Right. And the system is constructed for automatic detection, for coordinate measuring and tracking of air objects, including strategic and tactical aviation, also of subtle targets like stealth technology even, or at least that's what Russians say, they always like to boast about the specification of their equipment, and usually the reality is different. But in any case, they are claiming that it can also detect subtle targets based on stealth technology. It can also do class identification, defining state ownership, finding directions, finding active noise interference sources, and of course delivery of the radar data. So based on this, just to sum up, this was a very good hit as well, Jenny.
Really? This, I think I've heard about this, but I didn't realize how good of a hit that was. So that's amazing. Good job.
I love your enthusiasm.
Well, you should just know that I am actually really suffering. In my apartment right now, it's 28.8 degrees Celsius. And I have everything open that I can have open, and 28.8, that is 60. That's about 90 degrees inside my apartment. So it's no fun. But I'm excited about the Ukrainians kicking ass and taking numbers. Also, I'm going to start a GoFundMe because of all the bad words I say, and I probably owe the swear jar like a gazillion at this point. So if you see a GoFundMe link on my feed, it is for me for the swear jar. It will go to, or it's gonna go to Ukraine.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, all right. Okay. Well, while I'm at it, I have some more. And I always, I don't know, I'm always a little bit hesitant because I get very excited about these bits and pieces that come from the military channels. But it's important to know that I am not really, you know, I'm not talking about scales because these indeed are bits and pieces, but why not share good news, right? Because while we are at drones and talking about their range and striking important radar systems, I have another little bit smaller bit about Ukrainian drones, this time FPV drones that shot down to reconnaissance UAVs. So the Ukrainian defense forces began to actively intercept Russian reconnaissance UAVs using FPV drones. Well, I'm not sure why we are saying, or why this article is saying that they began, because we know they have been doing that already. But in any case, this is coming from Militarny. It's kind of a blog and news channel, also bringing a lot of military news and bits and pieces, and also articles and even videos from Ukraine and from also other military areas, but mostly focused on Ukraine. So Militarny. And so this bit is talking about a video footage of the Russian Orlan UAV that was hit by an FPV drone. And this FPV drone was used by operators, Jenny, you're gonna love this, of the special group. Guess which one? Alpha. Those are the guys we had the pleasure and honor to have at MriyaReport, and we also supported them in the past, and I'm sure we will support them in the future as well. So yeah, it's a lovely video. I can also share it. So I make the nest a little bit messy before we say goodbye, Jenny, because I know that MriyaReport co-hosts absolutely adore cleaning the nest and pruning. So let me do that before we leave. I'll just tell you that in this video, you can see the Ukrainian FPV drone climbing above the Russian Orlan and, of course, destroying it to bits and pieces. So I'll do that. And with this very sophisticated segue, Jenny, it's our time to say goodbye and welcome our, well, how do you say this? Followers? our following co-hosts, James and Nafo Dave. So with this, thank you so much for co-hosting with me today. Thank you everybody for a really, really great discussion. I learned a lot and I enjoyed it, and I again violently agree with many of you, especially about how we should stand up to to the bullies and to their lies and depravity. So with this, let me say goodbye. Slava Ukraini. I'll shut up now and share this beautiful footage of the drones, and I'll give you word, Jenny, before I fall down from the expensive seat.
Oh, I never prune the nest. I leave that up to others, and also Heroim Slava. Um, I also, in my defense, I also don't add anything to the nest. I think I've added two things to the nest in my entire career as a co-host at MriyaReport. I would like to thank everybody that came and listened and participated in the discussion. You could have spent the past 3 hours anywhere, and you chose to spend it here with the double J's. We're awesome and cool. And yes, this was a guest stint that I did because, frankly, I think it's kind of fun. I like talking about Ukraine and all things regarding Ukraine. That way you can get maybe some backstory and connect the dots. And I do believe that it's really important that we need to learn more about the gulags, and we should talk more about that sometime. So everybody, thank you. Have a great rest of your day, evening, wherever you are. Where I'm at, it is now 11:01 p.m. So I'm gonna walk my dog and then head to bed. Thank you, everyone, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava, falling down now. And welcome, James, and welcome, Nafo Dave.
Well, thank you, guys. It is 1,553 miles. That's how far 2,500 kilometers is. So there you go. I'm lucky I remembered what the question is. But anyways, I'm glad you guys did this. I was thankful when that people are doing this because it's really important to get the word about Ukraine. So thank you very much for co-hosting.
I will stay up until I see one of you guys as a co-host, and then I'm going to drop too. And where did Nafo Dave go? Why is he in the listener? Or maybe he's easier to add him from there. Yeah, so I have real.
He's probably taking a running jump or a roll toward the yeah. He's running. He's coming. Here he comes. Shortly, he'll be right behind me, Jenny.
I see that you have your co-host, so I'm gonna drop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. You have a good evening, and Slava Ukraini. Well, as Nafo is coming up here, well, I'll say hello again to Yana, who's staying here as a speaker for a little while at least. So Yana, interesting things going on today. I ran across some interesting things myself. I don't know if you saw the ISW short movie, I guess you could call it, talking about restrictions and what they're doing, to help and why they're not enough yet. So I didn't know if you'd seen that. Had you seen anything like that from ISW? A movie, actually.
No. If you can talk about it. No, I didn't.
Well, I think that, and hey, Nafo Dave, you made it. You're here. But here's what it basically said. It said that the restrictions being lifted from operations around Kharkiv step in a positive direction, but it's not enough because there's plenty of other targets, and one of the things that not being able to potentially hit anywhere in Russia means that they have a sanctuary zone where they don't have to provide air cover for military bases that are set far back from the front, and that means that they have more coverage at the front line. And so and it's a pretty obvious thing to make note of, I think, but it's important when ISW says it. And get a load of that guy's facial hair. It's unique, very interesting pointers on the side. But in any case, I might put that in the nest because, Yana, I feel like it's my responsibility to put things in the nest.
That's very commendable, James. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Well, Leifo, how are you today?
Well, I'm good. I would just like to add that uh, there will be no running or jumping involved with me. So I was not running and jumping and trying to get into the nest or get into the space. I was casually rolling down a hill. Had to.
I thought that was the same thing. I interpreted it from one language to another, sort of. Anyways,
I was swapping. I was swapping phones because for some reason my new phone crashes a lot more frequently than my old phone. So I still get a crash about every 2 hours. It will crash when hosting. Never crashes when listening or speaking. But when hosting, I get about 2 hours. But my new phone is like every 30 minutes, so I have to switch over.
wow. Okay. I will say this, that my new phone, I'm on my old one because it is very reliable, and it doesn't act up much at all. The new one, I get these weirdo things where I will have more ghosts on the newer phone. I'll have more no hands up, but somebody's got their hands up. That kind of thing, not seeing hands, all kinds of goofy little things like this. So, and I don't know why that is, but anyways, it's good to have two phones in any case, so you can look up stuff with the one and talk on the other, that kind of thing. So, anyways,
Oh,
so yeah,
I've got a computer so I've got a computer and a phone, and also the main reason I still use this phone is it has a headphone jack, and so I can use a plug-in headset that will never run out of batteries and always sounds good.
I have on my newer phone, they're both Lightning, but on the newer one, they didn't give me a set of headphones, unlike every other phone I bought. They assumed I had one, and I just wanted to, make use of my really old headphones. So I got some converter ones. I converted from the old, 2.5 size, the round plug, versus the Lightning phone. These are Apple phones, so it's a Lightning connector. But anyways, what I found out was I need to spend more money on those conversion little dongles because they're crap and they break after very few uses. So, anyways, Nathan, we should probably talk about Ukraine and their allies and what's going on. But
Yeah, we probably should. We have, but I just had to get in that in case Heather was listening because her headphones always batteries always die. So I just had to get that in there. A little my little dig to Heather is that she should use plug-in headphones.
I think that's a reasonable thing to try to do. I like the plug-in headphones because of that very reason. My headphone earbuds with the cables on fall out of my ears often enough, and so I can only imagine that when I am out and about, that should it fall off, it would be invariably over a grate, like a sewer grate or something like that, and then that would be that for those wireless headphones. I see a
See,
lot
and
of them
here
out
she
there.
is.
Yeah, I heard you talking about me.
Well, do you have both earbuds still, Prince?
I do have both earbuds. I only use one at a time, though. I have one in an ear and the other one charging so that I can quickly switch them out.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That's good. That's good. But I'm afraid I would lose. I would lose
If
them.
only
Have you
you.
lost any?
James, I even take I charge my earbuds while I'm co-hosting. And I take my earbuds to bed with me. I put them in my pocket in case I get a call so I can put them in my ears really quick. I do. I take them in bed with me. I put them in my pocket, in my jammies pocket.
while I'm sleeping so that they're always close by. There was that one night though that an air raid alarm went off, and I evidently for some reason thought that my phone was in my pocket, and I evidently in my sleep reached into my pocket and threw my headphones way behind the bed. It was really weird.
Yeah, if only you just had plug-in headphones, you wouldn't have to worry about this, right?
Give it up, Dave. Not gonna happen.
Keep working on it.
Alex, how are you?
I'm doing great, thanks. How are you today?
I am here, so I guess that's good.
Good to hear. I was just going to pop up, James. I've owned iPhones since there's been iPhones. I've tried with the headsets and the converters. If you get an actual Apple one, mine's lasted me for 3 years now. The knockoffs always break.
Yeah. Yeah, the Belkin brand was pretty good, and that was particularly useful since I have an old car, but still has a way to connect to the audio system in it with the old 2.5 jack. And so I got a Belkin for that, but that's a very odd shaped dongle because it accepts the lightning to plug in the phone, and then the Belkin converts that into the 2.5 that goes into the car. And I have to say, I'm super pleased with that little dongle because it is going on 5 years that I've been using it. So that's another brand that's very good. But Apple makes very reliable equipment, Alex. I appreciate the recommendation. They really do have, reliable equipment. I don't know if it's better or not than others, but it's very reliable, and it's hard to break, although I've broken them.
Yeah, just figured I'd share that because I went through a whole bunch of dongles buying them third party until I finally just broke down and bought an Apple one.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and these days, what I want now from any store that I go to is country of origin labeling, because I know where most of those cheap dongles come from, and I don't want to buy them anymore. Well, and you probably don't either, NAFO Dave. You probably don't want to buy from China anymore. I hope not. I wish I did have that.
Nope. I've tried to avoid it for a long time. Unfortunately, they are also ubiquitous, and so it's difficult. It takes some digging sometimes to find out where things are made. But things that, speaking of things, finding out where, well, actually, I can't think of a good way to segue this, but I'll just go ahead and go straight to it because I want to start out with President Zelensky's response to the massive air attack that they had yesterday. Because Russia goes in these waves where they'll have a really big all-out assault, and then they just calm down for a bit, and then they have another big one. Last night was a big one that they hit all over Ukraine from the east to the west, targeting their power grid almost exclusively. And so President Zelensky has said, civilians, infrastructure, energy facilities, this is what Russia is at war with. Last night, another attack with more than 50 missiles of various types and about 50 Shahed drones was directed at the south, center, and west of Ukraine. I am grateful to our soldiers that most of them were destroyed. There were some hits. All services are working on the ground to provide recovery and assistance. Everyone affected will receive all the help they need. Russia's main goal is to normalize terror, to exploit the lack of sufficient air defense capabilities and the determination of Ukraine's partners. Russian terrorists understand only the language of force, and the only way to stop this terror and prevent it from becoming the norm is to make timely and effective decisions. Full protection of Ukrainian skies must become the norm, so that the madmen in the Kremlin realize that their terror is not achieving its goals. Our partners know exactly what is needed for this. Additional Patriots and other modern air defense systems for Ukraine, accelerating and expanding the supply of F-16s to Ukraine, providing our soldiers with all the necessary capabilities. Only when Putin loses the ability to attack civilians and civilian infrastructure will he be forced to stop his terror. This is a test of humanity and determination of the free world. Either we pass this test together or the world will plunge into even greater destabilization and chaos. So I thought that was just wonderful, very precise. As Zelensky is always very economical with his words. You can tell he's a comedian. He gets right to the punchline in just the right timing. The punchline here is that our partners know exactly what is needed for this. Patriots, F-16s, and the ability to use all the weapons to their necessary capabilities. So when I read necessary capabilities, that means that the ability to strike Russia wherever Russia is, not just when they come into Ukraine. Is that how you understand that, James?
I do, and he's exactly right. And I made up a little meme about the ATACMS being now with 35% less restrictions. Well, that's about the size of it. We have not seen a full lifting of restrictions, so I think that there's more to go, and so I don't think they're getting used optimally still, but at least there is this. So I'm glad that there's been a change in policy, but I don't think it's enough to do the things that the ISW report was talking about, where the man, and I can't remember his name from ISW, but he's the head Russian analyst there, or analyst of Russia, I should say. And yeah, he just makes that point that to really deny Russia any sanctuary, no matter how far inside of Russia that they can strike, means that Russia has to consider adding air defense to everywhere, not just along the front lines. And so I think I don't know what's going to take for a lifting of all restrictions. When we did a little risk analysis the other night of what would change around this policy, what impact it would have on Russia, and what would they do different, we saw it almost immediately. More nuclear threats. More talk about just how horrible this is and the like. And so I don't know that there's any other true risks to changing this policy anymore, but we're not there yet in terms of getting a full lifting of restrictions. And I think that Biden is going to be forced to give in more. And I did note that Germany and the United States agreed exactly on the reasoning and the lifting of these restrictions. It was about Kharkiv, and that's it. And so apparently they must have been on a phone call together and decided, yeah, we better do this. So I don't know, NAFO, what you think, but I think that it's gonna be one of these things where it's lifted. I'm sorry, restrictions are lifted in batches, so to speak. I don't think that Biden is anxious to change this policy. But one thing I'm pretty sure of is that he wanted to have the United States dragged into this policy change unwillingly, but he did it. So not that unwillingly, but I think he wanted to publicly see people, especially Ukraine, asking for this rather than him just kind of saying, yeah, sure, whatever you want to do with these, because I think it is his intent to use that as an information talking point, that it's not a proxy war. The U.S. isn't fighting Russia. We're doing it indirectly by just providing goods to Ukraine. And of course, that's the truth. But I know you know that we heard lots of proxy war talk in the first 2 years, and it still occasionally pops up, but not as often. And I guess my take on it is that the write-up that I saw in Sergei Plokhy's book of Milley's, General Milley's comments about what the policy would be or the strategy, how do you contain two nuclear superpowers? How do you keep them from getting to nuclear war? And he concluded that was one part was to keep the fighting in Ukraine as much as possible, which of course is where most of it has to happen since it is a defensive war and there are Russian troops there to destroy. But I think this initial strategy served its purpose in the information war, and it's still in place somewhat. But I think it's much more clear to the whole world that this is Ukraine's decision making that's driving things, and not the United States. And I certainly hope so, because at this point I have a little bit higher trust in Kyiv than Washington, as it comes to this war.
That is a very good point. That there is some balancing going on to, so it doesn't look like it is a proxy war. Unfortunately, I also think that it's not necessary. It's especially when you take into consideration the number of lives that is costing in Ukraine. Because if you go back and look at the history of this, and I'm referencing a op-ed that Adam Kinzinger and Ben Hodges published a couple days ago in CNN. I don't know if you've had a chance to see this. If not, I'll send you a link. But they go through and look at the history of nuclear threats. Basically, it's from the very beginning when Ukraine requested javelins and stingers before the invasion even happened. Russia said that would be an escalation, and that but eventually we sent them javelins and stingers, and then when Ukraine requested their MiG-29s, and eventually Poland and then Poland agreed to that, but the U.S. blocked it for quite a while. Russia also threatened nuclear war when Ukraine requested F-16s. They also threatened nuclear war when they requested Patriot missiles. Guess what? Russia threatened nuclear war when they requested HIMARS. Same thing. Abrams tanks. Same thing. Bradleys, ATACMS. This is Russia at this point. It's the boy who cried wolf type of thing. Russia, whenever Ukraine requests something, Russia's default is we're going to nuke you. But by now, I think it's pretty obvious they're not going to do that. So I don't think that it should be even taken really into account now. And that's what Kinzinger and Hodges come up with in here. There's this one paragraph in here that really kind of struck home to me, where they talk about this is a quote from the article. He says, "We have heard Ukrainian soldiers repeatedly tell stories of Russian columns attacking, being repelled, and retreating to safe Russian territory to regroup, have a hot meal, plan, and attack again. In logical warfare, it is precisely at the moment of retreat and regroup that you would double down and strike harder, creating chaos, panic, and crushing fighting strength and morale. Ukraine cannot win if Russia can attack civilian targets with impunity and then call time out in their own territory." I mean, you see that the phrase Russia's they really have they have a safe zone, they have a timeout zone. It's like when you play tag or something, some other game as a kid, and you have this little timeout zone that people can go to rest because they've been running so much. Russia doesn't deserve a timeout zone. They shouldn't have one.
How about the bottom of the Black Sea? without a submarine. I don't know. It's just a thought in terms
That's a
of
good
timeout.
timeout, though. Also, I had this. We need to combine our memes here. So what the meme you said about attackums? They're 38% more effective, or what was that?
I said 35 now with 35% less restrictions.
Oh, 35% less restrictions. See, I don't know if you remember back. It's actually been a while that myself and another co-host we came up with the Attackums brand cigarette company. The cigarette that smokes you. Maybe I should resurrect that and have the Attackums brand cigarettes are now 35% more effective. That or something like that. Anyway, Attackums brand cigarettes for all your smoking pleasure.
It's the cigarette that smokes you. Yeah, we now have in the nest what I created, and of course this is something somebody else created, and I just tweaked it to put the flamey stuff around the edges and to insert that little quote. And you'll see at the top at the bottom there is the Attackums without restrictions, and that comes from. Oh boy, I forget the account name, but this was their name. Yeah. So, anyways, Attackums without restrictions. Yay! So yes, absolutely true. And I did see that article, and I think it was a very good article. And I was going to bring it up, but you brought it up first, so very good. And I liked another thing, and that is this paragraph, and it just says, we understood the prohibition on attacks on Ukraine soil when Ukraine was struggling to defend Kyiv. It didn't make sense to waste efforts on revenge strikes when fighting to clear territory. However, once the war entered the attrition phase after Russia left Kyiv and the fighting became an artillery duel between the two two Y's in eastern Ukraine. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. It became utter nonsense to keep this prohibition alive. So I think they're making the same note that that everybody's been making, and that is that uh, whatever use it had before, that use is kind of gone. And so I do expect there to be further relaxations, but I do think that it will take another kind of wave of pressure to get that, because I think that Biden and his team are still hanging on to this information war strategy of not looking like they're the main combatant, which I don't see how you could, because I suppose that some missile systems may have American staff kind of attached to them to help them work, but I don't even know if that's the case any longer. But it's pretty clear to me that Ukraine is doing the fighting, and the world knows it now. And at this point, I think that the number of losses that Ukraine has suffered really does demonstrate this is not a proxy war. This is not the U.S. or NATO that's attacking Russia. This is really the defense of the country. So I hope it's gone, and I hope Biden comes along. But I do think he's going to have more pressure before he changes his mind. I just don't think he's going to give this up easily. So, and I don't even know if he really thinks that this is critical to tamp down nuclear war, or if he's really doing it for the information strategy part of this. Nathan Dave, I don't know, but you're right. This was a very good article from two people that we know Kinzinger because he's been a NAFO dog for a while, and of course Hodges, we know where we know him from here when he comes to talk to us. So it is really a good article. So that was in CNN, and was there also television footage of that or an interview with them? Is that what you were saying?
I just found it on CNN. I don't know if they did any television. I just saw the article in CNN.
Okay. Yeah, I knew that there was some coverage of various people getting up, and Stoltenberg being one of them. And obviously, he's got something to say about this in terms of strategy. He knows quite a bit about it, and so he's not to be dismissed. He's not some ranting dog. That's pretty serious when you get the leadership saying, "Hey guys, we should change our policy." That's a big deal. So everybody wants Jake Sullivan out except Biden, it seems like.
I know. Well, I don't know why Jake Sullivan is still there, but apparently somebody likes him. It is not me.
No, I guess he's not going to win any popularity contest. He will not win the poll. And in fact, I suspect if there was a poll, then NAFO would go and wreck that poll. So not to Jake's advantage either. So anyways, but I don't know who he's going to get in his place. But I don't think he's going to put anybody there in his place. I don't think he's going to replace him. So I think we're going to see and hear more about Jake Sullivan. Hopefully, they do this quickly. And to me, the key thing is that this policy should be completely done with by the time they're talking about doing a counteroffensive. That's the time when this seems to me to be key. But what do I know? I don't know that much in terms of the military, but I do know that air cover would be nice, and long range strikes of the ATACMS and other long range missiles would certainly help in any kind of offensive. So, but even now, it would do a lot to pin down at least some air defense of Russia's in the rear lines. So it should be done as soon as possible.
Well, speaking of offensives, I have a note from a listener from Noel reports that the Ukrainian in the Kharkiv region, they have started a counteroffensive. They have a lot of ammo, a lot of HIMARS and different rockets that have been supplied there, and so they've started this counterattacks in that direction to push back the Russians. And as part of that, there is a report from Russia that I saw Andrew, so Andrew Perpetua, had posted some translations from Russian Telegram about a Russian column that was advancing in single file, much like they had done in 2022 when they were attacking Kyiv, and they had these long columns of armor. And so, of course, you blow up the front, you blow up the back, and then you pick off the middle. And that's exactly what happened to this big column, military column, 8 kilometers from the border, it says. So, and the Russians, I'll read this quote here from what the Russians were saying. Of course, this has gone through translation, so it's a little bit up for interpretation. But third year of the war, precise blows to the head and tail of the column. Then the enemy hit the squares. The cars in the center managed to disperse as best they could. Last week, I wrote about the movement of military columns 8 kilometers from the border. Since that moment, nothing has changed, except the columns have become longer. And this is the third year of war. If it hasn't dawned on anyone yet, that in the zone of possible shelling on our territories, it is prohibited to move in convoys of more than 2 cars, any formations of more than 5 military personnel, meetings, gatherings, say hello, vouch, etc. When will the commanders' heads turn on? So I'm imagining that when will the commanders' heads turn on will mean when will the commanders grow a brain and stop ordering these long columns. So
maybe they should go see the wizard, get a brain.
Yeah, exactly. Or a heart. I mean, I think if they had a heart, then maybe they would stop attacking too.
That's true, and they have a home, but none of them look really good. Anyways, yes. Well, there we stretch that one out. What are we missing? The nerve. Yes. Well, they have a lot of nerve or
The
courage.
naive.
Maybe not
Yeah.
courage, but nerve. Yeah, the naive. Anyway, we're doing good using old memes.
It's like we're old people or something.
Yeah, it might be. That may be the case. I noticed I'm older than I was. So yes. Anyways, where do we go next? Or do you want to keep talking about how else we can use the Wizard of Oz memes? We could go off and riff on that.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't
Flying
know.
monkeys.
Russians.
Flying
Yeah, the
monkeys,
flying
yes.
monkey. The Russians are probably thinking like, HIMARS, ATACMS, and JDAMs. Oh my. That was funny. Come on.
Yeah, it was. It was. I was struggling to get to the button there to laugh. But the only way I laugh now is this way. Otherwise, I can't laugh anymore. So yeah. Anyways, not quite. Actually, it was my laughter that was preventing me from accurately bumping the right button there. So anyway, no, absolutely, they have much to fear, and hopefully they have more to fear soon. Anyways, let's see. So I hear from the background, and thank you very much, analysts who keep us full of news, that there's some Bovovna and MriyaReport. So attackums and Storm Shadow attacks. So oh my, indeed, it's good news. And then in Crimea, there's an air alert. What do you know about that, Nafo? Anything?
I do not know anything about that. But did you see the Pickled has a hand up?
Oh, honestly, I didn't, but now I do. Hi, Pickled Flicker Fella.
Oh, and it appears that Pickled is dropping. At least he's not.
Oh no.
We waited too long. Sorry. Come back up, Pickled.
Pickled, it's not you, it's me.
Yes, it's all James's fault.
It truly was in this case. It was all my fault, and I take full responsibility for it. And what can I say?
Oh,
Here we go.
Here comes Pickled again.
I guess the apology worked then. So,
yeah.
Welcome, Pickled Flicker Fella. Welcome.
James, hi, Dave. Sorry, no, it was totally me. This time I had some connection issues. I was listening to you guys. No, it's I appreciate to be in the space. And can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, hopefully it's gonna stay that way. No, please don't prevent me from moving on to other topics. But I did come up. Wanted to reflect a little bit on the point Dave was sharing about the Russian column getting basically annihilated about 8 miles because they still use tactics. But I'm going to be a little devil's advocate. I think I can afford to risk being one in this particular situation because I have a little pivot, and that will be in the Russians, though. So it is actually appropriate to use column for because you to move units faster, right? So typically the constant dilemma during combat operations that you have is right, sacrificing speed for security or vice versa, because if you want to have security, then you cannot have speed, right? And I think what Russians are really facing is a growing threat from Ukrainians at a greater distance. So I wouldn't be surprised if the commander on the ground had decided for the Russians to use speed to get as close as possible to the front line so they can actually have a chance to maybe squeeze a round or two at Ukrainians before the drones will finish them off. But I bet what they didn't realize is that Ukrainians have been working very hard on increasing the range of their drones and an ability to strike Russians a lot further away. I was just watching a really interesting video They came from one of the Ukrainian channels, and they were showing some of the innovations that they started implementing. You know how they like using drones to attack Russian targets, but what they also do is they use drones that serve as repeaters of signal. So basically, it allows Ukrainians to extend the range and control of those drones 2.5, almost 3 times, and that's huge, I think, right? So there's definitely a great deal of innovation that's happening on the within Ukrainian military kind of domestic and I think the hard way, right? As far as what they can and cannot do. But even when they do get closer, right? If they even successful to use this type of formation to have increased speed to get closer, they kind of have to stay in it, right? Because that area is just littered with. And typically what you would see in those videos when Russians advancing with the armored column, they have like a front tank carrying those little front-loaded mechanical addition, I guess, right? And it's supposed to pretty much detonate any mines to clear path for everyone behind. All the vehicles behind that tank and safe for them. So it's extremely non-permissive terrain for them to move. And it appears to be, even if they are further away, before they even get into what they think is an engagement area, the Ukrainians already see them in their sights and able to reach out and touch them with all kinds of different that they've been working on. Because Ukrainians have realized that they kind of rely a lot on themselves too, unfortunately, because here in the United States, this is something that I'm generally very upset about. We are very slow at providing the support to Ukraine that they need, and when we do provide, we have these ridiculous restrictions that you guys talked about, right? That's to be have, right? I do hate for the cause. I don't understand why we have restrictions, because to me that's fiscally responsible, right? If we provide Ukraine HIMARS, then a fiscally responsible thing is to make sure Ukrainians can squeeze every single penny out of it. That means lifting whatever restrictions them, and making sure Ukrainians can deploy it. But anyway, sorry, I just wanted to hop up and just share some of these thoughts. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Pickle. I appreciate that. But while you're here, and I do agree with you, I think that the best way to make use of these missiles, which are not cheap, right? They're very effective, but picking the right target in the best position is the best way to use these. And so if they've got a larger selection to pick from, it probably means they're optimizing what targets they can take out. So I'm really pleased with that. I also think you would be a wonderful person to answer this question, because I did see a story about the U.S. sending about 1,000 different weapons plans. In other words, how do you build these? Here's how you build these. And I don't know if you had seen that story, Pickle, but the schematics and how to build directions. I guess it's kind of like putting together airplanes, plastic airplanes. No, it's not. But what do you make of that? And are there things in that set, do you think, that Ukraine will eventually be building?
I did not see that particular story, James. I would be interesting to read up on it. You know, I would imagine in this particular situation, though, the rule of thumb is that if they sending this, they already probably talked about it, and Ukrainians have probably saw value in it, and probably capacity to utilize it, whatever that might be, right? And one of the things that Ukrainians are really going to be benefiting, they already are, but I think it's going to increase even more, is that they have exceptionally decentralized, kind of production system for different, different parts, kind of replacement parts for some of the equipment that they use, right? And again, I'm going to default to drone production, but they have like a whole community online of people, and anybody in the world can actually sign up for it who has a 3D printer. And with different units, they can come up and say like, hey, these are the parts that we need. Can you please print them for us, right? And then send them to this address, basically, right? And it's kind of like, I thought it was really interesting, innovative way to tap into global community for this type of support, because Ukraine is also right now, obviously, with Russian targeting their energy infrastructure and 3D printer requiring that type of thing. They are trying to circumvent some of the limitations, right? And I know there's a lot of people in Ukraine who help to do so, but I wouldn't be surprised if, I guess what I'm trying to say, right? This type of decentralized and citizen support approach to providing some of the basic things will probably allow them to adapt some of the manufacturing elements, right? Those are less complex in order to build and assemble, various maybe weapon systems or components to them, to where Russia's going to have a really hard time trying to track down those logistical lines and stuff. But if you can share that article with me, it would be really interesting to read it. Thanks, James.
I will dig it up. It may take a little bit, but I'll dig it up. I don't know if I bookmarked it or not. Sometimes I forget I'm a co-host and I don't always bookmark the right thing. So, but yes, you're right about the different supply lines, and if there is something that people can do, they are doing it. And I think that's probably how some of these small drone factories got started, with sort of just maybe building at parts, and they eventually built up to adding a whole putting all the components together. So anyways, it's a good strategy, because pardon me, the drone strategy has been really a great strategy, because it has shown all of the different varieties of ways that they could use them. And what you're talking about, extending the range of some of these by having a relay network built out of drones, and then also having some of these drones carried out some distance by the Baba Yaga drone, probably essentially doubling, or like you said, tripling the range. It's working great. So, and we see it in the death of Ukraine or Russian equipment. We see it, how many things get blown up. So anyways, so thank you, Pickled Fella. Yes. And I did see, maybe you saw it too, a graph showing the number of Russian artillery pieces destroyed by month. Did you see that one?
I did not.
Yeah, I did not see the graph either. I usually just look at daily reports. So that would be interesting.
Okay, well, because what was really of note is that this last month was the highest, and what you see is quite a nice slope in this that's going up and up. So hopefully these things keep going up and up. It's really good to see them, and it isn't just the artillery, is it? It's also the personnel that are eliminated as well. That's going up and up too. Go ahead, Pickled.
Yeah, James, I did have a feeling that that's probably going to be the case, because, like I said, I usually just pay attention to daily reports that Forces of Ukraine post, and I did see a generally high number on a daily basis what Ukrainians had reported they were able to take out. But I think there's another side to this problem that Russia has, and I think uh, there was. Another video that I watched that was published by one of the Russian soldiers, and he claims to be one of the scouts or whatever, kind of forward observer who calls in artillery and moves forward. And he was complaining that generally in that video he was complaining about how the commanders are sending them as meat assaults, right? Not really caring for them. But he did kind of mention one other thing, which I think is even more important, and that is when he calls in artillery on Ukrainian position, the artillery is not shooting accurately at all. and this is a Russian soldier admitting this, right? He says a lot of times it would be either short, meaning the rounds just would not reach Ukrainian positions. They would be so inaccurate that they would land in a Russian, kind of position that are
Russia
forward
will
as well,
never
right?
back
So it's
down.
just too
They'll
chaotic.
drop a nuke before they back down. Get the EU and that out of there. This war's never going to be won.
So,
James, go
James,
ahead,
in our
Nathan.
space, in our space, if you want to speak, you raise your hand, and we'll call on you so that we don't interrupt. So your comments are very welcome, but let's not interrupt, and let's go in order of hands. Thanks.
Apologies.
So, Pickles, can you finish your?
Yeah, go ahead, Pickle.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. No, that was the point that I really wanted to make, is that it appears that one of the problems that Russia is facing right now is the artillery is becoming increasingly ineffective, right? So yeah, while Ukrainians kind of continue to invest into drone production and innovative ways to apply the weapon system, kind of fully integrated into kind of joint operations that we see, right? The Russians are falling behind. So I'm sure that's going to culminate in a very significant defeat for the Russians as well. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Pickled. I put that graphic in the nest, and you can see the monthly artillery units destroyed, and it's actually, I'd call that pretty steep in terms of a curve, or a slope. I'm sorry, a slope. And you can really see the effect of aid denial in it as well. So it is startling, actually. But this being the record, and the things pointing up, that means we may see another record soon. And I just wonder how many more they have left, what quality they have, and just whether or not they even want to roll them out, because maybe they're not ready to go. I don't know about that. Or do they have any idea that they may have to save them for later? I don't know if they do, Pickled, but I don't know what else they're going to do. But already, what is it, 16,000, something like that, 13, 14, I forget how many have been destroyed, but quite a bit. And I've heard that's more than half. Pickle.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I've listened to a lot of experts in this space that come up, and they talked about exactly this problem with the artillery pieces. It becomes, less accurate, when it suffers, the range, essentially, they are forced to move it forward, which makes it now susceptible to Ukrainian attacks. Not to mention, the Ukrainian military is getting those counter battery radar systems, which, by the way, they were getting in 2014. Since the actual war, when the war started, they were getting those radars, and they were extremely effective for the Russians back then. That was the number one target. Because they were just terrified of those particular radars. It's a very sophisticated piece of equipment, and I think the latest report that I was watching on some of the military aid that the United States was sending, they included more of those radars too. So yeah, but bad news for Russian artillery for sure.
Oh, totally. But and James, if you're the not James the host, James the speaker, your comments are welcome. If you want to come back up, you can raise your hand by hitting that. There's a little heart icon on the bottom of your screen, and you tap on that, and you can. And on the far right, there's a little raised hand symbol. You can raise your hand. We go by order of hands here, so that everybody gets a chance to speak, but we don't talk over people, and we don't do read things like that. We're civilized. Thank you. My PSA for the day.
Well, thank you for speaking up for civilization. It's good. It's a good thing that we do. But I don't know how many other spaces you've been in, NAFO, Dave, and me hardly ever, but once in a while I go, and boy, do you hear people talking. And I hear these co-hosts pleading with people to be quiet and wait their turn.
and they never use the mute all button. I don't know what's going on there. But anyways, I see you have no fear of that bright red button. That's good.
Oh, I love to mute everyone because then they have to listen to me.
Well, don't try it at the dinner table, okay? Just don't try that there. Anyway, yeah, no. I'm gonna Pickled. I did not quickly find that article, but I will find that because I do think it is very interesting to hear that the United States is sharing at least some. And since I first mentioned it, I've had the thought. It's like with all the intelligence leaks that the U.S. has had recently. Why not share it with Ukraine? Everybody else knows. That was my thought on that. So anyway, um, yeah, I don't know if that's. I hope it's not true, but I'm imagining these are not nuclear secrets. I think Biden would probably have an issue with that, but again, probably everybody else knows now. So anyway, so what else is going on? I'll tell you what else is going on. The summit is coming up, the Peace Summit, and I think that Z is probably a hard no on that. He's been having his own. I think that started today, some kind of get together with Muslim leaders who've gone to China and they're talking, which is a little bit scary, but or threatening, I should say. And Biden is saying he's not going to go. He's sending someone. And I wondered if NAFO Dave, you'd hazard a guess who he's going to send. I have no idea myself.
I have no idea either. That's not really my area of expertise.
Prognosticating, looking into crystal balls is not your area of expertise. Well, it's not mine either, but
Yeah, no, I mean, now if you wanted me to do astrology or something, tell you what the planets think, then sure, that's not my area either, actually.
it's not mine either. I'm occasionally amused when I see the ones in the newspaper that they know so much about my life, more than I do. It just never turns out that way, is what I've noticed. Anyway, like today is a good day for love, and it's like, well, isn't that every day? I don't know. Well, anyway, let's not talk about astrology. Let's talk about the Ukrainian summit a little bit more. That is starting 2 weeks from now, and it's going to have about at least 50 nations representing, and this is a good thing. And I do believe that the object here is to have discussions and have some of these items further fleshed out in terms of what all people have to say about, for example, number 9, which is about the containment strategies, the escalation avoidance strategies, because it's aimed at not having a larger war, which would be a real problem if Ukraine is to join NATO later. That could be a problem, and it might even hamper or slow down EU taking on Ukraine as another member. Not sure about that, but this is an example of kind of what they're going to be doing. They'll be talking about how things are now, what's working, what's not, and they do have some absolute super bright points. One of them is in terms of food security, and they have made sure that their grain production isn't everything that they had before, but it's up. And they also are noting that the nations that want Ukrainian grain are getting it. And so when we talk about grain security, and when Ukraine talks about it, they are not just talking about just the food security of Ukraine. They're talking about this as a sort of an international thing, as it impacts them, and that means their customers for grain, which I think is a very good point, because if we look at some of the contentions between nations, there are struggles and have been historically struggles about food and other resources. And this is one way to help avoid, further conflicts about these is to make sure everybody's got enough. I don't know that Ukraine worries much at all about water security, but other nations certainly do, worry about that, China being one of them. And I've noticed lately Mexico City's got quite a lot to worry about there. So these are really good things. So I just wanted to say that. And I don't know if can be moved away from Russia, but I think this is going to be a long-term strategic effort to try to disengage China from Russia, and so I'm looking forward to see what happens with this long-term relationship, and if I guess how Ukraine's victory will change that potentially. Dave, I think that potentially that could be a real stop sign for China. But anyways, and I don't know if you had any other takes on the 10-point peace plan and that summit, but it is big news coming up here soon, and I'm looking forward to hearing the results of it.
I am too, and I'm going to reserve any comments until after it happens, because that's I usually like to have data before I do any kind of analysis. That's usually how science works best. But I did have a comment going back to something that Pickled was talking about, the how Ukraine is effectively using drones, and this while I see this as it's a really good innovation, but like all innovations, or most innovations, come about because of some necessity, and the necessity for Ukraine to develop all of these different drone applications is because the West was not supplying them with real weapons that would do what they needed to do, and so they innovated and developed all these different uses for drones because they had them available. A couple of weeks ago, I talked about an article describing the grassroots drone manufacturing that's going on in Ukraine. There's thousands of small groups of civilians that have taken it upon themselves to build drones for the military and supply them. So, and during that 6 month stretch of no U.S. aid and really, really slow feeding of artillery shells and just the general lack of artillery in general, the Ukraine was able to hold back Russia mostly because they had all of these kamikaze drones that were being made by civilians and supplied to the military. Without those drones and without that grassroots drone production, Russia would have made a lot more gains in the last 6 months than they have been able to. But it's only because of the development of these civilian drones and their ability to produce thousands of them quickly that Ukraine has been able to hold back Russia. And it's a very sad commentary that when we have the quote unquote armory of democracy in America, and we're not able to outproduce Russia and North Korea and Iran, that's just pathetic that America cannot supply arms to its allies faster than Russia, North Korea, and Iran can.
Well, it is disturbing. I guess when you have a command economy, it's a little bit easier to to gear up production right away. Something that we do not have the benefit of, if you think of it as a benefit. It's sort of a free market. People build what they want because or what customers want, I should say. And there's not that many customers that really want attackums. Of course, internationally there are, but it does take a while to gear up, and I would think that there are still forces here that don't want to necessarily do this and may drag their feet on it because they see gains in settling things to Russia's liking, and part of that, well, I don't know if that's true or not, but there are some forces for sure who don't want us to spend anything on the military. So it does take a long time, and I'm looking forward to is it the Tackums factory down in Texas, I believe it is, that is gearing up, NAFO Day?
Yep.
That would
And
be
150 and artillery too.
155. Yep. So there's a lot coming on. It's just taking a long time to come online, and it's not just here in the U.S. It's there in Europe, and I know that there's plans, but boy, does it take a long time. I was surprised to see some of the basic chemicals that are needed for explosives also have to they have to gear up for that, which makes sense. It hadn't occurred to me that I guess they're just not plain old commodities, are there? They're special military commodities, I guess you could say. Anyways, I'm expecting more from Europe, right? Because our military budget's about 5%, maybe a little bit more this next year. But Europe is clearly. Somebody reported out saying there was more and more nations that have just hit the 2% threshold recently. Have you seen any news on that lately?
I have. Yeah, that's it is. I think it's a good thing that the Europe is increasing their production because frankly, for a long time, they were relying on the U.S. And now that the U.S. has shown itself to be unreliable, they're like, oh, wait, we can't rely on the U.S. anymore, which is very sad commentary in itself. But it also strengthens Europe, I think.
Yeah, it does. And I think that I know Europe is pretty motivated about this, maybe a little bit more than we are, NAFO, because of our relative safety from it. We're a long, long way off from Ukraine and Russia, and so we can be maybe complacent a little bit more, and hopefully the countries far away from Ukraine are changing their tune, and I do see that Spain sent some aid recently, and that's been a country that's always troubled me that they're not doing more in this regard. And last time I checked, they were not at 2%, but boy, the numbers slip out of my head, so I'm not sure anymore. Anyway, NAFO Dave, we we have time to go through that article again. Were there because I was wondering if you had any more points about the Hodges Kinzinger article that you liked? Or has it been previously reviewed enough?
I don't know if it's been previously reviewed. I thought that we touched on all the major points of it. I would is it up in the nest? I would highly recommend people reading it if you haven't read it, just because I mean Kinzinger is a fella, and Ben Hodges should be a fella. He's on here. We've had him on here a bit, and he's always really on target with his analysis. And it's not often that you get the ex-commander of the American forces in Europe to sit down and talk with you, but yet we do, so it's good.
Yes, we do. We get all kinds of great speakers, and he's pretty good at it, and he's very relaxed, and he seems to enjoy himself as well. So he's pleasant to listen to, and it isn't just the brilliance that he has, which he does. So I guess we don't have to. I just wanted to make sure that we had covered it. I feel like, yeah, I think we really did, and the points made were good. So anyway. Well, let's see what else we've got cooking here. I know that we have.
So
go
I'll
ahead.
since we're since we're talking about it, I'd put up a plug that if you haven't had a chance to hear Ben Hodges' analysis of different things, we have all his appearances on MriyaReport on our Spotify channel. If you go to MriyaReport.org, you can follow the link to our Spotify, and you can find all the different guest speakers that we have had and listen to them. You can also make a donation there to help us in our fundraiser that we have going on now to get generators for hospitals in Kharkiv. I think we have already raised enough money for three have been purchased and are already being used. I think we've got enough for 4, and we are working on more now. I think I had heard that we have somebody that is matching donations today. Is that still true? Do you know, James?
I did see something. I don't know if it's still in effect, but I see that Dan just put his thumb up into the air. Apparently, there's something flying overhead. No, apparently it's true that there still is the match in place. So, yeah, please do. It's really well timed that we get that kind of aid to Kharkiv as they are under fire and under attack. So it's something that really, if we could buy all of Ukraine some of these, it would be even better because it would help. I'm sure it would be useful and desired by everybody in Ukraine at this point, and it would certainly decentralize some of the energy creation as well, which is a super good thing. Make it harder for Russia to hit all of the power stations then if it's highly decentralized. So it's very good. And I've seen the picture with the energy unit with the MriyaReport sticker on the side, which is wonderful to see. And so it's already, some of them are already doing their business. And that was one of the ones I believe in Kherson. Is that right, Napo?
Yes.
So yeah, so they're already in use and they're getting the new ones are getting out there. So the best part about these is that they last a long time and they're super reliable. And well, maybe that's not the best part. Maybe the best part is that they're life-saving equipment when they're used in hospitals, and that probably is. And as was it Heather or was it someone else who pointed out that the hospitals in Kharkiv are, some of them are especially important because that's the first point where surgery can be given to soldiers coming back wounded from the front, that they would often go there. So it isn't just a civilian thing. Ultimately, it's also aiding the military. So it is very important. So, and I know that MriyaReport listeners have been very generous. And so thank you for everybody who's given. And of course, we're those people that say, and can you give a little bit more? Because really the need is so great, and I'm just glad that it isn't just MriyaReport. There's a lot of aid groups out there, and there are a lot of governments out there giving large sums of money. We can crowdfund, and we can do it pretty well, I would say. And the impact is, well, it's measured in human life in this case. Well, we don't know what those numbers are, but that's what we know is that this equipment saves lives, and that kind of accounting, well, is there really isn't any kind of better reward for getting this equipment is to save a life. So we're doing the right thing. So let's keep doing it. Give it if you can. And boy, we buried it. Should I move it to the front, Nafo?
Of course,
Okay.
yes.
And I admit I buried it by putting more things into the nest. So, but I feel a responsibility to do that because who um, who doesn't want their nest completely cluttered? I see that Diana has, yeah, she's had a hand in it too. So, anyways, but seriously, folks, back to you, Nafo.
Oh, no, you can go ahead and rearrange the nest. Though I'm not a big nester. Sometimes I put stuff in, but usually it's I just let other people take care of it. I know Heather she just loves to prune it and keep it all trimmed up and nice, and I'm just more of like a all natural type thing. You let the nest grow organically, just like a bird nest. That, and then it takes shape and becomes useful until it's not, because it's so huge and there's tons of links.
You don't suppose that's why sometimes we have crashes, is it? And what did you guys do this morning? What was that all about? You weren't here, probably, Napo.
I was not here.
Two crashes in quick succession. Well, yeah. Anyways, one after the other. So yes, indeed, I didn't do it either, but somebody did, or the gods were angry. I don't know what it was, but anyway. Well, enough about that. We should probably do something about Ukraine again, and let's go back to the. Go
So
ahead. I was gonna go back to this fundraiser, but go on.
No, I was just going to bring up the there was a little more news on the stuff attacks going on towards Crimea. There's at least 35 UAVs and going to Crimea, Taman, and Krasnodar, which is close to the Kerch Bridge, and that there's Neptune missiles involved. So I'll keep you updated as news trickles in about this. There's also explosions in Mariupol.
And that is currently being held by the Russian occupiers. And so that is a very, very, very good thing. I wonder what they're blowing up. Something good.
Yeah, we will wait to get some news on the ground on what is going on in Mariupol, and maybe the Kerch Bridge will be on fire. Who knows? There's stuff headed that direction.
You big tease. I hope so. I hope you're right. Let's all hope it'd be a good night to party. But something tells me they'll be shooting around it a lot. Well, there's a lot actually. There are a lot of targets right around the Kerch Bridge that should also be hit, including anti-air or missile defense units that can be hit. So maybe that's what they're doing, is thinning the ground. And oh, by the way, Mr. Biden and Jake Sullivan, if you lift all the restrictions, there'll be fewer anti-air defense to go around for Russia, and that would be a very good thing for Ukraine. So hopefully they're listening. Do you imagine that Jake Sullivan listens to us, NAFO Dave, and laughs at
No,
us? Or no?
I think that he would rage quit if he was listening to us. We really rail on him all the time.
Yeah, well,
deservedly so. So
go ahead.
you had touched on this briefly, that there's that along with the U.S. not being able to produce as many artillery shells and weapons as needed, there's also a story that the U.S. has a shortage of energetics and propellants, aka powder, gunpowder, explosives. Those are things I like how instead of explosives say energetics and propellants. These are all things that go boom. And they don't just grow on trees, unfortunately. So, but they let's see, they're so the goal is to produce about 100,000 artillery cells per month by the end of 2025. That seems like not a lot, considering that how many? I think Russia is already making that.
I think so.
So
Well, to me, okay, so this is where the change in warfare really comes in, the change in the strategies that you can use. And clearly, artillery is still very, very useful if you got it. It's super duper great for blowing stuff up within the range. But I guess what the replacement, in part, to artillery has been drones. And so I wonder if there just is the sense that artillery per se isn't as important as drones are now. And so maybe and maybe things we don't know about are going on with drones. Maybe the US is really gearing up to be a more, droneful force because it might make more sense. I don't know. Let's see what Pickles has to say.
Thank you, James. Really interesting discussion. I do have something to say about this. I don't think artillery will ever be obsolete, James. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I think this is a blessing in disguise. And we need to be very grateful to Ukraine because their resistance really allowed us to, get our shit together, right? It really uncovered a lot of logistical shortcomings that we have in the very critical areas of defense. So, we really need to embrace this, and I think we really need to be grateful for this opportunity because, kind of as these reports become available to us, it's just mind-boggling, right? How unprepared we were would have China and embolden China, and if Ukrainians decided that they wouldn't be able to put up the same level of resistance that they did, and Russia would roll into Europe, we would not be prepared to do anything. So I think we really still avoiding the huge disaster by the skin of the teeth, I guess, whatever the saying is. But I think the reason drones are so effective in Ukraine is because the type of um, combat is really positional, right, for both sides. I mean, we see trenches, we see fortifications, resistance points, right, very similar to previous century of warfare. Just because unfortunately, both sides and Ukraine is a little bit getting a little bit better at it, but they're just not able to project, Russians specifically, their power and maintain operational high tempo, right? I really think, you know, American military would be able to, um, completely dominate this type of war, right? Just because our doctrine is based on maneuver, right? Combined arms, joint operations, all that stuff. It would bear so much pain with so much, instant violence onto the enemy. It would be unsustainable. And I'm just kind of trying to reflect of how Russians are fighting today, and if they were to be met with American, you know, um, resistance or American military in the battlefield, that would be incredibly quick fight. Kind of. I'm imagining, Desert Storm, Desert Shield kind of situation. Having said that, I think we really need to fix, our key logistical um, problems, for our key weapon systems like artillery, because that stuff is extremely important. That's you can't really intercept that slug flying through the air in a very long distance, right? Especially when we're looking at, those extremely precise Excalibur rounds. There are, as probably as accurate as a lot of missiles that are out there, right? But that's the stuff you cannot really intercept, and it's extremely potent weapon system. So, but I do know that the United States is looking at countering threat from drones, because there's probably some calculus that our opponents might be uh, kind of interested, right, to use that type of technology against us, because it's cheaper, and it kind of leans towards the spectrum of asymmetric warfare, where you see a lot of kind of guerrilla warfare tactics, that kind of stuff, right? There's there's a video that Department of Defense put out in the United States. They kind of opened up a new school. I think they opened it up in the fall of last year, September, November timeframe, where they actually, trying to integrate specially trained soldiers into units where they can employ various types of, equipment to counter some of those, some of the enemy drones if they were, to face them. And the spectrum of equipment that they have is extremely wide, right? Talking about from electromagnetic warfare kind of weapons to very basic kinetic. Hey, this is a rifle that I use to communicate with my enemy, but also it has a smart optic on it to where it basically does all the aiming for me. So all I have to do is just kind of aim in the general direction of a drone. This optic on the rifle, and it has a relatively low profile, but it's extremely smart piece of technology, right? It tracks the drone and adjusts its own aiming point, so the soldier doesn't really have to do a lot of thinking, right? Because in that type of scenario, it's very important to be quick and precise in engaging this drone. So optic does all the calculations and compensations of where you need to aim in order to hit the drone with, basically a regular bullet. Which I thought was really interesting, and of course, they are developing different doctrines and operating procedures and how to deal with swarm of drones, because I think there's going to be a next big evolution, and Ukrainians are definitely making sure that they maintain a cutting edge on it, like you mentioned earlier, James, with the use of those Baba Yaga drones, to where they basically use them as a drone carrier, right? Because it extends the range, also serves as a repeater station, you know, flies deep into the enemy territory, and then unleashes a swarm of smaller drones. So yeah. Anyway, just wanted to share some of those thoughts. Thanks.
Well, I think you're right about our enemies. I've read a story about the Chinese drone carrier, so a vessel that is designed strictly to be, a source of drones for their naval forces, which I find a little bit nerve wracking that they're ahead of this. I don't think that we have any. At least we've not announced anything like that, and here they're already building one. So I think this drone race is going to be a real thing, and um, China certainly has the manufacturing capability to create these, by the tens of thousands. So it is sort of nerve wracking to think about what possibly could be coming, but I do think it's going to be a much more lethal battlefield. The M4 rifle, I believe, is the one that you were talking about that the US has implemented. It's the most recent standard weapon that they put in place, and it does have these features to it that it tells you when, not doesn't tell you, but apparently there's an indicator that goes green when you've got the shot, and then you can take it, which that's pretty sophisticated technology, Flicker, that they are got there. It'd be the kind of thing I, as a soldier, would need to have, because I've never been trained to shoot, and it would really help a lot in terms of a more efficient army. But that just means to me that this is the kind of equipment, if lost, then pretty soon our enemies will have it. But this is the way of war too, isn't it? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, James. Yeah, absolutely right. But you know what? It's not just the equipment, that really matters, which is, of course, it's important, but it's a whole infrastructure, right? That kind of integrates a new piece of equipment into operations, right? It's not just like, hey, here's a new rifle, have fun at it, right? It's the ability to kind of look at how this rifle can be employed, or this optic, whatever it is, right, can be used, within a formation, right? How do we prioritize planning for movement, distribution of this stuff, right? And militaries have to think about kind of drawing on the intelligence again from the battlefield. Okay, what is a threat level that this unit is going on a patrol or doing movement to contact, right? Basically moving towards the enemy is going to be, facing with this type of threat. So all those things are very important, right? Because that what really makes this weapon system, kind of um, uh, more effective, right? And I think this is what Ukrainians have been doing exceptionally well, and Russians are still behind. Is really integrating, like drone pilots, for example, and really spelling out how they need to be utilized, essentially, not utilized, right? Used or employed, right? In working hand by hand with infantry, tanks, or whatever it is, right? And it needs to be standardized because once you standardize it, you can train, you can develop standing operating procedures, you can figure out the logistics lines, supply lines, all that stuff. Because a lot of technology relies on batteries, for example, as well, right? I mean, one of the things that people don't really consider when soldier moves out into kind of forward position to where he or she might be engaged in the enemy or whatever the case might be, they have to carry batteries on them, right? Like 3 days of supply of batteries on person, right? So because their optics require this stuff, and the more optics you have, the more technology you carry on yourself, the more batteries you have to have, right? And then what's the plan to resupply this stuff, right? Because soldiers can carry only so much because ammo, food, water, batteries, right? That's like an extra thing that you have to, now worry about and all that stuff. So, yeah, but the point that I'm trying to make, right? It's really important to have these schools like the United States is established to really focus on this specific, new threat, figuring out the way to defeat it, but also how how those assets would be properly integrated, right? Because they would be like, hey, now you have this in your arsenal. These are the best ways of using it, right? It kind of gives commanders the ability to be a lot more effective and making sure that that piece of equipment is just it's not sitting somewhere underneath somebody's bunk because nobody knows how to work it or figure it out, and it's better to ignore it than to use it. Um, and again, I think Ukrainians are kind of can realize that early on in this war, and started working towards that. Whereas Russians, I don't think they really have that type of scope and breadth of understanding, just simply because their ability to retain any type of experience is very limited, right? As soon as they move on to the forward into engagement, they're not coming back. Right? So there's very little people who can come back and talk about their experience. So they're a lot slower at learning those lessons, I think. But they are learning. We definitely don't should never underestimate them, because they are still pose a great threat to democracies, to humanity. And we really need to make sure that Ukraine is adequately equipped and capable of defeating them. So thanks.
Thank you, Pickled. I agree that the well, certainly Ukraine, certainly the United States, and some of the other major manufacturers of weapon systems have spent a lot of time doing integration. And what we saw in the aid package from the U.S. included one of the disbursements, $100 million in electronics that is intended for integration. And we didn't get an indicator of what exactly, but Alan Brewer suggested that that is probably equipment that's going to be useful once F-16s are in theater, and I think that's quite possible. So I think you're absolutely right. And to me, what I think is a key here, whether it's that M4 rifle that kind of tells you when you've got a good shot, or other equipment that is easy to use, these are all methods that I see as being aimed at higher reliability systems that take take some of the guesswork out, and some of the the necessary focus. In older systems, you just have to rely on people all the time and their ability to constantly monitor and react to what they're monitoring is the amount of reliability that you have in a system. But once you begin to build it into the equipment itself, then you get to higher reliability, and that means more effectiveness. So, yes, pickled Ficufala, I see that, and I see that Russia does not have that. But I will say that they are learning, unfortunately, and one of the areas that I saw that they're learning in is in terms of their electronic warfare capability has been growing. Have you been following that at all?
Yes, and you know, to be fair, their EW stuff, it was kind of leading way before even 2014, right? Definitely before full scale invasion. You know, it's I think it's a fair thing to say that their EW is um, variety, I guess, right? Is much greater than that of NATO countries, NATO arsenal, right? But I think there's some caveats to it too. But you're right, James. You know, you know, they have the ability to use some of this stuff and see what works, what doesn't work, make adjustments. Do you have something, a specific example? Did you want to talk about?
Well, the article that I was reading was saying that there are a number of U.S. weapon systems, some missiles, in fact, that are now being able to be taken down by Russia, which is, you know, frankly speaking, this is another one of these degradation of weapon systems questions where you say, okay, the sooner you put it in the field, the sooner it will degrade in effectiveness. And that is an argument, by the way, for withholding some weapon systems for when they're going to be especially effective. But point being that they're looking to the U.S. now to send update kits that would correct the problems. And so I think I'm speaking generally, not necessarily of specific systems, but I do believe I saw ATACMS mentioned in that article as a particular one. So, you know, this is the kind of stuff that probably keeps people up late at night in the military thinking about whether or not they're going to be able, whether or not they're going to have to send, you know, 1, 2, or 3 missiles to do the job because of the increased capacity of Russia to use electronic warfare.
Yeah, James. No, I think I've read that article too, but you know, that type of stuff, it's always kind of like rock paper scissors or cat and mouse kind of situation, right? Because as soon as you come up with a new thing, the enemy's going to counter that, so you have to adjust. I think the nice thing about the Western-made weapons is, like, you know, you mentioned earlier, it's the reliability, right? Because you know, you can upgrade them, you can update them with new uh, package for communicating in you know, EW spectrum, and now Russia has to figure out again what they have to do. You know, it's a lot of it, I think, is driven by intelligence, surveillance, you know, that kind of stuff. And it's imminent for, you know, for your opponent to learn that type of spectrum, right, that you're operating in, figure out what weapon system does what, and then figure out how to counter that. So I think it's a natural kind of progression of things. But then once they reach a certain threshold of success with that, right, that's when you would change to something new, something different, right? You know, the goal is to keep the enemy guessing, guess all the time. So, you know, I think what Russians really, you know, bet on as far as their kind of doctrine with the EW is that they have a lot of mobile units that, by the way, Ukrainians had been pretty successful at taking them down. But they have a large variety of mobile units that do like very specific things, right? So one could be scanning a very specific narrow band of, you know, EW spectrum. The other one could be passive. The one further down could be active, meaning jamming, right, sending signals out or whatever, right? And but the problem that the Russians have, they actually have several, right? One, you have to be able to effectively employ them, which requires a significant level of coordination, command and control. Which, you know, again, listening to some of the great people in this space, like Chuck Ferrer, when he used to come up here and talk about, I mean, it appears Russians have a hard time to do that. So that's one thing. The second thing, a lot of those, a lot of that equipment, you know, is based on Soviet kind of prototype stuff, right? So Ukrainians also have knowledge and understanding of how that stuff works, how it was developed, how to counter that, right? So that's another disadvantage I think the Russians have. And the third one is that, the reason they have such a large variety of EW equipment, because it's expensive, right? So it's easier for them to create vehicle chassis than it is to create a computer, right? So instead of having a computer that does all of it on a single chassis, they would kind of split it up, and then employ it based on the needs, based on the requirements of the battlefield, right? That's driven by intelligence collection and all that stuff. Which again, there's a lot of kind of good and bad about this, but ultimately it just really boils down to, kind of continuous cat and mouse, right? So I think that's pretty normal and natural thing. And I'm sure the United States is also very eager about, collecting a lot of that information because, yeah, Russians might be learning some stuff about our weapon systems, but so do we about their capabilities, right? And we have much greater industrial capacity to counter that. Even without, I think, going to kind of war style economy. So I don't know. Just my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Flicker. Actually, I think yeah, it is a spiral. We're kind of chasing each other's tails to increase, our capacity and to figure out how to defeat the next system. So absolutely agree with that. And to your point again earlier about probably that artillery is not going away, I would say that the lead projectile throwing devices don't seem to be going anywhere either, do they? Rifles still have, and how long has it been? Like, it must be verging on like 500 years or more. I don't know, but it's been quite a while. So there are clearly some weapon systems that just are so versatile that they're not going anywhere. So, and I hear you about especially about the artillery in that regard, that it seems to be very effective. But I don't know. I don't know that it will last as long or maintain as long a lifespan as the use of handheld rifles. I think that those I can see way into the future that we would still be using them because what else would you do that would replace that capacity? I don't know. Whereas with drones, I think that, and please correct me, and maybe you already feel like you did already, but it seems like you can get quite a bit of the effect of artillery from a drone.
Again, yeah, it's not that. I agree with you too, James, right? Because I think it's really difficult to fully, grasp the advantages, right? Ukrainians are very innovative and they come up with new solutions for it. But at the same time, you know, the point that I was trying to make is that it really depends on the military. It really depends on the conflict, right? And I tend to think that United States military is capable to sustaining a much greater level of intensity and duration of violence, right, than what we see today on the front lines. And don't get me wrong, it's pretty intense right now, but it's more of a positional thing, right? To where each side is really trying to gain certain initiative, dictate its operations. But I think it's very limited as far as the equipment they're capable of using, right? And I think U.S. military would be a lot more aggressive in achieving its goals, right? So using drones in that type of scenario, I think it would slow down that type of pace, right? Because you have to consider, okay, let's you have to consider the I don't know, the speed of them, right? The ability to deploy and finding the target. You kind of really need to be kind of sitting back and trying to pinpoint, right, where the enemy movement is and all that stuff, which is great. I mean, it's a great asset, right? I just don't think it will ever replace artillery for some reason, because again, greater range, a lot faster time on target, ability to move with changing front line, which would be, I think, rather fast. Again, if the American military would get involved into conflict like this, those front lines, that would be a lot more dynamic, right? So, but again, I would never I would not disregard having that type of ability at the lowest possible level to where unit commanders on the ground can utilize it, for to gain a little bit of advantage onto the enemy and maintain better operational picture. But again, as far as replacing artillery, I don't know, James.
Well, I guess we don't have to answer it here. Time will tell us the answer. But I'm going to talk to your birds for a second. Hold on a second. So I hope they got the message. Anyways, you've got birds in the back, and it sounds great, by the way. I love it every time I hear those birds. I don't care whether they're the German birds that I hear or Canadian or American, whatever. It's always, and I recall that it used to be frogs too. So anyways, love the sounds of nature in the background. It's a good background. Anyway, sorry, getting us way off target, but very interesting.
You do a very good bird call there. Are you practiced in different bird calls?
Not really, and that really is not specifically a real bird. It's just a noise. But there's a few that I do. I do this other one where I go, and there's a few others like that. But they're not quite exactly on. So I'm not much of a bird caller.
Well, I'm not either. So, but at least you fooled me. Speaking of birds, though, Heather has a vested interest in birds, and she may have some information on that bird.
I have no clue what kind of bird that was. I was actually looking for something to tweet at to not tweet. Oh, I know
We
what
are
it
talking
is.
about birds.
I know we were talking about birds, and I was gonna
Tweet?
I was gonna have one of my birds talk for you.
Oh,
Yeah.
the birds are required to use the swear jar too.
No, they're not. They're exempt.
No, they're not exempt. I don't think so.
Oh, they are. I trust
Their
me.
owners have to pitch in for them.
No, they're not exempt. Oh, good Lord, where's this freaking video? What happened to it?
Well, I
Well,
would like to say that I hope they use the newspaper at the bottom of the cage at the very least.
Oh, they don't have newspaper. They have and boy, I'm going to tell you something else about the newspaper. I actually get a craft paper on a big, huge roll. It's much easier, trust me. But yeah, let me try this here for a second. I have to change the.
well,
Let's see how
so
loud it is.
while you found it.
I think so. Let me turn up the volume.
Yeah, I heard that.
Oh shit! I did too. Oh no! Oh shit!
I live with that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
This one says.
Okay. Well, that sounds kind of like co-hosting,
Well,
doesn't it?
One more. See you later.
That is the one that sounds most like your voice.
Yeah, that one gives orders. Anyway, no, and if I went in there now, you would hear them in a totally different light.
Well, we're glad to hear from them, and thank you for speaking up, birds. Appreciate it. It's a great background. So please keep at it. Dan probably has his own birds, and he's about to release the birds.
I have plenty of birds, but they're all outdoors. I was just gonna say that last sound you made with your tongue, Heather, that sounded like a speech exercise I do with one of my ladies I work with or work for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
It's
bird.
a palate issue. It does work. But,
That bird
yeah.
has a thing about wanting to stick her tongue out, and she's really funny about it.
It's a good exercise. It's good oral speech exercise. You could probably train her to say more things if she's doing that. Or he.
That was a she. It's the boy that swears.
Well, at least the girls have something to say.
Well, I
Well,
killed the conversation, didn't I?
yes, you did. You did a great job. Thank you very much for that. And birds are always topical because some of them, I imagine, are chased by drones, or they think they're being chased by drones. And
You know,
more
I
likely,
wonder.
go ahead.
No, it just occurred to me. I have a story, and I don't know if I still have it saved. But I read a story quite a while ago, and I can just relay it about the problem bird watchers are actually having in Ukraine. There's not a lot of bird watchers in Ukraine. They're a very, very small population. However, the things that they're having problems with, no, well, number one, of course, the habitat of the birds have been greatly, greatly, greatly destroyed. But when you go bird watching, you take equipment with you that can look like you're trying to spy on the troops. You often also try to blend into the background. And so these bird watchers are having to be extremely, extremely careful because sometimes they get mistaken for the enemy. And I read an article about this a while back, a few months ago, and I don't have it anymore, but it was a very, very interesting thing to think about. The bird population, of course, has changed. I know there's a story about the flamingos that um, have come in to repopulate, and that's a fabulous thing. But these are just like your meadow birds and your average everyday bird that you would see in Ukraine. And these people who go bird watching are having a harder time finding them, and are having to be extremely, extremely careful about where they go and how they can be identified, just to make sure that they stay safe while bird watching. And so yeah, there's not a lot of bird watchers in Ukraine, but that's something that they're finding they have to be extremely cautious of, and many of them are not going out watching like they used to.
So I read a article on that. There was a little different news in that birders have been recruited in Russian occupied areas as covert observers of Russian troop movements. So they are part of the resistance, using birding as an excuse.
Exactly. So there's a couple of different a couple of different ways that you can look at this, and the couple of different ways that it can be a problem. Are they spying on our troops? And what if it is somebody who is working with the Russians out there, with their binoculars and all kinds of things, trying to where they're innocently watching birds, but they get mistaken for people who people who are trying to pass information to the um, it's it is they're getting mistaken for people who are trying to pass information about Ukrainian troops to Russia.
Who knew that the benign birders could be such a fraught, not occupation, hobby? Being a birder can get you shot, or can allow you a good cover to trace Russian troop movements, because you already have a really good set of binoculars or a spotting scope.
Exactly. And that spotting scope is often on a tripod, I believe, which sometimes can get mistaken.
Yep. Well, I mean, they're not wrong. Snipers often have spotting scopes.
Exactly. I gotta go and make a phone call, I see. So I will
Make a
catch
phone
up
call.
with you. I'm gonna go make a phone call and I will catch up with you all later for
Oh,
the SVU segment. So yeah.
okay.
Okay.
I
Thank you,
think
Prince. Appreciate it.
Oh, no
Appreciate the
problem.
company
Oh, no
and the
problem.
bird calls.
Well, actually, I took you with I forgot I had stayed up as speaker. I took you with me while I did some chores in the house. So yeah. Did you have fun?
we did.
So okay. And I've got one bird in there yelling, please, and the other bird saying peekaboo, peekaboo, peekaboo over and over again.
You know, we had a parakeet that spoke really well, and his name was Blue. And the first thing we taught him was Blue is a pretty bird, and he would say Blue is a pretty bird, Blue is a pretty bird, and then he learned everybody's names in the family, and he liked to say my brother's name Richard, and so he combined that with pretty bird, and as Richard is a pretty bird, and so we, that suddenly became a whole thing of hilarity in our house that Richard was a pretty bird, and
That is
he also learned
awesome.
how to say root beer. So this is funny because we're a family that does not drink alcohol, and so we drink lots of root beer. We made root beer, and we taught him to say root beer, and he'd say root beer, and give me root beer, give me root beer. Then he dropped the root, and he'd just say give me beer, give me beer.
That's funny. They are characters, but what you find out actually is that, we talk about parrots as in parroting us, but in reality what ends up happening in the long run is you end up parroting the parrot. It's
Yeah,
it's the truth.
deep.
It's the
It's
truth.
very meta. You teach the parrot to speak, and then the parrot teaches you to speak.
Exactly. All right, I'll catch you guys later. Slava Ukraini.
Herom
Yeah,
Slava.
Slava. Well,
So I
I was
think I
talking about
see my replacement here,
Oh,
but
is that right?
I don't know. Or is the is the world ready for Will?
At least
Indeed,
their
they
part
are
of the
not.
world is. Well, NAFO, that was quick. Time flies when we're having fun, and it was fun. So I thank you for co-hosting with me. Yes, so I was just going to say that I was saying my phone is highly reliable, but I find still that my thumbs are not highly reliable. So anyways, NAFO, you have a good evening. I take it you'll be back up later, perhaps?
I perhaps, yes, I will be back up. I need to go take care of some uh, house chores right now, but I will be back. Yes, I'll be back. As long as Will is up, then I will keep my distance because we're like oil and water.
A critical mass and creativity, really.
Yeah, exactly. Not oil and water. Yeah, we're more like plutonium and uranium. If you get too much of us together, we blow up. So
We don't want that.
Right. I will take my leave, and Will find his way up here, and so you will remain in the safe hands of a NAFO affiliate and have a good whatever time zone you're in. And Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Thank
Herom
you,
Slava.
NAFO. Well, what's that, Will? I missed it. Well, anyways, we've
Oh,
got
I
a
just
hand.
said
Hello.
Herom Slava, same thing you said.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry. My ears must be jammed up. I'm going to go get a screwdriver and clean them out. Anyways, Henry, welcome. What do you have to say?
Hello. I would like to ask some questions, but I don't know if this is an appropriate time to ask questions.
It is.
Okay, very good. So just a brief background of who I am. I'm an American. I live in France. I'm married to a Russian dissident. I live among many Ukrainian refugees. I know many of them personally. And I was recently speaking with a woman from Kiev who told me that basically she feels that I'm trying to put this in sort of politically correct way and not be inflammatory. Essentially, she told me that she's given up on going back to Ukraine and that she is trying to figure out how to stay in France or in Western Europe generally, like for the foreseeable future, because as a mother of small children, she feels like the war is not ending anytime soon. And basically what she told me in a short form is that, you know, even if the war ends in a few years, that it would just start again later. And I would like to know if that is the opinion of the people in this chat, or if they have a different opinion about the prospect of any kind of conclusion to hostilities.
Interesting question. Thank you for bringing it. I think there's some validity to the idea that if under certain conditions the war comes to quote unquote an end, then I think that will resume. And those conditions would be where there's some trade off, you know, where some land is traded. And that's a signal to Russia that they've succeeded. And what we see in general is Russian methodology is to take a piece now, chew on it for a while, and then take another bite later, and that can be years later. So I think that's potentially true. Will it be a long war in and of itself? It depends, I guess, first on your definition of long war. I think it is going to tend to be longer than it was originally because of the slowdown in aid from the United States. So I think that has lengthened the war considerably. And, you know, that kind of thing is possible again. And so that could happen. Will Russia suddenly go into, you know, super mode in terms of producing weapon systems? I don't think so. So I still think that Ukraine is going to win, although I hear again and again, and I believe it, that there's always going to be negotiation that will bring the war to a close. And at some point, we know that there'll be signals from Moscow saying, yes, we agree, this is over. Will they stick to that? Perhaps. They may
When you
go.
say win, what do you think winning? Like, what's your conception of winning?
The 10-point peace plan from Ukraine is my definition of victory. That's how I'm defining it. And so I don't know how familiar you are with that, Henry, but there's all kinds of things in there. One of which is, of course, taking the territory back. Another is to get a clear declaration that the war is over from Russia, along with a whole bunch other, or 8 other points. So those are the ones that are, I think, key to the questions that you're asking about. But it is a sort of a comprehensive package of policies that Ukraine believes are what makes lasting peace for them. So,
If I may say just a few more words and get your opinion, because I think it's very interesting. Basically, the position of me and my wife and our family is that as people that speak like English, French, and Russian, and I guess Ukrainian and Russian are close enough that people can understand each other. My wife has the ability to try to like teach Ukrainian people how to speak French, essentially, and like integrate in French society. However, officially, they're all here as like temporary refugees with a relatively short visa, or it's not a visa, but they have like a, I don't know the technical term in English. They basically have a permission to be here with the idea that the war is going to end soon and they're going to go home, right? And something that I usually tell to Ukrainian like men and women that I meet is that they should not rely on this. They should try to fully integrate into Western European society, into French society, and make a life for themselves in safety. And I feel conflicted about this because that is a political statement. You know, that's a statement that deep down, I don't think that Ukraine is going to be safe for them and their kids in a year, right? And I don't want, you know, as a, like, this is not my war. You see what I mean, James? I'm not trying to like impose myself over much. Do you think that I'm wrong to say that? Is that like a wrong thing for me to do? Or what do you think about that?
well, I think that a year on, there will still be a war going on. And if
Like
that's
if you had kids that were like in elementary school, right?
Mhm.
Like, are you,
Mhm.
like what would you do? Would you be like, I'm gonna stay in Western Europe, or I'm gonna go home to Ukraine, or what's the deal?
Yeah, I don't have any kids, so I really have a hard time taking that as an abstract question and trying to answer it. So, I'd invite people with children to come up who can actually answer that in a more meaningful way. What I think is true is that Ukraine has a great future ahead of it, that there is going to be war for some time. The Russian government and the Russian population are going to grow weary of this war too, because in fact the attrition is latest I've heard trending at about 8 to 1, 8 Russians for 1 Ukrainian loss, and so what is unsustainable then is Russian casualties at that rate. So at some point the Ukrainians are going to win, and they have some of the key factors behind them. One is the motivation. They've got the morale. They've got the talent. They've got better equipment in many cases, and so I think that ultimately they'll win. Who's going to want to stay in Ukraine during a war? Well, I don't think people really want to leave Ukraine and go, en masse to another country and just cede the whole land and drain all the population out. And the world wouldn't have it, frankly. I don't think that anybody wants to have that many refugees coming to their country. I think it would be a shock to the system. So I think, in some sense, there is this assurance that there'll be civilians in Ukraine for the duration of the war. Who decides where to live is sort of up to them to a certain extent. And Western Ukraine is not Eastern Ukraine. And so there's a whole difference there in terms of the risks. But what I know is that in the United States, I'm not going to go move to Ukraine to get away from the many, many, many people that get shot in mass shootings in this country. So, in that sense, there is something to that, that there's a certain rate of death that happens from violence in my country. And I'm not going to go. I might move if it was a really high crime rate in my city, but certainly not to Ukraine. And in terms of the Ukrainian civilian casualties, because of the great care with which they have protected civilians from harm, there has been much fewer losses of civilians than you might have expected. I'm not saying it's not in the thousands, but it is certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. And that is stunning, given that, you could predict that, given the size of Russia, that they may have had those, and they still may. So they still may, Henry. Things may get a lot worse for Ukraine. So in terms of a theoretical question, can't help you with that. But is there danger? Yes, there is. Is it a great place to raise kids? Um, I don't think it's a great place for anybody to live in a certain sense, but it is also their home, and there's a lot of value in that. And while there are air defense systems, the place is much more livable, although it certainly comes at a high cost to health and happiness in terms of air raid sirens and the like, and the need to use bomb shelters. So Henry, I take it this is you have a handle on this yourself, and you'd recommend people get used to staying out of Ukraine.
Well,
But
I mean, I have an opinion as somebody that, like I'm a father, right? I know these people personally. I meet them, I meet their kids, or what, you know what I mean? But I'm not some kind of expert in the conflict. So
Yep. Well, so there's a couple things. One is there is a guy out there, Johnny Escola, and he just did a short thread talking about the anticipated loss of great loss of Russian personnel of equipment that are going to come up in the next 6 months, and he's laid out the rationale for that. So I think there is a lot more that's going to be coming to Russia's doorstep. The explosive eggs that they're going to get at Easter, and the wrapped up presents they'll get at Christmas that explode on them, things like that, that will eventually grow a lot of more nerves in Russia in terms of pain nerves. They're going to feel the pain a lot more shortly, and they have been. And as we pointed out in one of the tweets in the Nest, it's actually the second one at this point. The artillery systems taken out per month has reached a record, and if you look at that slope, it still is going up. So, but I'm going to let switch over to Pickled and see what he's going to add to this.
No, thanks, James. And this is awesome to see people come up and ask these questions, right? And we can talk about this for a very long time, but in general, I would probably, you know, look at it from a very basic standpoint, right? The Ukrainian culture is not monolithic. You're gonna have people who have, every single one's gonna have many different motivations and personal circumstances that would be driving their decisions, right? And trying to frame it to where you should stay, you should go, is just not a fair way, in my humble opinion, to approach this type of dilemma, right? It's much better to probably provide maybe some kind of framework that the person can use to make a better educated decision by, kind of analyzing the circumstances, right? Because there's some people just don't have anything to go back to. Russians bombed a lot of these cities into nothing. So going back and starting a new place could be very different for somebody than for other people. I think that's the biggest thing
If I could just
that
jump
I
in,
would
Pickle,
consider.
to explain my fear,
Yeah.
maybe you could address my fear. I remember when the Syrian refugees happened, and a lot of people in Europe and like the first wave of Syrian refugees were very welcoming and very supportive, right? And that turned against the Syrian refugees over time. And they were mistreated and ostracized and sort of politically used as footballs. And my fear is that the USA is not a very consistent ally of Ukraine. And like if Trump wins in November, that could radically change the situation on the ground for the Ukrainian forces, right? And I guess my fear in like dealing with the refugees, dealing with them sounds harsh. I mean, these are people that I care about, right? I don't want to I don't want to be the guy who, this is not my fight. I don't have any side in this conflict. Like I don't have any stake in it, right? But just as somebody who knows
Hold on. How
somebody-
could you not have a stake in this contest? You said that you've got Ukrainian friends there. Do you not care if Russia or Ukraine wins? It's all.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm
no
saying
problem
like
for you.
I don't have any skin in the game, right? Like this isn't my country. This isn't my fight, right? The point is that when I'm talking to these people, like I don't want to tell them that my fear is that they're going to get fucked over by the US and the West in general. And that if they don't take advantage of the opportunity now to like integrate into Western European society, that they're going to be basically treated like Syrians are treated. That's what I'm trying to say. Because I don't know how much runway there is of support for Ukraine, and I don't want these people to be living like. And I'm just being very explicit now. Like there are Syrian families living under bridges, right? I don't want that to happen to these people.
So the thing here is that every person's different, and I don't think it. So I'm not an expert on raising young children, but I do have some expertise in immigration because I'm an immigrant. I was born in America, immigrated to Australia 35 years ago, and am Australian now, regardless of how I sound. And I've also helped. I've helped more than a dozen people get out of Russia. Friends of mine, I lived and worked in Russia for 14 years, and I have a lot of have a lot of good friends. Well, not a lot of good friends there anymore. Most of them are now in in America or Australia. But so I did help them immigrate. Here's the interesting thing about immigration, that people are as individuals are all different. It really depends. The advice I would give your friends or my friends if they were here, escaped from the Ukrainian war for a period of time, is define for yourself what your future is. And when you define what you for yourself, what your future is going to be, and that of your children, then you just work toward that, right? If right now, if I was sitting in France and my children had the ability to finish elementary school in France in the next 2 or 3 years, and fully learn French, make friends, things like that, I would get them through that period to get to an inflection point in their life, and then decide what you're going to do next based on things you say. I don't have a feeling that now, and this is completely just a real politic of the thing. I don't have a feeling that Ukrainians who are Caucasian are, and if you've got skills and capabilities and you're trying to fit in, the unfortunate reality is those people are going to be far more accepted and less likely to be ostracized than a Syrian refugee in France. That's just the truth. I mean, that's every country's like that, and so the Ukrainians living in France right now, if they had a couple of years to go till their children were out of elementary school, I'd probably say, if you're comfortable here and you're working on something that's advancing your lives, stay here. You've already done the hard work of evacuating where you lived, and if you lived in some place like Bakhmut or down near the zero line, there's no way I'd have people go home to Ukraine or advise them to go home to Ukraine.
That's what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, yeah. So
Henry,
don't advise them to. So don't advise people to go back to a war zone. But here's the thing: once the war is over, and those kids get to the end of elementary school, I've immigrated people to Australia from America, and they decided they didn't like it and wanted to go home to America, because no matter how long you live in a place, sometimes your identity and where you'd feel most comfortable is back in America or Ukraine or wherever people are. I don't even discount the fact that some of the people I've helped immigrate to Australia might want to return to Russia someday. I don't see it happen in the next 10 or 15 years. And most of the people who got out of Russia that I know, and most of the people that I know who've gotten out of Ukraine, haven't really done so specifically for themselves. They're doing it for the future of their children. So those people should decide for themselves at an inflection point in their life when it would be a time to move, where their future lies. If they feel that their future lies back in Ukraine, but remember, if they go back to Ukraine in 2 or 3 more years, they're going to be taking back with them all their language capabilities, all their business contacts, all their personal contacts. And what you see in wartime is you see chunks, a group of people that will evacuate the area like now. Certain amounts of them end up staying and integrating where they're at and finding a better life for themselves wherever they're at. Canada, America, France. Certain people always feel a tie and want to go back home. I'm not one of those people, so I can't speak at all about that experience. I immigrated to Australia feeling not very American at all. And every day, month, year I've spent in Australia has been more and more like, this is where I belong. So that's me, right? And everybody will have their own individual motivations and story. And that's what I tell these people to do. But there's nothing wrong with telling them the reality right now, Henry, which is this war is highly likely to be going on for 2 more years from today, at least 2 more years, because of the problems that you stated. The United States sometimes can be an unreliable partner, and it works on its own strategic interests, not on the interest. Nobody involved in Ukraine is involved altruistically, except for me, James, and the people, the volunteers who are who do have a dog in the fight. This fight in Ukraine is my fight. This is a fight for principles I believe in, that large, aggressive, genocidal assholes shouldn't be able to invade their neighbors and snuff out a growing, nascent liberal democracy. The only way we as a species advance in this world is for the expansion of liberal democracy and supporting that where as and when it grows up, because you can't impose it on people. So I do have a dog in this fight, even though I've only been to Ukraine briefly. And I lived and worked in Russia for a long time and have had lots of Russia friends, right? This is a principled fight that I would go to Ukraine. And here's the other thing, right? Certain people are going to go back to Ukraine. Certain are just going to make a life for themselves. Certain are going to go to third countries. And remember, there's a lot of people over in those countries foreign countries who will also travel to Ukraine and further integrate the society itself, because you're going to see an influx of foreign people moving into Ukraine now and during the war, the completion of the war, to rebuild things, that some of them will never go home. Some will find a life for themselves. The key is define what your future is like for yourself, and then start working the plan to get there, right? Working on the milestones. I'm going to get to the end of elementary school for these kids. And as they're approaching that, I'm going to make a decision on where we can go. My economic future might be better here for another year or 2 years. I'll stay here for another couple of years and then make another decision at another inflection point. But at some point, the desire to be where you want to be will become too great. And if that's back in Ukraine, they should go. But what they shouldn't do is have any guilt about what they're doing. They should feel that each individual, you have a right to decide what you're going to do in your life yourself. And if you have made the choice to evacuate Ukraine 2 years ago and retreat to the relative safety and comfort of Poland or France or wherever, you have no responsibility to feel guilt about that. You did that because you're exercising your own agency to protect yourself and your family. That there's nothing to feel guilty about there. But if you see opportunities for yourself to move back to Ukraine, you desire to do that, just make sure it fits into your plan of, first and foremost, surviving safely, and that you can generate the life for yourself that you want in the future. To me, it's but nothing wrong with being realistic with them, Henry. Nothing wrong at all with being realistic.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's hear.
I'm very
let's hear what
realistic with
Pickled
my
has to
Russian
say.
friends in particular.
Let's hear what Pickled has to say. He's had his hand up for quite a while. And
Thanks,
he's using
James.
his hands.
No, hey, well, thanks for hosting this space too, by the way. I don't think I had the opportunity to thank you since you came up, but you basically just said everything that I wanted to mention as well, as far as answering Henry's question, or, trying to help to kind of grasp and, some of the basic concepts, right? Unless you're speaking to masses, Henry, right? It's probably better to think about when addressing individuals. And yeah, like Will said, people can make their own decisions. They just have to be well informed, right? So that's the best thing that people like yourself or others in that position who interact with Ukrainians who were displaced by this brutal war, the genocidal war that Russia's waging right now in Ukraine. Give them the really realistic outcome and picture and understanding what kind of prospects they have, so they can weigh in pros and cons and kind of bouncing against the personal, even either it's a system of belief or just basic human circumstances that might be driving that decision. But I would stay away from trying to generalize or I understand we all have different experiences, and I don't know. You mentioned refugees from Syria, which kind of could be used as a benchmark or precedence, right, to a certain extent. But I don't know. It's just, again, it has to be driven by individual motivations, probably more than anything. Thanks.
I appreciate the answers from everybody. Thank you. I didn't want to be overly pessimistic because I don't feel very hopeful but I did not want to like impose that on others. So thank you for the perspective.
Yeah, look, and I don't think I don't know how often you've been here, Henry, but we're clearly in the bag here for Ukraine at MriyaReport. Absolutely, positively. I'll say that disclaimer up front. But the truth is, I think we're pretty realistic and pragmatic about what's happening. We're also tend to be hold a nuanced view of places like America and why and how they work through the things that they do. This latest unwritten rules sort of stuff in particular, that if I was to predict to you that right now, if I could guarantee full support of all the NATO countries and none of these weird stumbling blocks that they keep throwing in the road for themselves, like where and when you can use weapons in defending your country, I can't guarantee you no more of those are going to happen. But if the full support of NATO countries to supply Ukraine with everything it needs, I do see this war ending within 2 years. I still see that, but that is counts on the fact that we're not going to see these weird changes and swings and roundabouts in trying to tie Ukraine's hands behind its back, because we'll get to another one of those, right? What ammunition on and supply of the equipment that's coming for Ukraine now is going to generate a situation where Ukraine can take significant advantage of those opportunities. But note that almost every time Ukraine has generated an opportunity for itself, it hasn't been able to take full advantage of those opportunities because it doesn't have all the tools in the bag. If Ukraine had a fourth generation Air Force above it last summer during the advance, their offensive, it would have been a different story. They're taking the lead in the drone war, especially the first person drone war, was great, but they weren't able to take full advantage of that technological innovation because they were run out of ammunition and other things. It's we got to stop. If we stop holding Ukraine back and supply it with everything it needs, things will get much worse for Russia on the battlefield much more quickly. But that's likely to generate all this bullshit anxiety from the Vatniks that are out there. Look at yesterday, when Russia started, or when Ukraine started being able to attack cross-border into Belgorod. Look at how fast the David Saxes and the Eldridge Colbys and all the Vatniks came out claiming it's going to be World War III again. It's not, but that's going to happen each and every time. And I can't guarantee you that the Western leaders who have responsibility and control aren't gonna lose their nerve and think, oh, we've got to keep Ukraine from winning too much. This isn't surgery. This is chainsaw act. War is never. It's not surgery. They talk about, oh, it's a surgical strike. It's never a surgical strike. You do not drop a 500-kilogram bomb in a city and expect no collateral damage. It doesn't happen. You cannot precisely say we're going to give Ukraine all the tools that it needs to eviscerate the rest of the remaining Russian armor and capability and then have them stop there. They don't know. They don't know the details at the time of where everything's at. They just have to push until they reach their objectives. And they reach their objectives here in this victory, as James described, is exactly how I described. Create the conditions on the ground so that the 10-point peace plan can be pursued in full with no preconditions by Russia. Could we get them there in 2 years? You bet. I can absolutely see a way we could get them there in 2 years, but only if the West, or if the NATO countries, Australia, Japan, Korea, everybody leans in to equip Ukraine, just Ukrainian soldiers, at the level they would if they were a NATO country already. That's what I see as this. Henry?
I guess this is kind of, I'll just put it bluntly. I don't have the impression that America wants Ukraine to win. They want Ukraine to run like a prevent defense where they just kind of tangle Russia up in engagement that's fruitless on both sides. They obviously don't want Russia to win outright, but it just seems like America is willing to fund and arm Ukraine to the point of Ukraine being able to, stand up on its own 2 feet but not to actually win. And it seems like it's in America's sort of national interest, or at least the people who run America think it's in the national interest, to just occupy Russia with this indefinitely and let them use all their military capacity in this kind of fruitless war. So that's my sort of root pessimism. Is that unfair, you think?
Yes, I do think that's unfair. I do. I think that there are Americans who do not want Ukraine to win. And very clearly, Trump has already on TV twice at least said, I will trade away the Russian speaking parts of Ukraine to Russia, and that's how I will fix it on the first day. So, yeah, there's absolutely Americans who don't want any part of this war, and they don't want Ukraine to win. They think it's Russian territory already. In the case of Joe Biden, that is not the case. And he said it repeatedly, and his staff has said it. And I don't like the way, and I think he could maybe come up with some new policies that would help assure the win. But when he went into budget negotiations, he asked for 120 billion to start and got negotiated down because Congress has to go along. That's just the nature of it. And the Republicans had the House, so they got to negotiate it down. So, no, I think that absolutely the Americans in general, I think all want Russia to be defeated in this war as per the 10-point peace plan. So I have no doubt about that. Are there some? Yes, there are some evil people in our country, and they side with evil, but the majority of people side with Ukraine, and certainly Biden is one of them. And I think that the strategy, as much as it has flaws in it, is working. And one of the things, if you look in the nest at the graphic of the monthly artillery destroyed, you can see the slope of the line is going up, up, up. And this is just one of many indicators like that that tell us that Ukraine is on its way. And can they sustain this? They certainly can, as long as the supply lines stay open. And I think that in general they will. But wow, lots more hands. Will, let's see. I think it was Carl and then IT fella. Unless you have something to say, Will.
Nope. No, go ahead, Carl.
Thank you. Just in replying to Henry, America is behind Ukraine. I think that